The antique appraiser tells the story of a man who possesses a special ability to appraise and sense the true value of ancient artifacts. Beneath the layers of time and dust, every object he touches hides secrets, power, and stories long buried by history. A job that seemed ordinary drags him into a series of dangerous conspiracies revolving around the struggle to possess these relics. From the underground black market to mysterious forces, everyone is willing to do whatever it takes to seize what they desire. As he delves deeper into that world, he discovers a connection between the artifacts and his own past. Join Life Manhwa on a journey where knowledge, greed, and life and death stakes intertwine, opening up inevitable confrontations as ancient secrets are gradually revealed. The story opens in District 000, Japan. It is late at night, and the moonlight hangs overhead, shining down on an old temple gate. The ancient tomb is located in a deserted, desolate place, completely isolated from any residential areas. The entrance to the tomb looks like a pitch-black cave. At this moment, a rumbling sound echoes from inside. Park Yoon-suk is standing before a sturdy door, seemingly trying to destroy it. The power drill in his hand continuously bores deep into the door's crevice, the sound of breaking stone ringing out even more piercingly in the quiet night. A moment later, Yoon-suk stops and lets out a tired sigh. He opens a large bag on the ground to take out more tools. It is a large sledgehammer that looks very solid. Yoon-suk delivers a powerful blow to the door. He grits his teeth and uses all his strength to strike repeatedly, the friction so intense that bright sparks fly out. The door shatters, and large chunks of stone fall to the ground. Old Man Park suddenly gasps for breath and hunches over, seemingly losing his strength all of a sudden. A PSH sound follows. He curses under his breath, "Damn this asthma." After feeling his breathing stabilize, Yoon-suk pulls the inhaler away from his mouth. He quickly picks up the lantern to continue his journey. The man carefully enters the ancient tomb, taking one slow step at a time. Suddenly, his eyes freeze, and he stares forward in shock. Right in front of him is a massive, towering statue. Judging by the carved expression, it appears to be an evil deity with sharp fangs in its mouth. Yoon-suk raises the lantern high, observing it closely. His face is extremely focused, without a hint of fear. Suddenly, Yoon-suk hears a noise coming from behind him. A man with a buzz cut runs in from the outside and says breathlessly, "Sir, we have to leave here quickly. I think the guards will be back soon." The man immediately checks his watch and exclaims, "They are back already, shouldn't have taken them much longer." The buzz cut man guesses, "I think they received a tip-off." His voice is extremely urgent, "Anyway, we do not have much time. At this rate, we are going to become international criminals." Right at that moment, Yoon-suk hears a strange sound echoing through. He immediately turns to look. A glowing rune appears right before his eyes. Yoon-suk senses that this is the moment the opportunity has arrived. In the eyes of the evil deity statue, two beams of brilliant light appear. Seeing him standing there dazed, the buzz-cut man shouts, "Mr. Park. I said we have to go right now." You do not even know where it is, however. He does not seem to hear his partner's words and places a chisel directly onto the statue's neck. His other hand grips the hammer handle firmly. Then, he uses his strength to deliver a powerful strike. Yoon-suk hammers as fast as he can, the clink-clink sounds ringing out continuously. The statue's head trembles, its fierce eyes looking as if they are enraged by his destructive act. After a period of heavy chiseling, the head of the evil deity falls to the ground. The buzz-cut man stands there stunned, drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with fear. The statue's head lies on the ground, partially crumbled. By this time, Yoon-suk has quickly climbed onto the statue's chest to do something. It turns out the statue is hollow. He is reaching his hand inside to search. Yoon-suk rummages through a pile of talismans with a rustling sound. Suddenly he stops, seemingly having touched something. Yoon-suk pulls it out to examine it. It turns out to be a small box. Seeing this, the buzz-cut man cries out in joy, "You found it, sir." He places the box down carefully. Then he gently opens it. Inside the box is an ancient green 8-beaded shaman bell. The buzz-cut man sees it and asks excitedly, "Is that it? Is that the one? Let me see." Seeing Yoon-suk using a magnifying glass to check the characters engraved on the bottom of the treasure, he asks curiously, "Can you translate it? What does it say?" He remains silent for a long time. After careful consideration, Park frowns slightly and mutters, "This seems to hide something incredibly mysterious." Yoon-suk puts the bell back into the box and quickly concludes his journey. Scene change, it is late at night, and a young man is walking quickly through a deserted small alley. He rubs his shoulder while complaining, "Man, I am exhausted." Looking at the crumpled bills in his palm, Heijin thinks to himself, even though it is just construction work, it is still better than unloading trucks and stacking boxes. I want to get a motorcycle and find an agency so I can do deliveries. He returns home and gently opens the door. Then he quickly closes the gate. Seeing the window lit up, Heijin is surprised. What the? I am sure I turned off the lights before I left. A thought flashes through his mind. Heijin immediately runs inside and calls out loudly, Dad, where have you been for the last 2 years? However, the living room is silent, with no one in sight. Heijin looks toward the bathroom. He immediately runs over and opens the door. Dad, where are you? Dad, answer me. The space is silent with no reply. He bows his head in disappointment. Where did Dad go again? Suddenly, Heijin looks over to the other side. On the dining table is a box carefully wrapped in cloth. He stares at the bundle for a moment. Thinking to himself, Dad, if you were coming home, you should have at least met me before leaving again. His father's stern face appears in Heijin's mind. My father is an antique dealer, while my grandfather was a famous archaeologist. And also a man who betrayed his country to the Japanese. Even after we gained independence. He built a fortune by secretly selling national artifacts. When he found out the truth, my father was deeply ashamed. And he decided to dedicate his entire life to making amends for that sin. Not long after my grandfather passed away, my father traveled the world. To recover the cultural assets that my grandfather had sold, along with other assets that were illegally taken out of the country. And everything he found was donated to the state. In return, he lost the wealth he once had. My family lived in a cramped house with very simple living conditions. But my father did not stop there. Even after losing everything he owned. Even after my mother died and his health began to decline. Dad was still immersed in his mission. Many of our ancestors' artifacts are still out there and need to be recovered. For a long time, I could not understand him. Even through high school, I still could not understand it. Why did Dad have to live a life like that? But I could not help feeling frustrated with him. When I was young, I was the sole breadwinner of the family, and because of that, I had to drop out of school. However, that does not matter anymore. I just wish Dad would come back. And we could all be reunited once again. While lost in thought, Heijin suddenly feels like the box is glowing. He lowers his hands, looks closely, and exclaims, "What is this?" There is light coming from the box. He immediately sits down on a chair, thinking, I wonder what is inside. Heijin quickly removes the cloth. And picks up the box. As soon as the lid is opened, the light radiates even more brilliantly. He looks at this bell and finds it a bit familiar. I have definitely seen this somewhere before. Heijin places his hand on the treasure. Immediately, a surge of light bursts forth violently, covering the entire space in an instant. Heijin does not understand what is happening for a moment. His eyes are filled with terror. Heijin's body suddenly floats up into the air. The brilliant light shines through the window. And a moment later, it vanishes. The box falls to the floor with a clack. The bell falls out, emitting a thin, gentle mist that rises up. Heijin looks at his two palms, wondering, what the hell was that? He has an incredibly strange feeling, sweat pouring down his face. Suddenly, Heijin feels as if someone is supporting him from behind. A girl appears out of nowhere and hugs him tightly. A beautiful face, rosy lips, eyes closed dreamily. She is a true beauty. Heijin wonders, what on earth is going on? He suddenly falls to the ground with a thud. What was that feeling just now? Why did I suddenly fall unconscious like that? He sits up, gently rubbing his face and complaining, seriously, my head. Heijin recalls what just happened. It started from the moment the box glowed. I touched the strange bell. And a burst of light filled the room. Countless ancient scripts appeared, carrying a mystical aura. And then I fell into a vague void. Clearly, someone was holding me. And whispering strange sounds into my ear. However, right now, there is no one else besides Heijin. He looks at the bell lying on the floor. Its color has turned dull gray, no longer having its previous luster. Heijin picks it up to examine it and is surprised. It changed color like that. It was still beautiful yesterday though. Could I have misseen it? He knows that the bell is a unique artifact from ancient times on the Korean peninsula. Its purpose has not been clearly verified. But it is believed to be a tool used by shamans to summon spirits and borrow the power of heaven and earth. Heijin stands up, goes into the bathroom, and turns on the faucet, thinking to himself, now I am sure Dad came back yesterday. He splashes water on his face to wake himself up. Then he wonders, if Dad came back, why did not he see me, and why did he only leave this? Just then, his phone suddenly vibrates. Heijin looks at the screen. It is his boss calling. But today is my day off. He immediately picks up, hello boss. A deep voice speaks from the other end, I am sorry. Scene change. The construction site is located in a rather deserted place. Heijin walks to the equipment area. Seeing a man waiting there, he calls out, boss. Old man Kim exclaims, ah, here you are, Heijin. Heijin asks worriedly, what do you mean, boss? Why is the construction suddenly suspended during this time? He takes a puff of his cigarette and replies, it is just a small problem. Let us go inside and talk. Old man Kim uses his foot to crush the cigarette, but the owner must have gone somewhere. The two of them go inside a temporary container to wait. Old man Kim explains, the owner of this land must be out. Just wait a bit longer and he will be back. Heijin replies briefly, yes. Seeing him suddenly reach out to lift a cloth covering the table, Heijin asks curiously, boss, these must be. Old man Kim says with a mysterious voice, actually, I was not going to tell anyone about these. When the cloth is pulled back, Heijin is a bit surprised. On the table are several old ceramic items. A large jar has a very eye-catching pattern. Old man Kim explains, but we happened to find these while digging the foundation for the parking lot. Heijin asks seriously, boss, did you report this to the Cultural Heritage Administration yet? Old man Kim guesses, it seems he has no intention of doing that. Do you think the landowner would give up just because of a few pieces of white porcelain, after spending all that money on this construction? But if they are valuable, you could sell them for a lot of money. He pats Heijin on the shoulder and grins, by the way, I heard you know a bit about these kinds of things, right? He replies, yes, a little. Only then does old man Kim reveal his cards. The landowner is looking for someone to appraise them. That is why I called you. Heijin asks bluntly, so he decided to split the money with you. He does not hide it either, well, since I am the one who found them, and he needs me to keep it a secret. If you do a good job, I will definitely pay you extra for your hard work. Heijin picks up the jar to examine it for a moment. Then he calmly says, this looks like red glazed porcelain. Old man Kim exclaims, red glazed. He explains in more detail, it is created by applying a dye called cinnabar, glazing it, and putting it in a kiln, and then it turns red like this. The man asks curiously, so how old is it? Heijin guesses, the history of red glazed porcelain changed from the Goryeo dynasty to the Joseon dynasty, but... Do you see this plum blossom tree, boss? It was mainly used after the 18th century. Old man Kim gently touches the pattern on the jar. Actually, he has no idea where its value lies. Heijin smiles slightly. He places the jar back on the table and calculates, well, if my guess is right, if he gives it to an antique dealer, he could get about 5 to 10 million won. Though he could get even more if he sold it at an auction. Just as Heijin says this, the door opens. Old man Kim sees the newcomer and exclaims, you are back, sir. The landowner sees Heijin and asks sternly, Manager Kim, who is that young man? Old man Kim hurriedly introduces him, ah, he is the one I told you about before. He is currently working for me. Then he turns to Heijin, say hello. He is the owner of this land. He immediately bows politely, hello sir. The landowner looks at him with a wary gaze. His attitude is so unpleasant that old man Kim has to look back at Heijin, thinking, is there something wrong with this kid? The man walking behind the landowner has his eyes glued to the artifacts on the table. The landowner lets out a sigh. Then he says, it is good that he came, but he can leave now. Old man Kim is startled and exclaims, what? But sir, he just finished the appraisal. The landowner warns loudly, this is not a joke. What am I supposed to do with a wet behind the ears brat? This is Mr.
Kim Cheo-sang.
He is the chairman of the famous Cheon Se appraisal board in Insadong. Cheol-sang slowly steps forward. He goes to the table, looks over the ceramics, and says calmly, let us see. Cheol-sang places his hand on the plum blossom jar and chuckles. You do not need to worry about the Cultural Heritage Administration. Because these are just fakes. Hearing this, Heijin is deeply shocked. What? He picks up the jar and points out, do you see the bottom of this white porcelain? It is signed Park, but artisans would not carve their signatures on Joseon white porcelain. Since ancient times, it was a virtue of Joseon artisans not to reveal their names. Hearing this, Heijin shouts loudly, stop talking nonsense. Cheol-sang turns around in surprise and exclaims, what? He questions him, you know that is ridiculous. How can you call authentic items fakes? Cheol-sang interrogates him, where did you learn that from, excuse me? I heard you are working at this construction site. So, what school did you go to?
Haechin momentary lyfriitses.
It is true he has not had formal schooling in the field of antiques. Cheol-sang sneers, what do you know to judge an expert's words, you stupid brat? Hae-jin is speechless, only able to say the word I before falling silent. Then he turns to the landowner, Senior, do I still have to listen to this? Because you are a friend of my father-in-law, I even took some of my break time to come here for this appraisal. What does an ordinary construction worker know to butt in like this? The landowner cringes and says, that is right. He grabs Hae-jin's hand and points to the door, get out, old man Kim exclaims, Senior. The landowner yells, didn't you hear me? An ordinary laborer like you, what do you know to stick your nose into other people's business like this? Hae-jin immediately shakes off his hand and says, I understand. I will leave. He curses inwardly, damn it. He takes his phone out of his pocket, but before that. Cheol-sang sees this and wonders, now what, are you going to look for something, honestly, kids these days? He turns to the landowner, anyway, it is such a pity, Senior. At this point, Hae-jin suddenly replies, I am not looking for anything. I am just checking my balance. All the white porcelain pieces on the table here. Cheol-sang is incredibly surprised. Hae-jin says sternly, I will buy each of them for 1 million won. His gaze is incredibly firm, not looking like he is joking. Seeing everyone silent, Hae-jin asks again, 10 million won is enough, right? The landowner can't believe it. He stammers, 10 million. Old man Kim asks worriedly, where would you get that much money, Hae-jin? Hae-jin holds his phone in front of his face so he can see clearly. Then he says to the landowner, if you want, I can transfer the money right now. Of course, I will have to trouble you to write a bill of sale. With such a large amount of money, the landowner quickly agrees, a brat like you dares. Fine, I have no reason to refuse money. Cheol-sang suddenly speaks up, but Senior. The landowner asks back, what is it? He replies, for him to suddenly decide like this. Hae-jin sneers, is there something wrong with that? Didn't you say they are all fakes, isn't selling those items for 1 million won each a great deal? Or are you going to say, I am not sure anymore, famous appraiser from Insadong? Cheol-sang glares at him and stays silent. The landowner quickly orders, hey manager Kim, bring me a pen and paper. Old man Kim hesitantly replies, I am sorry. Shouldn't we look into this further? However, the landowner immediately goes to the desk, snaping, stop talking nonsense and do what I told you. Cheol-sang follows behind trying to stop him, but Senior, Hae-jin glances at the large jar on the table. In his heart, he affirms, that can't be fake. Because I have seen so many and learned countless things from Dad since I was a child. My appraisal and my father's teachings can never be wrong. Why would he say they are fakes? An antique dealer would never say such things. Could it be? Suddenly, a strange voice rings in his ear. Hae-jin looks around searching. Old man Kim sees his confused expression and asks, what is wrong? Hae-jin's voice sounds surprised. Boss, did not you just hear a bell ringing? Old man Kim answers, I did not hear anything. Suddenly, the landowner calls out loudly, Manager Kim, bring the ink here so I can stamp this. He hurriedly replies, yes sir. Hae-jin feels that strange sound ringing again. The expressions of the people in the room have not changed. He thinks to himself, again, they can't hear it. Hae-jin's body now emits a mist carrying a pale blue light. The shamaness appears, her long black hair floating in the air. She whispers in his ear, let me make him tell the truth. The shaman takes his hand and raises it high. Hae-jin follows unconsciously without resisting. She whispers incantations that he cannot understand.
Haechin listen skarefully.
Suddenly, a magic circle appears from his finger. He points his finger toward the landowner. He suddenly looks toward Hae-jin. Seeing his pointing gesture, the landowner thinks he is being rude and immediately shoves the paper against Hae-jin's chest, shouting, you insolent brat, who do you think you are pointing at? He feels strange and thinks, just now my hand. The landowner is still scolding him, stop staring, now transfer the money and sign this transfer form you idiot. Hae-jin bows and replies, I understand. He picks up his phone and performs a few actions. A system notification pops up, recipient Chongpeng Bank, you have transferred 10 million won. Heijin holds his phone screen in front of his face and asks, is that enough? He suddenly turns to speak to Cheol Sang, but let me ask you one thing. Why did you lie to them about these being fakes? After hearing Heijin's question, the landowner exclaims, what? He glances at old man Kim. Boss, can I borrow a box? He immediately replies, sure, coming right up. The landowner frowns and questions, what nonsense are you talking about? Cheol Sang no longer hides it. He smirks and replies, that way. I can steal these items from this old fool. Cheol Sang's body now seems to be controlled. Behind his back, a strange blue light radiates. The landowner truly cannot understand what is happening. He cries out, what are you saying? Does that mean these are not fakes? Cheol Sang says slowly, fakes. Did you really think that was true? Heijin quickly goes to the table to wrap the antiques in paper. Cheol Sang continues, with just one look, even you could tell those are all rare items. The landowner stands stunned, what the hell? Hearing this, Heijin asks, you must have lied so you could steal them later, right? Cheol Sang immediately admits, of course. How much could I get for this haul? And an old fox like him does not deserve to have this pile. As soon as he finishes speaking, he returns to his normal state. Cheol Sang is panicked by the things he just said. The landowner grits his teeth and shouts, you bastard. Cheol Sang trembles, trying to explain, senior. But the landowner does not give him any chance. He grabs him by the collar and roars, you cheating bastard. Heijin says gently, it is done. I am leaving. Boss, thanks for the box. With that, he quickly carries the large box away. The landowner hurriedly calls after him, young man, wait. Cheol Sang cries out with difficulty, senior, I can't breathe. Heijin bows his head in farewell, have a good day. The landowner pleads, young man, let us talk. He lets go of Cheol Sang and runs after him, please. However, Heijin did not stop. He quickly left the construction site. The streets were crowded with vehicles and bustling with people passing by. Heijin sat in a taxi, lost in thought. Regarding what had happened earlier. Someone had clearly taken his hand. And performed some kind of strange magic. I must have done something. I really do not know what it was. But I made that person tell the truth. At that time, the woman told me it was heavenly talisman magic. It has been bestowed upon you. If what that woman said is true, making others speak the truth is not the only thing I am capable of. Whatever it is, I should settle these items first and think about it later. The taxi stopped, and Heijin carried the box of items down to the sidewalk. He looked at the modern building before him and thought, the best auction house in Korea right now. Insadong, Daehan Auction House. Heijin felt a bit nervous, sweat trickling down his cheeks. In Korea, besides trading antiques in Insadong, there are two other ways to acquire authentic artifacts. One is through middleman brokers. Alongside legal trades, there are also smuggling cases and illegal excavations, driven by people who want to own artifacts at any cost. There are big shots and powerful figures interested in these relics. These people hire brokers to satisfy their hunger for antiques. The second way is through auction companies. There, only a few auctions with verified prestige and reliability catch the attention of the big players. Heijin looked up and thought, this is my first time at the Daehan auction headquarters. My father always handled the deals himself. Carrying the box, he quickly headed up the stairs. Heijin's footsteps moved slowly up the staircase. Suddenly, a tremor occurred, causing him to lose his balance. A hand from behind quickly reached out. Thanks to that person catching him, Heijin did not fall. He looked back suspiciously. The girl who helped him was Unhai. Heijin politely bowed to show his gratitude, thank you. Unhai even checked on him carefully, are you okay? Her beautiful appearance made Heijin's heart skip a beat. The voices of some passers-by suddenly pulled him back to reality. I am going this way, yes. Unhai gently suggested, your face is pale. You should sit here and rest for a bit, it will help. Then she waved goodbye and left with a smile, take care. Heijin blushed again out of embarrassment, yes, thank you. He stood there silently watching Unhai's departing figure. Heijin could only think infatuatedly, she is so beautiful. It is the first time I have seen someone that pretty. Now he suddenly remembered the incident, just now the dizziness, and how his body had suddenly turned cold and his head spun. Heijin started to associate it with that shamanis. Looking at his hand, he felt skeptical and suspicious. It must be that thing, the power to make others tell the truth. Is my body reacting to it? I do not know what it is, but I can truly feel something strange. Scene change. Looking at an exquisite ceramic vase on the table, someone was constantly praising it, truly a rare treasure. This girl was Jin Eun-suk, an appraiser for Daehan auction. She gave a serious assessment. We can put this up in the next auction session. I will sign the certificate of authenticity. Eun-suk enthusiastically offered more advice. Do you have any more questions? Jin calmly replied, oh no, that is fine. His calm attitude made Eun-suk suspicious. That is strange. Normally, before an auction, customers ask me a lot about the starting price and how much money they can get back. Without a worry, Jin honestly stated, what, it is the real deal, so it should fetch an amount consistent with its value, right? Hearing this, Eun-suk just smiled and nodded. That is a wise question. Jin cheerfully added, actually, I thought I would be the one getting a lot of questions, like where did you get these items, or are they really your property? Maintaining her professional demeanor, Eun-suk skillfully emphasized, sir, this is Daehan auction. She replied implicitly, if there is an antique that even a Daehan expert like me does not recognize, there is absolutely no way you could have stolen it. Jin quickly sensed something about Eun-suk. She was very confident. Glancing at the ceramic vase, he silently evaluated her. Does she know everything about white porcelain in the world? Finally, Jin politely concluded the appraisal process. Thank you for helping me with this first transaction. Eun-suk also stood up, courteously completing the customer greeting. I hope you trust us and continue to work with Daehan auction if we have the chance to cooperate again in the future. She carefully reminded him, the first transaction will be processed with an 8% fee. He smiled happily and agreed immediately, I am satisfied with that fee. Eun-suk enthusiastically suggested, I hope for more opportunities to work with you. By the way, since you are already here, would you like to visit the exhibition room on the second floor? She even kindly offered to lead him personally. If you do not mind, I can accompany you. Being a bit shy, he quickly declined, oh no, that would be too much trouble for you. Jin smiled excitedly, I can go by myself. Following Eun-suk's suggestion, he quickly went to visit the second floor. While walking leisurely, Jin looked around. There were many strange things here. Suddenly, a heated argument echoed from afar. What did you just say? Jin also quickly noticed it. Nearby, a group of 3 people was standing together, everyone's face looking extremely serious. Unhai spoke up decisively. Are you saying I am tactless? With a quick glance, Jin recognized her immediately, that person. Yi-rin haughtily countered Unhai's logic. What do you think my family has so much money for? Do you think I just spread money on the floor to look at it? Official introduction. This is Song Yi-rin, the granddaughter of the Yuzeong Company chairman. I was going to let this slide, but... Accompanied by Young Dae-hyun, an antique appraiser. She was arguing with Unhai over an exquisite Buddha statue. You say this is worth tens of billions. While being stupid is not a sin, I can't stand such foolish words. Unhai coldly maintained her firm stance. Do you have any basis for such vague claims? Yi-rin smiled and signaled her appraiser, Manager Young. Dae-hyun quickly stepped beside the statue. With his professional eye, he firmly gave his assessment. This is not a Ming Dynasty Buddha statue. The color is too glossy. Dae-hyun determinedly continued. Its structure lacks bilateral balance. The edges are scratched, and many parts are a bit crude. This was their way of intentionally lowballing Unhai. In my opinion, that thing is worth about 1 billion. Tens of billions is just absurd. Yi-rin provokingly gloated. Did you hear that clearly? She bluntly criticized Unhai. Because of that eye of yours, many people are being deceived. Furthermore, Yi-rin acted superior and disparagingly said, honestly, every time I see people like this. Suddenly, Jin approached and spoke sternly, now I am getting annoyed. As soon as she saw him, Yi-rin shouted arrogantly, is he your accomplice? Without bothering to explain, Jin coldly emphasized, I am not an accomplice, and I have no right to interfere but... He used Yi-rin's own words against her, I can't stand the stupid words coming from the two of you. Dae-hyun angrily retorted, how arrogant. I do not know who you are, but you can't just say whatever you want. Jin seriously affirmed, I am not an arrogant man. Suddenly, his eyes showed intense fluctuations. Jin could feel the shamanist power surging, again. Looking toward Unhai, he silently told himself, the power to make others speak the truth. Even Yi-rin and Dae-hyun were coming under his appraisal. She suddenly spoke up in denial, no, it is not that. Noticing something unusual from the Buddha statue, Jin quickly stepped closer, this is. He placed his hand directly on the protective glass. His appraisal ability suddenly unleashed a violent power. A blinding light appeared out of nowhere, forcing Heijin to squint his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself floating in the sky. Below him was the Ming dynasty in the Sichuan region. Returning to reality, Heijin's soul was actually out of his body, and he could see his own physical self. He was so stunned he broke into a sweat. What is happening to me, could it be? An out-of-body experience. A flash of light made his eyes widen in shock that is. The out-of-body experience was surreal. His head felt light as if he were in the clouds. This was an image of China centuries ago. Heijin was still trying to understand the issue. Is this a hallucination caused by the artifact? He suddenly realized the shamaness had been standing there watching him for a long time, looking quite happy. Heijin suspiciously questioned her. It seems you have been waiting for this moment for a long time. The shamaness' silence left him momentarily stunned. Finally, she spoke calmly. To be exact, I have been waiting for you more than this moment. It seems you have a lot to ask. Outside, Yi Rin was berating Heijin. Stop it, sir. Don't talk to that tactless guy anymore. He is just shouting and now trying to find excuses to save face. She kept mocking Unhai, acting like a hero and now being embarrassed. That is exactly how it is. Suddenly, Heijin cut into the conversation. What exactly is this thing? With a determined expression, he decisively declared, I will tell you all. The story took place during the Ming dynasty, at a time when war due to foreign invasion was at its most intense. In one of the most powerful families in Sichuan, the Wu family. During his soul projection, he was led by the shamaness to tour the origins. The 8-beaded shaman bell left by your father starts from here. Heijin suspiciously questioned the shamaness. Earlier you said to follow you and help you, and that I had no right to refuse. After a while he lost his patience. Hey, if you told me to follow you, you should at least tell me where we are going. The shamaness did not answer but slowly walked straight into the room ahead. Heijin followed her inside. An aggrieved voice echoed, I can't. In the room, a young man was pleading desperately, please father, let me go. Back then, Song was a man who loved his family deeply. His wife had died early, so he cherished his only son Min. But Min was an extremely chivalrous person. He wanted to go to the battlefield to fight against the invaders. Eventually, Min ignored Song's advice and set off for the battlefield. Ever since Min left, the father's spirit plummeted. Every day, Song prayed for his son's safety. That scene was observed closely and silently by Heijin and the shamaness. But one day, an old monk came to Song's house to beg for alms and said, looking toward his peach tree, the monk spoke implicitly, looking at that diseased peach tree, I see that no matter how much you pray, those prayers will be in vain. The monk calmly explained that the image of the dying peach tree implied that seeds could no longer be sown. Hearing that, Song asked the monk how to save his son with a desperate face. The monk said, find Khotan jade, a precious type of jade that only grows in the Kunlun mountains. Seek it out, carve a Buddha statue, and offer that statue to the temple along with your most valuable treasures. Shortly after, Heijin and the shamaness were floating among high mountains. Who is that? That is Song. Before them, Song's face was flushed red from the freezing snow. Is that Song? Heijin looked at him, unable to believe his eyes. He entered this blizzard directly without any servants to protect him. How could that be? The sound of metal clashing rang out piercingly. The shamaness replied calmly, to save his son. Her gaze did not leave Song. That is the resilience of a parent. Because of that, he found that jade. Finally, he found the precious jade block. Song cherished the jade in his hands. Returning to the present, Heijin's slow narration continued. Song succeeded in mining the jade. He made the Buddha statue, placed his wife's precious jade ring inside, and offered it to the temple. Everyone present focused their attention on him. Thanks to Song's efforts, Min was able to return safely. He glanced at the 8-beaded shaman bell statue behind him. This is not merely a Buddha statue made of jade. Heijin affirmed sternly, this is a precious relic that embodies the heart and resilience of parents for their children. Not far away, Daehyun frowned and listened. The more precious things are, the harder it is to know their exact value if you only look at them hastily. Unhai widened her eyes at Heijin. Therefore, even a price of tens of billions is not worthy of this Buddha statue. Suddenly, a shrill shout rang out, do you have anything to prove it? Yi Rin's face turned red with anger. She cleared her throat and shouted, don't you think that is absurd? In contrast, Heijin only replied calmly, I am Park Heijin. However, Dae-hyun and Yi-rin rudely left. See you later for sure. Seeing that, Hae-jin slowly turned his back. The shamaness appeared. Seeing her, he was a bit surprised. Find them and return them to where they belong. The shamaness smiled at Hae-jin, the 3 heavenly seals. With that, she used magic to leave. Wait. Hae-jin reached out his hand into the air. He wondered to himself, are the 3 heavenly seals she mentioned a bronze sword, a mirror, and this shaman bell? Suddenly, Unhai approached from behind and called out softly, "Excuse me." Unhai said sincerely, "Thank you for helping me earlier." Hae-jin shyly rubbed his hair. "Oh, it was nothing. I just could not sit still and listen to them slander that Jade Buddha statue." He glanced at the 8-beaded shaman bell in the glass case and thought, honestly, I did not even know that legend until I used magic. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, so now. Unhai smiled and suggested, "Let us go eat together." Outside the Hwanjin building, constant shouting rang out, "This is so embarrassing." Yi-rin pointed directly at Dae-hyun and shouted, "Do you have nothing to say to me, Manager Jung? I am so humiliated because of you." In contrast, Dae-hyun listened in silence. "Normally, next to my grandfather, you are so confident like you know everything. You did not even know what that book Miraculous Account of the Tales of the World was." Suddenly, he curled his lips and said, "I have never heard of that book." Dae-hyun calmly explained, "There is a book called A New Account of the Tales of the World, but as for Miraculous Account of the Tales of the World, that talks about that Buddha statue. Today was the first time I heard of it." Hearing that, Yi-rin softened a bit but asked suspiciously, "Wait, so is that a true story, but why?" Dae-hyun turned his back to her and replied thoughtfully, "In that situation, I did not know if that book was real or not, so I did not know what to say." As he spoke, he recalled the Buddha statue from earlier. The important thing is that the back of the jade statue had traces of being hollowed out and patched up. When he discovered that, I considered myself beaten. Dae-hyun thought of Hae-jin and could not help but praise, he has quite a good head on his shoulders. I lost this round to him. Seeing him leave, Yi-rin arrogantly said, "It does not matter if you win or lose. What matters is my loss of face to that girl." Dae-hyun did not turn back and replied leisurely, "Young lady, you are also at fault." Dae-hyun recalled the scene earlier. "You acted so conspicuously that the young man stood up to show off. But if you had not done that, I would not have known about the existence of that miraculous book." Suddenly, he turned back and replied implicitly, "Because I am an appraisal expert, but most people are foolish and easily agitated, they only believe what they want to believe." Dae-hyun's eyes sharpened as he spoke in a low voice. "In their eyes, you were a villain who deserved to be scolded. If I had tried to argue back, it would have only made both of us look ugly." Yi-rin's face turned pale as she listened. "I do not want this reaching your grandfather's ears." She pursed her lips, listening to Dae-hyun's lecture. "Even if your pride is hurt, remember that there are times when you deserve to be treated like that." With that, he walked away step by step. "This is an opportunity for you to learn how to restrain your emotions." At a restaurant with large glass windows overlooking the city, Hae-jin and Unhai were sitting opposite each other at a table near the window. Unhai started cutting her steak and enjoyed it slowly. The waiter continued to bring out a dessert with extremely attractive presentation. Unhai was the first to speak. "What do you think, is it good?" Hae-jin politely replied, "Yes, it is very delicious." Unhai smiled, "Good. I am glad you like it." She gently stirred the coffee in front of her and slowly explained, "Actually, it is a bit rude, but when I meet someone for the first time, I have to find out what kind of person they are. That is just how I am." Unhai looked at Hae-jin. "So would you allow me to ask a few more questions?" He accepted while chewing. "Yes, go ahead." With his permission, Unhai probed what she was wondering about. "I see you are very knowledgeable about antiques. I am curious about your profession." Looking at Hae-jin's expression, Unhai felt that she should not have done that. He did give me permission to ask, but thinking back to how he helped me earlier, I am being a bit impolite now. Hae-jin hesitated for a moment. "You might not believe it, but I am just an ordinary construction worker." "What?" Unhai could not believe her ears. A construction worker who knows so much about antiques. She recalled that the person earlier was one of the top antique experts in Korea. Hae-jin replied to her flatly, "Is that so?" Unhai did not want things to get more awkward. She smiled gently. "Look at you, you have no expression at all. Even my grandfather has to respect old man Jung's opinions regarding antiques." Hae-jin put a forkful into his mouth. "To be honest, Before he could finish, he was interrupted. "I have taken an interest in you, Mr.
Hae-jin.
Unhai looked at Jin with sparkling eyes, unable to hide her smile. Her intense gaze made Jin feel shy. He froze. And even dropped the fork he was holding in his mouth. Unhai saw this and burst out laughing. Haha, do not be scared. I am not flirting with you. Jin tried to regain his composure by drinking water. Haha, I am not the type to be easily swayed by someone just because of their appearance either. Unhai was surprised. Oh, she took the chance to tease him. So you were saying I am beautiful? Well, thank you. Jin wiped his mouth, his face red with embarrassment. You wanted to say something else, did not you? No longer teasing Jin, Unhai started another story. Do you know Xian Gallery? Jin seemed to recognize it. Oh, you mean the gallery in Bukshan village. Unhai presented a business card and introduced herself further. Ah, that is right. Actually, I am my grandfather's heir and currently manage it. Jin held the business card and wondered, managing a gallery, just how rich is she? He looked up with a slight smile. Art gallery manager. I am quite envious of you. But Unhai looked a bit moody when mentioning this. To outsiders, it looks that way, but I am actually very tired of this job. She recalled Yi Rin's malicious words. Because of that eye of yours, you are easily deceived. Unhai expressed, you heard what she said earlier. She said I am gullible. She held the coffee cup with both hands, her voice serious. I can comfort myself that being cheated out of money is fine, but if this keeps happening, I have to find a way to fix it. Unhai looked at Jin with eyes full of determination. She began to state her true purpose for meeting Jin. Therefore, I know it is rude, but could I ask you to be my appraisal expert? Unhai immediately tried to persuade him. Think of it as me recruiting talent. In this urgent situation, I just want to offer a condition without waiting for her to finish. Jin refused. I am sorry, but this is a bit difficult for me. His smile gradually changed, and the words seemed hard to speak. Unhai was puzzled by his quick decision. Huh, you have not even heard my conditions yet. May I ask why you refused? Jin answered lightheartedly. Inherently, my dream is just to be a free-spirited wanderer. His voice held a hint of laziness. Still, if you ever need help with something, contact me privately. I will help you then. He continued, as a freelancer, but his words were cut off. I guess I really was being too arrogant, she said. I did not expect to be rejected immediately, even before I could state my conditions. Unhai asked again, you said earlier that you were working in the construction industry, right? Jin stroked his chin like an old man. Right now, I am not in a position to be too picky, But staying tied down to a job like that is quite difficult. So. Hearing this, Unhai confidently made her offer, then work for me now, but as a freelancer. Jin happily accepted the invitation this time. Alright, I agree. I won't take orders from anyone except for you, Lady Unhai. The two shook hands to seal the successful deal. Very well, I will be entrusting the work to you. They parted ways after the meal. Jin was exhausted by now, so he went to rent a room at a hotel. He muttered to himself, Xian Gallery. In his hand was her business card. Unhai, Xian Gallery. He stared at the card and thought, some of the antiques my father used to trade with foreign merchants. I have seen them a few times at this Xian Gallery. Jin was looking in the mirror when the shamaness suddenly appeared, startling him. She asked irritably, don't overreact like that. The shamaness reminded him, you have seen me several times now, and you are still falling all over the place. She approached Jin with a mystical voice, you were perfectly fine and then suddenly fell like that. You gave me a fright. Stopping the jokes, she checked on him, anyway, how are you compared to before, has your energy stabilized? Hearing those words, Jin was a bit confused energy. He slowly realized, now that you mention it, I noticed. My dizziness is gone. Then Jin turned to the shamaness, annoyed, what is this, why are you now? But when he turned around, the shamaness had vanished. Huh, where did she go? Suddenly, he heard her scream, ah, he immediately asked, what is it? The shamaness was standing by the glass window, her hands trembling as she asked, what the hell is this? Why is it like this? She turned back with tears streaming down her face. Why has the world changed so much? Looking at the unfamiliar landscape, the shamaness asked again, is this truly the Korean peninsula? How can I find the 3 heavenly seals here? Sob sob. Her trembling hand pointed at a plane soaring high in the sky, and that strange thing, what on earth is it? How dare it fly across the sacred sky like that? Jin immediately tried to calm her down. Calm down. She was panicking. Calm down. How can something like this happen? Heijin lost his patience and shouted, "I told you to calm down." Then he lowered his voice and began to explain, "Hundreds of years have passed, so things have to change. Just take it slow, and I will explain everything to you eventually." Heijin asked, "First of all, please tell me what you were going to say." The shamaness had calmed down. "I should introduce myself properly first." She seriously introduced herself. "I am the girl who was sealed within the 8-beaded shaman bell. After hundreds of years, you are the one who woke me. I am a priestess." Heijin seemed confused. The shamaness perceptively noticed, "Do you understand what I am saying? I might be speaking a bit too fast." He scratched his head honestly. "I really do not understand anything." The shamaness was helpless. She got straight to the point. "It seems you know about the 3 heavenly seals, right?" Heijin understood this. "Yes, I know." The shamaness slowly explained more about them. The 3 heavenly seals are 3 treasures that bless the prosperity and development of the entire Korean peninsula. They consist of a bronze mirror, a bronze sword, and the 8-beaded shaman bell. She recalled, "Where I lived in the past, Sodo, was the place where those 3 treasures were kept." The shamaness carried a noble mission as a priestess governing that sacred land. However, while I was alive, enemies attacked. They killed all the priestesses of Sodo. In that massacre, I was one of the priestesses who sacrificed her life in the battle. The moment I closed my eyes, my soul was sealed within the 8-beaded shaman bell. And now, I am standing before you like this. The shamaness' tone deepened as she stated her wish. "My only wish is to soon collect all of the 3 heavenly seals that are still scattered somewhere in this world." She promised, "I will provide my powers to you until this is done." Then she pleaded with Heijin, "Please help me once more. Please." Heijin cried for a moment at the touching story before realizing, "But why do not I feel dizzy anymore?" The shamaness explained, "Oh, if there is a mirror nearby, you can talk to me without consuming any energy." After talking for a while, Heijin went to shower. While showering, he wondered, "I said I would help her, but I still feel like something is strange." Heijin stood under the showerhead thinking, "If I can recover the artifacts stolen from our ancestors." He pondered for a moment. Then he formed a hypothesis. If my father is still out there working hard on his mission to find these relics. Heijin concluded his thought, then this is not exactly a bad deal for me. Something made Heijin jump. He was standing in front of the mirror, so the shamaness appeared. She exclaimed, "Oh my god." The shamaness immediately vanished, leaving Heijin with a face as red as a boiled lobster. He shouted colorful words that echoed through the entire building. In another neighborhood with ancient-style houses, a pair of leather shoes walked firmly on the brick pavement. The person was carrying a mysterious bag on their back. He walked to a house and stopped. Stepping inside, under a dim light, was a man already sitting there waiting. That person was an antique shop owner. He looked at the newcomer with a smug face. The other person stepped outside and reported over the phone, "I have delivered the painting." The person on the other end replied, "Yes, good work." And the person receiving that report was Dae-hyun. He took off his glasses, a sinister smile on his lips. Dae-hyun picked up a glass of wine, his gaze sharp,
Manhwa painting.
Back to Heijin. The next day, he left the hotel and rented a reasonably priced apartment. He said excitedly, "Everything is packed and settled." Heijin wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. He was doing this because he wanted to start a new journey. Heijin coldly questioned the shamaness. "Why do you appear without me sensing anything?" She replied nonchalantly, "You really can't feel anything." Suddenly, the phone in Heijin's pocket vibrated. It was a call. He answered immediately and responded to the caller, "Hello, today, okay, I got it." Then he reached for his jacket hanging on a chair. Before leaving, Heijin excitedly told the shamaness, "I know where to start." Hearing that, she asked in surprise, "What?" Heijin just smiled and walked out of the house. Scene change, see an art gallery. The shamaness also followed Heijin there. Glancing around, he spoke carefully, "But I should look around first." He even warned the shamaness, "I am going in to check. Do not use up all my energy, okay?" The vase in front of him made Heijin very curious. This is. A memory from the past suddenly came back to him. Clearly, this was an object he had seen before. In a wooden box, there was indeed a vase identical to the one the museum was displaying. Childhood memories unconsciously made Heijin feel nostalgic, back when I was in China with Dad. Noticing he was there, Unhai warmly welcomed him. "That is one of my grandfather's favorite treasures." Her eyes held a hint of sadness. It turned out Unhai was also thinking about her loved one. Now that he is gone, he is no longer here with me. What she missed most was always the kind smile of her respected grandfather. And the happiness of having him stroke her head. Sometimes, when I miss him. Unhai shared her feelings thoughtfully. I look at the objects he loved while he was alive. Her cheeks flushed with emotion. Just looking at them, I feel as if he is right beside me, talking to me. After hearing this, Heijin spoke softly. I know why your grandfather liked you, Miss Unhai. She just laughed and replied, is that so? Unhai enthusiastically welcomed him. Is it too late to say hello? Thank you for coming. She personally suggested to Heijin, let us go into the office to discuss the details further. Once inside, Unhai prepared 2 cups of hot coffee for her guest. Heijin opened the conversation. I am curious about something. Without hesitation, Unhai immediately focused. Yes, please go ahead and ask. Heijin directly stated his curiosity. It seems that the items displayed at each exhibition. Not all of them are kept by the gallery afterward, right? How are they handled then? Unhai quickly answered. Many people buy them back through the association. That title sounded a bit strange to Heijin. What association? Unhai continued enthusiastically. There is an association called Wajin. My cousin is the vice chairman of that association. This information surprised Heijin somewhat. His view of Unhai changed instantly. I only thought this girl was the daughter of an ordinary tycoon, but I did not expect it to be the top power group in Korea. He nodded in admiration. Truly an admirable family. To avoid misunderstanding, Unhai continued to explain, to be serious, we have nothing to do with the Wajin group. We even only own 1% of the shares. Therefore, the family. She began to pour her heart out. No, if they keep seeing me make continuous mistakes like this, it will be very hard for me to keep this position. Her conclusion held a hint of bitterness. In the end, something bad will happen. Unhai disappointedly admitted her own mistake. Because I was tricked into buying fakes, I now do not have enough items for the upcoming exhibition. She continued explaining, about 70% of the items are usually brought in from the auction house. In front of Heijin, Unhai did not hide any information at all. The remaining 30% are taken from Insadong. She shared honestly, in Insadong I can get good things at very low prices, but in return, sometimes they are fakes, so I feel anxious every time I make a transaction. Hearing this, Heijin seemed to understand immediately. That is why you said you needed my help. Unhai nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is right. With absolute sincerity, she directly asked Heijin, will you help me? Placing the coffee cup on the table, he thought to himself, in Insadong huh? Without hesitation, Heijin decisively declared, of course. Leave it to me. The next day, the sky was clear blue with bright sunshine. Sitting in the car, Unhai gently asked Heijin, do you often visit Insadong? He answered honestly, I used to go there often, but not lately. Hearing that, Unhai just nodded I see. Stepping out of the car first, she added excitedly, this place has changed a lot. Heijin quickly understood why, because this place is often visited by foreign tourists. It has become much brighter, has not it? Walking together on the street, Unhai whispered a confession, I liked the old scenery better. Finally, she concluded in a low voice, but as time passes, the way of life must change too. Unhai led Heijin to a nearby shop, over here. Picking up an item to examine it, Heijin blurted out, it seems this place sells souvenirs more than it is an antique shop. Unhai did not deny it, I thought so too at first. Continuing to observe the display shelves, she whispered to Heijin, but the owner of this place came all the way to my gallery and said that if I was interested I should come here. The antique shop owner quickly came out to greet them, are you two looking for something? Seeing him, Unhai politely introduced herself, hello sir. I am Unhai, the manager of Cian Gallery. I believe we have met at the gallery before, right? The shop owner looked curiously at Heijin, and who is that? Unhai gently replied, oh this is my appraiser. The owner laughed heartily, an appraiser who is so young, and quite tall too. After the greetings, Unhai quickly got to the main point, can I see the goods now? The shop owner directly led them, come this way, I am keeping it in here. A cunning smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. This, of course, did not escape Heijin's sharp eyes. Noticing he seemed strange, Unhai quickly whispered, what is it, is something wrong? Heijin hesitated, oh the thing is I was going to say. But. He continued to voice his thoughts, usually, appraisers of antiques or art are older people. Heijin perceptively noted, everyone knows it takes time to accumulate knowledge, so normally, a seller would not be happy with a young appraiser. Hearing this, Unhai understood the issue. Because a deal cannot be established if a young appraiser makes a wrong judgment calling a real item a fake, yet he was happy to see her just now. She immediately became alert. So you mean he is trying to sell fakes? Heijin intuitively judged. I am not sure. Looking inside, he calmly followed the plan. Let us just go in and see first. The two of them began to enter the room. The shop owner was rummaging through something in a drawer. With his hands carefully gloved, he pulled out a scroll stained with the color of time. Opening it revealed a painting. Here, take a look. The shop owner spoke excitedly. Do you two know what this is? Heijin's eyes lit up immediately. This is a work depicting a man sitting calmly in a gazebo, looking down at a valley. He quickly concluded, is this Ma Yuan's painting, Plum Blossom Study? His excitement sparked Unhai's curiosity. Heijin continued to ask eagerly, how did you get this? The shop owner proudly recounted the painting's origin. Not long ago, its previous owner came to me and offered to sell it at a reasonable price. Behind Heijin, the shamaness also appeared to follow the appraisal process. When Heijin was young, he had followed his father and encountered Ma Yuan's paintings several times. Seeing his son so interested, Yoon Suk could not hide his joy. Because of that, the optimism in Ma Yuan's paintings, as well as the unique style in his work, were well known to him. Heijin began to silently evaluate the item. I thought a clumsy forgery would not fool my eyes. He soon reached a final conclusion. Just looking from the outside, no one would think this painting was a fake. A calculation began to flash in his eyes. Well then. Placing his hand on the painting, Heijin used his power to verify it once more. Let us try to confirm this. A flickering spark silently appeared on the painting. The shamaness' hand slowly reached out toward Heijin. She hugged him tightly, allowing him to use her power. As expected, Heijin truly saw the owner of this painting. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on his lips. While Unhai was discussing with the shop owner, Heijin was still diligently examining the painting. Unhai stated seriously, no matter how beautiful a painting is, if it is stolen property, it has no value, right? The shop owner firmly guaranteed, yes, of course. The previous owner of this painting was a man named Wang Quang. He suffered heavy losses in his business. He continued the story. Many of his artworks were confiscated by the Triads, a Chinese gang, under the guise of recovering investment money. The shop owner continued enthusiastically. Then, an acquaintance of mine, who was a high-ranking member of the Triads, told me he wanted to sell this painting and use the money to live in Korea. He directly produced a ledger for Unhai to see. This is the certificate of ownership, transferred by the Chinese side. Is this enough evidence? Finally, he firmly set the price. Don't haggle with me, okay, I only need 500 million won. Unhai smiled and commented implicitly, isn't that a steal? This item will certainly attract attention at this exhibition. At the crucial moment, Heijin spoke coldly, that amount would be very cheap. His words made the other two turn to look at him immediately. To their astonishment, Heijin firmly continued, if it were real. The shop owner's eyebrows narrowed instantly. He shouted angrily, are you saying my painting is a fake? Heijin's expression remained cold in the face of his fury. Do you even know what you are saying? Unfazed, he firmly asserted once more, yes, I am certain it is a forgery. At this, Unhai also lost her cool and rushed over to question him. Is it really a fake? Heijin decisively concluded, yes, you can tell by the brushwork. He personally pointed out a few features for Unhai to recognize. The brushstrokes here are rougher and darker than Ma Yuan's actual paintings. In his mind, Heijin thought, if I had not used magic, I would not have discovered this. His eyes silently observed the surrounding situation. He spoke his judgment in a low voice. The one who created such an exquisite forgery must be the Tanjing group. Unhai knew nothing of this name. Who is Tanjing? Heijin explained in detail, a notorious fraud ring across Shanghai. He further pointed out expertly, to be precise, it is a group of professional forgers led by Tanjing. The scene shifted to a deserted room where a man was diligently working on paintings. Heijin's voice continued seriously, the one who painted it is Suijung Pai. He even stated the exact names behind the forged inscriptions. The calligraphy is by Jun Juyan. Heijin revealed the other member as well. The one who forged the seal is Hu Jin. He recounted the entire forgery process in detail. Tangon is the one who aged the painting, and Huang Xiaojun created the frame and borders. The truth was officially exposed by Heijin, and that is how this exquisite forgery was born. Only then did the shop owner speak anxiously. If this really is a forgery by the Tanjing group, then even the National Cultural Heritage Appraisal Board would have trouble distinguishing it. He still defiantly challenged, "Are you that confident in your ability?" Heijin responded nonchalantly, "You seem quite confident yourself." He directly dealt a preemptive blow. "If someone else checks it and concludes it is real, it will be good for you. But what if they check it and conclude it is a fake?" On behalf of Heijin, Unhai personally delivered the conclusion, "At that point, even stepping foot in Insadong will be difficult for you." Not wanting to argue further, she turned and walked away. "Let us go." The appraisal was finished as sunset appeared outside. Sitting in the car, Heijin's body was exhausted. "Every time I do this, I get so tired. I really need to buy my own mirror." The reason he said that was because he could still see the shamaness through the rearview mirror. Suddenly, Unhai spoke hesitantly, "Thank you." She whispered thoughtfully, "If it were not for you, Heijin, I would have been tricked once again." He shrugged to signal not to worry. "I only did what was requested." Heijin joked humorously, "I helped you prevent a 500 million won loss, so I can expect something, right?" Unhai became more cheerful, of course. The two of them headed back together just like that. Before parting, Unhai enthusiastically added, "Tomorrow, if you come to the gallery, I will have a thank you gift for you." Seeing that Heijin did not seem to understand, she hurriedly corrected herself, "Oh no, it is more accurate to call it a reward for the help you gave me." Unhai smiled mischievously and gave Heijin a playful wink. Then she left, leaving him standing there watching her. That sweet wink made Heijin's entire face turn bright red. In a cheerful mood, he returned home as the sunset glowed a deep red. Meanwhile, let us talk about the antique shop owner after the failed transaction. He was frantically calling someone, his head throbbing with a headache. The voice on the other end barked irritably, "I told you not to contact me first." The shop owner did not back down and shouted back angrily, "Then do not put me in a situation where I am forced to call. You said it was absolutely impossible to get caught." The person on the other end sounded confused. "What are you talking about?" The shop owner irritably recounted, "A young appraiser showed up here." He continued resentfully, "And he saw right through it, identifying the painting as a fake. The manager of Cian Gallery mentioned it." The voice on the other end questioned sharply, "What is his name?" The shop owner quickly pointed him out. "That damn appraiser's name is." The name immediately made Dae-hyun freeze. "It is Park Hae-jin. Do you know him?" The shop owner ranted on, "Worse yet, the manager of Cian Gallery said she won't let this slide. She threatened me and left. What am I supposed to do now?" Maintaining his composure, Dae-hyun spoke in a low voice, "Should I calculate all the money you have made thanks to me up until now?" He decided to wash his hands of the responsibility. "You should settle this problem yourself." After hanging up, he whispered to himself in confusion, "How could this be?" The shop owner was still yelling accusations. "You should have told me from the start that they had such a damn appraiser on their side." Dae-hyun lost his patience and cut him off. "It sounds like you do not want to stay in business anymore, do you?" Hearing that, the shop owner could only grit his teeth and endure it. He reluctantly compromised, "No. Fine, I will find a way to fix it." Having received a satisfactory answer, Dae-hyun coldly ended the call. "Good. I am hanging up now." Pouring himself a glass of wine, he could not stop feeling skeptical. Even if it is a fake, if it is a forgery made by Tanjing, Dae-hyun thought to himself, it could still be sold for a very high price due to its exquisite detail. He began to be wary of Hae-jin's abilities. But he knew it was a fake after just one look. Dae-hyun could not sit still and immediately gave an order, "Secretary, hear my command." He demanded in a harsh voice, "Investigate that bastard Park Hae-jin." As for Hae-jin, he was actually out buying a new mirror. After seeing the shamaness reflection appear in the mirror, he praised himself with satisfaction. "I did not miss a single thing in my investigation." The next day at Cian Art Gallery, Unhai invited Hae-jin into the office to talk. "Once again, thank you so much for yesterday." He replied happily, "Don't mention it. I was just doing my job." Checking her watch impatiently, Unhai honestly expressed, "Actually, I wanted to introduce someone to you today, but it seems he is running a bit late." Just as she finished her sentence, a man opened the door and appeared. This was Lee Jong-myung, the head of the Myri Association. His voice rang out, "Are you two already here?" Unhai stood up warmly and began the introductions. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Lee Jong-myung, the head of the Myri Association Cian Gallery's biggest trading partner." She directly revealed, "And he is also my fiancé." Those words left Hae-jin momentarily stunned. "Fiancé?" Jong-myung politely extended his hand. "Hello, I am Lee Jong-myung. I heard you have helped my Unhai a lot. Thank you for that." Hae-jin politely shook his hand. "Hello, I am Park Hae-jin." In his mind, He felt a bit uncomfortable with the other man's phrasing, my Unhai. Still using that exaggerated way of speaking, Jong Myung smiled and continued, my Unhai rarely praises others, but she has had nothing but wonderful things to say about you. She even said you will become her right-hand man. His gaze suddenly turned ice cold. So, I decided I had to meet you once. Though he noticed the shift, Hae-jin intentionally feigned ignorance, thinking is he wary of me, he skillfully replied, right-hand man, I am just a hired hand. As long as I am paid what I expect, that is enough. At this point, Unhai spoke up enthusiastically, why do you say that, is there something you are uneasy about? She continued honestly, if I had known, I would have prepared your fee in advance. I hope I have not disappointed you. Taking advantage of the momentum, Hae-jin began to state his terms. Well then, I will state the conditions I have in mind. He smiled and gently laid down the law, 1% of the appraised value. That is my condition. This condition left Unhai completely astonished. She carefully sought clarification. What if it is not authentic? Without any hesitation, Hae-jin firmly stated, it is the same 1% of the value as if it were authentic. Then he directly gave an exact price. The value of the Plum Blossom study painting is 500 million won. So for this time's fee, I will take 500,000 won. Now, Jong Myung spoke up indignantly, I truly acknowledge your great contribution in helping my fiancé this time, Mr. Hae-jin, but the condition you are offering is too much for us. He countered with the following logic, the appraisal fee at the Drouot Appraisal Center in France is only 0.5%, but that is only if the value of the items is over 152,000 euros. If it is lower than that, the fee is much smaller. Jong Myung analyzed sharply, furthermore, if it is not an authentic item, the appraisal fee decreases significantly. Hae-jin nodded in agreement, I know that, but that is an appraisal organization. I am an individual. With absolute confidence, Hae-jin firmly declared, besides, I can assure you that few can appraise as quickly and accurately as I can when identifying the sophisticated forgeries made by groups like Tanjing. Finally, he added nonchalantly, of course, that is just my request. If you do not like it, you can refuse. Unhai quickly understood the hidden meaning in Hae-jin's words. In that case, there won't be any further transactions, right? Still maintaining his calm demeanor, he left it open, that could be the case. Faced with this dilemma, Unhai had to yield. Please give us some time to discuss this. Hae-jin stood up and replied immediately, sure, I will wait outside. He stood alone in the hallway. Hae-jin actually felt he might have been a bit too aggressive, thinking, maybe I went too far. This will be a tough decision for them. A moment later, he was called back in. And in Hae-jin's hand was an envelope containing his fee. She gave me 500,000 won. Tucking it into his jacket pocket, he quickly understood Unhai's final decision. She intended to continue working with him. Back in the office, Jong Myung was throwing a fit. I do not care how many times he helped you, how can he be so arrogant? He scolded Hae-jin loudly. What does he think he is, demanding a 1% fee, and you actually gave him exactly what he wanted. Unfazed, Unhai showed her own resolve. I think if necessary, I will pay him out of my own pocket. I believe keeping him around is the right thing to do. Jong Myung still had no intention of yielding. This painting was worth 500 million won, so the fee was 500,000 won. But what if next time the item is worth 1 billion or even 2 billion? He continued his logic. Are you going to give him 2 million won then, or $2 million? Unhai simply expressed calmly. I should have verified the value of the item I needed appraised first. I made a mistake this time. Knowing he could not sway her, Jong Myung grew more frustrated. Let us just say that is the case. He tried to voice his objection, but if you spend hundreds of thousands of won to appraise something you won't even buy, how are you going to explain that to the company budget? Are you planning to pay for it all yourself? Suddenly, he softened his voice and called out intimately, Unhai. With a haughty attitude, Jong Myung shrugged and commented, appraisers are dime a dozen. He directly suggested to Unhai, if you really need one, I will find someone suitable for you. Taking Jong Myung's hand, she shared frankly, honestly, in this field, I have never met anyone who can be called a true appraisal expert. Unhai showed that she did not fully trust Jong Myung. Previously, I bought a fake when there were 3 appraisers following me, including someone you recommended. Unhai recounted the story with frustration. After appraising it for nearly an hour, not one of them realized it was a fake. Jong Myung's eyes began to narrow. Are you blaming me now? Unhai stated firmly, that is not it. I am just saying that there won't be another appraiser like Hae-jin. She decisively ended the discussion. Enough. Let us stop talking about this here. Jong Myung was clearly annoyed. are you really determined to hire him? He started shifting the blame to Unhai. Earlier, I saw that he seemed interested in you. Did you use your charms on him? She coldly interrupted Jong Myung. Stop talking nonsense. Yet he still would not let it go. What is wrong? Are you infatuated with him too? The final straw broke the camel's back. Unhai slammed the table and shouted angrily, look. Seeing she was truly angry, Jong Myung turned to leave. Fine. I did not come here just to get yelled at. He emphasized coldly, it is fine if you or I care about other people, but do not forget that it is not comfortable at all. Jong Myung implicitly alluded to Unhai's current position. When you can no longer keep that position, do not come looking for me. I am leaving. These words truly hit a sore spot for Unhai. After leaving, Jong Myung muttered irritably to himself, this is a real headache. He grumbled while calling someone, a 1% appraisal fee. Have you ever met anyone like that? Back at Hei Jin's spacious apartment. The shamaness was enjoying the view outside with interest. Suddenly, Hei Jin's phone vibrated. This caught the shamaness' attention. To wake him up, the shamaness intentionally pressed down on him. Hei Jin answered the phone sleepily. Hello, the voice on the other end spoke excitedly. How are you, Hei Jin? He sat up immediately, his sleepiness instantly forgotten. Could it be? The voice on the other end teased him affectionately. Have you forgotten my voice already? Hei Jin cheered excitedly. Uncle Byung-guk, he laughed heartily. You still recognize me. How have you been? Hei Jin chatted warmly. I have been well. How about you, Uncle? Byung-guk replied happily. Same here. He quickly asked about his close friend's situation. But I really can't get in touch with your father at all. Do you know what happened? Hei Jin's voice held a hint of sadness. I do not know either. I have not seen my father in a long time. Byung-guk whispered thoughtfully. You can't reach him either. He decided to get to the point. I have something I want to ask your father for help with. Hei Jin was surprised. Ask my father for help. He looked at the box he was carrying and added proudly, but, Hei Jin. Uncle Yong Byung-guk was my father's longtime partner in the field of collecting antiques. Although he is not a relative, the two of them got along very well and have always been by each other's side helping out since I was a child. He trusted my father more than any other appraiser and frequently asked my father to help appraise antiques. Hei Jin's eyes lit up when he heard the proposal for extra work. Byung-guk asked bluntly, do you know the Pashablaze Hotel in Junggu? Hei Jin quickly replied, yes, I know it. Byung-guk set the exact appointment. Exactly 1 week from now, I have a meeting there in the evening. Come there then. I will show you something. Hei Jin asked anxiously, are you planning to sell it to someone? Byung-guk just laughed it off. What is wrong? Are you afraid I am handing it over to a gang? Hei Jin continued in a low voice. If it were a gang, I would not be this worried. Hei Jin reasoned seriously. As you said, you have a transaction at the Pashablaze Hotel. Rich people buying antiques usually invite the seller to their homes. The antique market is full of scammers. Usually, the buyer invites the seller home, and the buyer's appraiser will verify the authenticity. Hei Jin directly made a judgment. For someone with an eye for people like you to invite them to a hotel, it seems the partner is someone of high status, but you do not trust them much. Do you? Byung-guk burst out laughing. Kid, you are as sharp as your father. He reassured Hei Jin confidently, don't worry about a thing. I am just trading a thing or two with high-level figures. I have not associated with any thugs lately. Still, since we do not know each other yet, we are meeting at a hotel. Before hanging up, Byung-guk added carefully, don't be surprised later when you find out who it is. Hei Jin quickly agreed, right, okay. In exchange, you have to give me a handsome reward. A week later, at the Pashablaze Hotel in Junggu. As soon as he heard the doorbell, Byung-guk responded immediately, I am coming. He opened the door and warmly welcomed Hei Jin. You are here, come in. Byung-guk pointed to the opposite side. Sit there and rest for a bit. I will get you some water. Hei Jin looked around and then perceptively asked, sure. But, uncle. He directly suggested to Byung-guk, before the customer arrives, should not you polish up your appearance a bit? Go shave, uncle. But he brushed it off. What are you talking about? If people like me look too neat, we look more like scammers. Byung-guk stroked his beard. You have to be as natural as possible to look like someone who sells these kinds of antiques. Hearing this, Hei Jin could only sigh internally. Oh boy, he is just making excuses. He decided to play his final card. Sujong is coming back soon too. Are you going to welcome her looking this messy? Byung-guk shook his head firmly. It is fine. Are you afraid that because my daughter is naturally neat, she will run away if I look like this? He quickly changed the subject. They will be here soon. Rest for a bit now. Soo-jong will be very happy to see you. Hae-jin had to drop the subject of Byung-guk's beard. After finishing elementary school, she went to study abroad. We have only talked on the phone occasionally. Young Soo-jong, Uncle Young Byung-guk's daughter, graduated from the Department of Conservation and Restoration in Vienna, Austria, and was about to return to Korea. Handing Hae-jin a bottle of water, Byung-guk boasted proudly, that school is world-renowned for restoring relics. Her skills are very good, so she is someone to look forward to. Hae-jin simply expressed, I will have to meet her in person to know, uncle. He teased Byung-guk with a smile, but I remember you once told me not to even dream of flirting with Soo-jong. Byung-guk scolded him wordlessly, kid, why do you still care about what I said back when you were in elementary school? He added heartily, don't brush it off now. Later I will have to see what you two can pull off. Understanding the hidden meaning in Byung-guk's words, Hae-jin confidently asked back, sure, let us go with that. The police can't keep chasing you forever, right? Unable to argue back, Byung-guk moved to the main topic, stop talking about that. Before the client's side arrives, let me show you some items. He opened the box and showed Hae-jin the antique inside. Do you remember this? He exclaimed in surprise, this is. Hae-jin remembered the memory clearly, this is what my father showed me when we were in Sichuan, China, a long time ago. It looks beautiful. Hae-jin thought back nostalgically. The reason he remembered it clearly even after 10 years was that among the things excavated from that tomb, to be precise, this was an item made during the Goryeo period. He exclaimed excitedly, you have not sold this yet, you still have it. Byung-guk answered honestly, what can I say, this item is so expensive, and it is not very recognized in China. He could not hide the pride on his face, so I brought it here. What do you think? Hae-jin picked it up and examined it carefully. This is Goryeo celadon made around the 10th century. The color is beautiful, and there are not any scratches. He continued to observe meticulously, the structure is solid too. The peony patterns decorated with the inlay technique add to the ancient feeling. Finally, Hae-jin reached a very positive conclusion, at this level, even 1 billion won would not be enough. Byung-guk whispered in a low voice, 1 billion. Is not that too cheap? Hae-jin remarked frankly, if the buyer is satisfied and knows how to appreciate the product's value, you could get much more, uncle. Byung-guk rubbed his chin and nodded, I see. That sounds good. To ease his tension, Hae-jin joked humorously, this has to sell for a high price for me to get a handsome reward. He laughed with delight, I knew you would say that. After finishing the appraisal, Byung-guk directly handed Hae-jin an envelope, here, take this. It is quite a lot, just as you requested. As soon as he saw it, Hae-jin's gaze toward Byung-guk changed completely. Uncle. He waved his hand generously, stop looking at me with those sparkling eyes, it is gross. Get up quickly. Before Hae-jin left, Byung-guk added gently, and if your father gets in touch, please let me know. Ah.
Hae-jin spoke hesitantly, uncle.
He voiced his suspicion, something happened when you and my father went on that excavation, did not it? Byung-guk began to search his memory, something strange. He whispered as he recalled, let us see. Recently, I had to go to Austria to meet Soo-jong, so I could not go with your father. Hae-jin asked immediately, if it was not you, Uncle Byung-guk, then who did my father go with? He skillfully revealed a bit of information to Byung-guk, so, I wonder if you heard anything about my father looking for something else, like the 8-beaded shaman bell. As they were talking, a knock sounded from outside. Is anyone in there? Min Sung personally spoke up to confirm, we are the ones you have an appointment with. Then everyone entered the room to negotiate. Min Sung officially introduced himself, hello, I am Lee Min Sung, the CEO of Wajin Company. Hae-jin immediately recognized the person's identity, Wajin Company. That Wajin group, the person sitting next to him must be the appraiser, and the one in sunglasses standing there is. Byung-guk commented in amazement, you even brought a bodyguard with you. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Min Sung replied skillfully, it is just a precaution for the worst-case scenario. He began to notice Hae-jin's presence. But who is that? Byung-guk introduced him bluntly, this is my nephew. Min Sung's eyes held a hint of skepticism, your nephew, why did you bring your nephew here, what is he here for exactly? Hae-jin declared firmly, I am an antique appraiser. Won Sang, the appraiser on Min Sung's side, showed clear contempt, I did not expect a young man who has never seen a genuine work of art to call himself an appraiser. Don't you know your place? Min Sung also smiled along, clearly, standing here to appraise antiques at such a young age is not that quite ridiculous. He seemed extremely confident in Won Sang's talent. This gentleman is also here to appraise antiques, but if you work in this industry, you will know who he is, right? Heijin shook his head bluntly. No, I do not even know his name. Min Sung started to feel a bit uneasy. This appraiser knows how to joke too, I see. He continued to clarify, Professor of Ancient Art at Korea University and a member of the Appraisal Committee of the Korea Ancient Art Association, Won Sang. You do not know him. Heijin did not care and replied impatiently, it is not necessary to know him. If you want to study antiques, getting down to learning is better anyway. Seeing the situation becoming a bit hostile, Byung-guk quickly made peace. My nephew is a bit straightforward. He turned to end the conversation with Min Sung. Anyway, that is not very important, is it? Min Sung grumbled irritably. That is true, but I am a bit worried about your nephew's social skills. Without any hesitation, Heijin expressed firmly, I do not like small talk, which is why I am in the appraisal business. If this job also required good social skills, I think I chose the wrong profession. His tough attitude forced Min Sung to end the argument. Now, show us the goods. Then came the tense moment as Won Sang held the antique in his hands to appraise it. Heijin just watched everything calmly. Won Sang of the Wajin Group. He is not famous for just saying whatever comes to mind. Suddenly, the shamaness aura began to emanate through the mirror Heijin had just bought. She directly spoke her suspicion. I feel like something bad is about to happen. Heijin also became tense unconsciously. Is that so? He whispered to the mirror, is this also one of your powers? The shamaness expressed honestly, for a spirit like me, I do not have the ability to foresee the future perfectly. She added implicitly, if there is some fate connecting you to this matter, it is certainly possible. After finishing his examination, Won Sang turned and nodded to Min Sung. He quickly stood up to proceed with the decision. All right, let us go. Heijin asked curiously, where are we going? Min Sung continued firmly, we can't exchange money here. He seriously informed Heijin, besides, regarding the price negotiation, we do not even have the right to haggle. Min Sung concluded firmly, the vice chairman will review and decide. The person he was referring to was Im Song-jun, the vice chairman of Wajin Group and Unhai's cousin. Min Sung's attitude turned slightly unpleasant upon hearing the comments behind him. Even spending a lifetime's earnings would not be enough. But this place is indeed very expensive, is not it? Byung-guk nodded in agreement, that is true. Min Sung snapped impatiently, stop talking nonsense and get inside. Heijin and Byung-guk were led by him into the massive villa. Heijin's gaze quickly noticed something. Byung-guk, seeing him frozen, spoke up to urge him on, what are you doing standing there, get in. He also slowly stepped beside Heijin. It looks very westernized, does not it? It looks expensive, but I can't see what is so exceptional about it. Behind Heijin, the shamaness was also standing and looking at the object. Oh no, it is just. He remarked in a low voice, it just caught my eye for a moment, sir. Afterward, both were led inside to meet the actual buyer. This was Im Song-jun, the vice chairman of Wajin Group. He spoke haughtily, come in. Byung-guk warmly introduced himself, it is an honor to meet you like this. My name is Yong Byung-guk, a small antique dealer. Song-jun spoke in a deep voice, I have met many antique dealers in this country, but this is the first time I have met you. He quickly got to the point, what are you planning to sell us? Byung-guk briefly summarized his specialty, I primarily trade ceramics from China's Ming and Qing dynasties. He proudly clarified his reputation, I have traded several types of domestic white and celadone porcelain. I mainly deal in Eastern rather than Western artifacts. Byung-guk gave a prime example. Thinking back, the vice chairman must have heard of Representative Kim Man-bok, currently in his 5th term, who was gifted a white porcelain jar last year. He excitedly confirmed, that was an item traded through my hands. Song-jun also quickly nodded, I remember now. He bragged that it was a porcelain jar as white as snow. Byung-guk added happily, yes exactly. It was worth over 2.5 billion won. Song-jun only calmly continued, is that so? After that, the development of the sluggish Yongji area proceeded at lightning speed. He coldly surmised, about 5,000 Pyong was changed from a medical zone to a residential area. It seems he had a hand in that as well, did not he? Min Sung leaned down and whispered to Song-jun, that was the Pyonghwa building, sir. He quickly exclaimed, ah, OJ man from Pyonghwa, did he also buy a porcelain jar from you? Heijin quickly picked up on the implication, if someone heard this without knowing better, they would misunderstand that the jar brought good luck. In truth, It is not that romantic, but usually, when businessmen bribe state officials, they use antiques. Antiques are rarely scrutinized, and the recipients are always eager to take them. Song Jun waved his hand to order Min Sung, "Now, show me the goods." After admiring the antique, he appeared satisfied, the color, the carved patterns. Song Jun continued by questioning Byung-guk, "It looks wonderful, but do you know what this jar was used for?" Hae-jin began his professional duty. "This young man will explain that part." He thoroughly analyzed each characteristic of the antique. This is a water jar used in tea ceremonies. In the 13th century, Goryeo was heavily influenced by Chinese culture. Hae-jin continued calmly, "The whisk tea method was very popular at that time. It is a method of grinding tea leaves and putting the tea powder directly into the tea bowl." He described the process very accurately. Pour in the right amount of water, then whisk it to create foam. This kettle was used to hold the tea water before pouring it into the bowls. Song Jun nodded in praise. "You are very knowledgeable." "Who are you exactly?" Hae-jin politely introduced himself. "I am Park Hae-jin, an antique appraiser." His eyes showed great interest. "An appraiser at such a young age. How old are you?" Hae-jin answered honestly, "I am 31, sir." Song Jun could not help but be amazed. 31, that young. Hae-jin directly expressed his thoughts. "What of it? But I have no intention of becoming the chairman's son-in-law." To his surprise, Song Jun only laughed heartily. "That is crazy." He remarked in a low voice, "You are right. You do not need to marry my daughter. As long as you have talent, that is enough." "I suppose I was a bit reckless." Song Jun quickly regained his usual coldness. "All right, expert appraiser, how much do you think this is worth?" Hae-jin bluntly left the matter to his close uncle. "I only appraise the authenticity. Uncle Byung-guk will negotiate the price." This made Song Jun a bit skeptical. If you have appraised the authenticity, you should be able to give a price. Maintaining his professional principles, Hae-jin firmly concluded, "If this item belonged to you, Chairman, I would do so. But right now, I am only here to help my uncle appraise it. He is the one doing business with you." Song Jun stopped nitpicking. "I see. Then you, sir, tell me the price." Without hesitation, Byung-guk decisively stated the price. "I am thinking 2 billion won." Hearing this, Hae-jin was a bit surprised. Earlier I said 1 billion, and now he says 2 billion. Is he planning to haggle down to 1.5 billion? He thought anxiously. This is not like selling clothes at Dongdaemun where you can haggle down from 2 billion to 1 billion. Hae-jin silently admired Byung-guk's level of audacity. Doing this was almost like looking down on the other party. At the same time, he felt a bit uneasy. I know Uncle Byung-guk has courage, but I did not expect him to be this confident. To his surprise, Song Jun decisively shook his head. Is that so? Then take it away. I do not need it. This left Hae-jin stunned once more. He did not even bother to haggle. Byung-guk began to pack the antique. Very well, thank you for your time. Song Jun just sat there, silently watching Byung-guk's packing movements. Finally he spoke up. Don't you think it is outrageous to ask for 2 billion for something like this? Without hesitation, Byung-guk smiled and replied, what do you think? If you meet its new owner later. This sentence naturally touched Song Jun's pride. Are you saying I can't become the owner of this item? Byung-guk maintained his firm attitude. Every antique has its owner. If not this person, then another. If the chairman is not satisfied, that is the reason why you are not its owner. He continued bluntly, because we have different views on its value. Hae-jin vaguely guessed the baiting tactic. This must be Uncle Byung-guk's provocation and will to win. Most likely. He silently admired Byung-guk. With an I feel sorry for you attitude, he spoke politely then goodbye sir. Song Jun was naturally restless immediately. Are you planning to sell it to someone else now? Byung-guk only implicitly gave no further explanation. You do not have to worry about it that much. Someone nearby also wants to buy it. It was an honor to be invited to your home today. Song Jun's lips tightened slightly in reluctance. He declared confidently, sell it wherever you can. Who would buy that for 2 billion? Not wanting to lose face, Song Jun haughtily criticized the two of them. There are not many foolish people in Korea. Truly shameless scammers. Byung-guk calmly reminded Hae-jin, don't be hurt. He is not talking about you, he is talking about me. I am used to those words anyway. But Hae-jin's face clearly showed that he could not swallow the insult. Hae-jin began to take out the mirror containing the shamaness. He stood before the earlier painting, silently appraising it. Hae-jin whispered his realization. I have a feeling that the karmic connection you mentioned is related to this painting. The shamaness only gently reminded him, karmic connection is not the same as destiny. Once you touch it, it can still break. She gave him straightforward advice, if it is broken, you should not cling to it. Are you satisfied with that painting? Hae-jin denied it irritably, not really. Looking at Byung-guk, he decided not to let him lose face, I just want to try it out. He is like my own uncle. Pausing for a moment he continued, no matter how much they haggle, because the other side insulted us beyond the limit. Before his firm will, the shamaness only smiled slightly in agreement. She began to use spirit magic to open Hae-jin's inner eye. From there, he learned the origin of this controversial painting. Seeing him standing still before the painting again, Byung-guk called out curiously, Hae-jin. Then, he walked directly back to Song-jun chairman. Pointing directly at the painting, Hae-jin asked him, may I ask where you bought this painting? Song-jun tilted his head in confusion, what is it, why all of a sudden? Suddenly, another voice spoke up, I bought it at the Happy Art Museum. Ho-yun appeared and continued politely, but, who is asking? Hae-jin introduced himself bluntly, I am an appraiser. She smiled and said softly, is this the person who came here this morning? Ho-yun had an arrogant way of speaking just like her father. Clearly, the bargaining failed. Why do not you go home instead of lingering here? Hae-jin did not back down either. He replied immediately, anyway, it is not my property so I do not care much, but it is a bit regrettable. He directly criticized the other's shallow aesthetic sense, it is just a bit regrettable who would buy this painting. Ho-yun frowned, clearly not pleased with the criticism. Song-jun also began to question in a low voice, what do you mean by that? Pointing at the painting, Hae-jin continued calmly, Max Beckmann's The Lion Tamer, it truly is an artistic masterpiece. He confidently made a shocking claim, however, this thing. 5 years ago, at the Uffizi Gallery. It turned out that Hae-jin had the opportunity to visit and see the works there with his own eyes. At that time, Yoon-suk had told his son, if you keep looking like that, you won't be able to see everything even if you look all day. Hae-jin only asked back curiously, is that so? Then, he looked affectionately at his beloved son. Hae-jin, meanwhile, was still focused on observing the paintings. After touring the first floor, the two of them moved to the second floor to continue looking. Suddenly, a woman slipped while walking up the stairs. She let out a panicked scream. Fortunately, a hand reached out to help. That person was Yoon-suk, Hae-jin's father. He kindly asked her, are you all right, madam? The woman was very grateful. Thanks to him, she was fine. She asked warmly, are you a visitor? Yoon-suk replied happily, yes, I am from Korea. She exclaimed in surprise, you two came from so far, and yet I bothered you, preventing you from seeing everything. Yoon-suk only politely waved it off, it is okay. We can come back next time. Then, the woman suddenly had an idea. She made a proposal to Yoon-suk and his son, I want to repay your kindness for helping me. I have my own private collections at home. The woman continued enthusiastically, if you do not mind, I would like to invite you to my home. What do you think? When they arrived, Yoon-suk and his son realized that her home was an entire massive mansion. The old woman entered with a radiant smile, it might not be as good as an art museum, but there are many beautiful paintings, right? Yoon-suk smiled slightly and replied, it is truly an excellent collection. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to admire such brilliant works. Hae-jin stood still before a brilliant work hanging on the wall. In his heart, an indescribable feeling arose. Thinking back, it was like a dreamlike experience. Hae-jin recalled the image of the old woman he had helped. I was very surprised to learn that she came from an old noble family in Florence. He looked at the painting on the wall, if the real painting I saw then is compared to the one hanging here. Ho-yun's voice rang out, that is absurd. She immediately frowned, her dissatisfaction evident, you dare say the painting my brother hung here is a fake. Ho-yun continued to counter, her attitude increasingly harsh, do you think all the curators and appraisers at Happy Exhibition are fools? This cannot be easily overlooked. She walked down the stairs, brother, call the police and have him arrested. Song-jun was silent before speaking, hey you over there. He warned sternly, you must take responsibility for those words. Hae-jin was unfazed, is that so? Go ahead and call the police. I do not know what I will be charged with, but I suppose my life will be difficult from now on, since I have made Wajin Group hate me. Byung-buk stepped forward quickly, his voice carrying clear worry, Hae-jin. Min-sung stood to the side, looking confused, I knew he was arrogant, but to look so confident in front of the vice chairman like that. Song-jun asked, Do you have any evidence to prove it is a fake? Heijin tilted his head and replied nonchalantly, it is not hard to say but. Were you planning on having me appraise it for free? Min Sung pointed and shouted, who do you think you are? This is not a place for you to play around. He shrugged his shoulders and explained, his tone still calm, what do you mean play around? Honestly, I just need to say it is a fake. If you want an explanation, you should show some sincerity. Min Sung shouted you. Song Jun raised his hand to stop him, his voice carrying authority. Alright, name your price. Heijin looked up and stated his price with a direct gaze, 1% of the appraised value. That is the appraisal fee. Ho Yun shouted to stop him, are you going to keep listening to his nonsense? Don't bother anymore, just call the police. He spoke up, his voice slowing down, this business deal. Song Jun's voice was steady, I want to see who he is. Min Sung was flustered, ah yes sir. He stood up with a spark of interest, an appraisal fee of 1%, fine, I agree. Song Jun stepped toward Heijin, his voice turning cold, in exchange, if you are speaking nonsense, I will throw you in jail as a fraud. Byung Book was worried in the background. His gaze was sharp as he asked decisively, do you agree? He answered confidently and clearly, all right. Now, everyone come closer to this painting and look at it. Everyone stood around listening to Heijin. Do you all know that The Lion Tamer was a painting in Hermann Göring's collection? He began to explain slowly, and during the Second World War period. Heijin applied his knowledge. Hitler and his henchman Hermann Göring looted paintings, sculptures, crafts, and interior decorations. He explained slowly, a staggering number of 5 million artworks were looted, and among them was Max Beckmann's The Lion Tamer. Ho Yun snapped irritably, this is not a history class. Get to the point. Heijin replied nonchalantly, while I am not a person who likes studying history, the important person here right now is not just Max Beckmann, but Göring. He gave a slight smile and continued, when Göring started collecting art, among them was a painting by Vermeer. Song Jun was astonished and blurted out, Meagherin you mean? Heijin continued the story, a fraud who sold fakes to Göring. His voice was slow, Meagherin mocked the critics who judged him harshly by painting that fake for 4 years. In the end, even the most seasoned appraiser of that time was fooled. Heijin emphasized a key detail, after that, Meagherin began selling fakes to make money. He focused on the next part, among them, the woman taken in adultery, was the one sold to Göring. There is a famous anecdote that the money Meherin received at that time was counterfeit. Heijin frowned, his voice lowering, after the war, Meagherin was put on trial for collaborating with the Nazi regime, but the fact that he only sold fake paintings turned him from a national traitor into a hero who deceived the Nazis. He continued calmly, at that time, while Meagherin was painting a forgery, he said the hardest part was making it look as natural as a real painting. Heijin raised a finger to emphasize, the answer was to mimic the famous painters of that time, not ancient times. Song Jun rubbed his chin in thought, and one of them was Max Beckmann. Heijin confirmed an agreement, exactly. Max Beckmann was brutally oppressed by the Nazi regime and eventually had to flee to America. He continued slowly, in a situation not yet equipped with scientific analysis tools like today, no one could judge its authenticity. Song Jun still looked suspicious, but talk is easy. Do you have any proof that this is a fake? Heijin pointed at the painting and replied decisively, of course I do. Try coming closer once more and see for yourself. He explained clearly, the proof that it is a fake lies in the bottom right corner here. Min Sung stepped closer, let me see. Heijin smirked slightly, below the black paint area on the chair, there is an area where paint was layered over to create a highlight. He lifted his glasses in surprise, oh. Ho Yun came over and pushed Min Sung aside, her voice urgent, move, let me see. Her eyes widened in shock, the chair leg here. Heijin explained clearly, under that layer of paint, there is Meagherin's signature. If it were a real painting, that signature would not be there. This is the clearest evidence. Ho Yun was flustered, her voice getting smaller, then where is the real painting? He shrugged and replied nonchalantly, how should I know? Heijin thought to himself, actually I do know. Song Jun crossed his arms and said, his gaze as if piercing through, looking at your face, it seems you already know where the real thing is. He whispered in his heart, oh my god. The shamaness behind him nodded. Heijin replied, anyway, as I said, the appraisal fee is based on the price of the genuine item. Everyone focused back on the painting. In the past, when auctioned at Lampert, the price of the real painting was 864,000 euros, about 1.2 billion won. It seems to have increased in value now, but I will only calculate the price at that time. Therefore, the appraisal fee is 12 million won. He whispered in his heart, can I give my account number to the manager here? Byung-book was surprised. 12 million won in 5 minutes. He said calmly, you can go back on your word if you want, but I believe you won't do that. Song-joon nodded, fine, very well. That amount will be transferred to your account by the end of today. Hae-jin bowed, thank you, today was truly fun. Ho-yun stood silently, so embarrassed she could not say a word. Song-joon turned to look at Byung-book. He said, I will buy that for 2 billion won. I will buy it. He was surprised, really, then I will put it back here. Song-joon looked at Hae-jin with a scrutinizing gaze. The relationship between you two is uncle and nephew. Byung-book answered quickly, his voice slightly urgent, yes. My nephew is a bit rude, but as everyone has seen, he is a very talented person. It seems you were right. He suddenly realized something and asked tentatively, could it be, you need my nephew for something? Song-joon confirmed in a low voice, you are right again. If he feels like it. He proposed, please help me. Hae-jin looked on in surprise. That evening at Song-joon's villa. He sat in thought, his gaze pensive. Song-joon asked, his voice more relaxed, why are you sitting here, stand up. Ho-yun sat still and serious, that was the painting you asked me to buy. No matter what you say, I will just sit here and listen. He sighed, yielding to her stubbornness, fine. Do whatever you want. Before we get into the main point. Song-joon turned to look at Hae-jin and said seriously, hey you, besides paintings, do you have the ability to appraise ceramics? He was silent for a moment, as if considering carefully. Hae-jin answered nonchalantly, I am not very confident. Byung-book sitting next to him was startled. Song-joon showed clear confusion, you came here to help your uncle sell a ceramic piece, and you answer like that. His voice was steady but decisive, yes. So please think carefully before making a decision to entrust my nephew with responsibility. Byung-book whispered a reminder. Hae-jin ignored him, if you entrust the appraisal responsibility to me, in case of any oversight, you cannot blame me. He lowered his head in thought, I do not know what you really want me to do for you. To be honest, I do not really want to hear it. Hae-jin looked forward, I feel exhausted from using my abilities, and besides. He turned to look at Ho-yun, I do not like that girl with the cold eyes very much either. She snapped, that is too much, you act like you are the only appraiser in Korea. Ho-yun continued sharply, brother, enough already. Hire someone else, Song-joon shouted, it is too noisy. He warned her coldly, if you do not want to go outside, then sit quietly.
Oh yeah, un frose.
A week ago, a dealer named Young So-jin came to see me. He looked at Hae-jin and Byung-book, do you two know that person? He nodded as he spoke, Young So-jin, the manager of Hanul Art Gallery. Song-joon added, he is the most famous art merchant in Korea. Hae-jin thought to himself, among Eastern and Western artworks, there is not any work that is not. He signaled to Min-sung, that is right. He came here looking for me, bringing an item in a somewhat panicked state. He handed Hae-jin a piece of paper. He whispered, this is. Song-joon smirked and nodded, how is it, a good item right? Hae-jin looked at the photo of the jar and whispered in admiration, it looks quite good. He pondered carefully, the size is unclear, but the shape is truly impressive, making one exclaim in admiration. The pattern looks very bold, with a free-spirited and unhesitating aura. Just looking through a photo, but there is no doubt this is truly a treasure. Song-joon clasped his hands together, Young So-jin is just a broker. The true owner is a Japanese individual. The issue is that he proposed an exchange, not a purchase. He spoke in a low voice, no matter how much money I offered, he would not sell. He only suggested a trade for something in my art museum, I am the vice chairman, after all. Song-joon emphasized, the Seon Art Gallery. Hae-jin showed interest, Seon Art Gallery is currently managed by Unhai. He set the photo down on the table, so, what you want is not just an appraisal of the item in this photo, is it? He agreed, exactly. The item valuable enough to be traded for that piece is at Seon Art Gallery. I want you to evaluate it. I have hired many other appraisers already. Song-joon added with annoyance, but it seems I have only heard empty platitudes. He made his request, therefore, I am asking you to appraise both items to see which one is more valuable. Hae-jin asked bluntly, aren't you afraid I will just say empty words like those other guys? That possibility still exists. He added a reminder, furthermore, I will be charging an extremely high appraisal fee. Song Jun took a sip of tea. I am aware. He asked seriously, but even so, will you help me? Heijin asked back, is it solely because I discovered that painting was a fake? Song Jun looked down at his teacup. Although I do not act very strictly, most appraisers seem intimidated when they meet me. He stated firmly, but you are different, daring to stand before me and demand a mountain of money. Heijin let out a smile upon hearing that. Song Jun's eyes flashed with a harsh assessment. Unless one is insane, they must be truly confident in their abilities. Ho Yun showed clear discomfort. Oh my god, this is crazy. He is simply overconfident or blinded by greed, brother. He played along. If he is that crazy, then that itself is a form of talent. Min Sung tentatively reminded him, but Vice Chairman, the appraisal fee could reach 100 million won, sir. Song Jun raised his hand to cut him off. This is a matter of my pride. He pondered, recalling the moment when young So-jin gave me this. His sharp eyes observed every small detail. It seems she was not carrying just one copy. He noticed, it appears she has visited many other galleries to haggle as well. Song Jun frowned, his voice deepening. A transaction without knowing the value of the goods. What if I am the only one who suffers a loss? Min Sung quickly bowed. My apologies, sir. He turned his gaze toward Heijin. Therefore you. Song Jun asked again in a calm voice. Do you refuse my offer? He silently picked up the photo. Heijin stared at the photo for a long time, his gaze gradually turning firm. No, I accept. Song Jun nodded with satisfaction. That is the spirit. You would not accept if you were not confident. He reminded him clearly, but as I said, whether it is authentic or not, the fee is 1%. According to the rules, appraising 2 items means 1% for each. Heijin added a proposal. However, this time, because of your special request, I will only take 1% of the item with the higher value. Don't worry. Song Jun agreed and shook his hand. Fine, let us do it that way. Song Jun ordered Min Sung. Executive Director Lee will handle the wages and other expenses, so do not you worry. Ho Yun stepped forward and reached out. See you tomorrow at CN Art Gallery. He scratched his head and said sarcastically, I do not think you need to come. You will just sit there, listen, and say things that break my concentration. She froze, her face turning red with embarrassment. You. Ho Yun turned and left angrily. I am going there anyway, so watch out. At the Portiables Hotel. Heijin leaned back tiredly on the sofa, his whole body exhausted. Ouch, so tired. Byung-buk, sitting on the next chair, spoke up. Tired, I nearly died because of you. He recalled the scene earlier, hanging it in such a prominent place. It must have been a painting he liked very much. I was imagining a scene from hell when I heard you say it was a fake. Byung-buk asked curiously, when did you discover that painting was a fake? He answered, from the first moment I saw it. Long ago, when I went to Italy with my father, I happened to see the real painting. He asked further, so you suspected it was a fake and looked very closely. Byung-buk showed interest. Is that why you were so sure? Heijin looked at the ceiling, his voice slow and reasoning. After talking for a while, I understood why he hung the lion tamer in such a visible spot. He was surprised. Is that so? Why? Byung-buk laughed and opened a water bottle. He was already annoyed just seeing me. He laughed, his voice certain. He must have investigated my background already. Heijin was surprised. Oh, so he knows you are someone who often digs up antiques illegally. Byung-buk took a sip of water, most likely. He probably thought there was a high chance my item was stolen property. That is why. He explained his actions. I offered such a high price because I knew he would not buy it. But to save face, he tried to haggle and then find a way to politely kick me out. Byung-buk recalled the reaction then, but the way I reacted made him panic. Heijin asked back in surprise, his face showing disbelief. Was it when you mentioned that 2 billion figure? He stood up. I calculated it all. If he haggled down to half, it would be 1 billion. He would not buy it anyway. Byung-buk looked at him, his voice full of pride. That is why I shouted out such a price. But who would have known my nephew would help me get that 2 billion won? He expressed some regret. What a shame. If I would known, I would have asked for 3 billion. Heijin gave an awkward laugh. Oh boy, uncle, you really do have the vibe of a con artist, do not you? He spoke more seriously. Wait a minute. Thanks to me, you made an extra billion won. Are you going to just let it be without treating me to anything? Byung-buk averted his eyes. What should I do? Byung-buk happily agreed. You and I do not have an ordinary karmic connection. I will have a reward for you. All right. Heijin was delighted. He became worried again, his voice deepening. However, it is hard to say. You were given this task because of me. To be honest, after this, it is better not to be involved with the Wajin group at all. Byong-buk warned, I do not know if the vice chairman truly likes you, or if in the end, he just sees you as being in the same gang as me. To people with money and power, they see people like us as nothing more than flies clinging to the objects they want. He spoke in a low voice, they will only use us. If you get entangled for a long time, you will never see a good ending. Byong-buk recalled, even your father, I once got him involved in 1 or 2 cases like that. He put his hand to his forehead, if it were not for your father, I probably would have ended my own life several times already. Of course, you are trying to make money, but at least you should. Heijin interrupted, don't worry, uncle. I do not know what happened in the relationship between you and my father. He lowered his voice and spoke slowly, but I have already prepared myself mentally. Heijin maintained a clear air of confidence. Nothing will happen. The shamaness beside him also smiled. He let out a bright smile, absolutely not. That night at a factory. The staff were still focused on their work. Dae-hyun was on the upper floor, watching intently. He noticed a noise. Secretary Lee approached carrying some documents. He handed the documents to Dae-hyun. According to your orders, this is the information on Park Hae-jin, sir. He reminded him, this is too late. Secretary Lee bowed, my apologies, sir. There was so little external information on him that it took a lot of time to investigate. Dae-hyun looked at the documents. External investigation means you found some interesting information, where, show me. He flipped to the next page, just what kind of brat dares to ruin my business. Dae-hyun frowned with annoyance, appraising for Im Seongjin, with a 1% fee, and wait. He growled, Secretary Lee, is the Park Yoon-suk written here the same person I know? He stammered, yes, that is correct, sir. It is the same thief, Park Yoon-suk, whom you know. Secretary Lee added, that man's son. He emphasized every word, is Park Hae-jin. Dae-hyun brought a cigarette to his lips, that is truly a surprise. He struck a lighter, a truly wicked karmic bond spanning generations. Dae-hyun's gaze sharpened, a guy like that, who does not know his place, is now living like a parasite off the Wajin people, what a shameless brat. He called out, Secretary Lee. Dae-hyun asked with a sinister tone, if it were you, how would you feel when the very thing you tried to prevent actually happens? He spoke coldly, his blood will have to boil. Secretary Lee was startled, pardon me, Dae-hyun continued, I just had a wonderful idea. He ordered, find out when I can meet that guy. As soon as possible. Act naturally, do not be stiff. Dae-hyun let out a sinister smile, I can hear the sound of money flowing. At Seon Art Gallery early in the morning. Hae-jin and Byong-buk entered the gallery, their eyes quickly scanning the surroundings. A female staff member approached and asked, welcome. Is this your first time here? He answered, no, this time. Hae-jin took the initiative, is manager Unhai here? Unhai walked over in surprise, Hae-jin, what are you doing here? He explained, I have been entrusted with a mission. Didn't Vice Chairman Im Seongjin tell you anything? She was surprised, could it be? The appraiser for the transaction with Yong So-jin this time is you, Hae-jin answered, yes, the Vice Chairman trusted me and gave me this task. Unhai smiled and nodded, I see. That is a surprise. I thought you would never come back here. I am very glad you did. She reached out, let me lead you to the transaction area. Byong-buk nudged Hae-jin's arm, hey. He pinched his ear, this is not your first time here, and you are even acquainted with that beautiful manager, Hae-jin explained, we just worked together before, uncle. Unhai turned her head, is there a problem? He said hurriedly, oh no, nothing. Byong-buk let it go. Unhai asked, could it be the appraisal fee this time? Hae-jin answered, yes, also 1%. She was astonished, that is incredible. For the vice chairman to agree to that he truly has an eye for people. Hae-jin said seriously, he even met the demands of a young person with little experience like me. Unhai stayed silent. She remembered Jong Myung's words, do you think paying a 1% fee to an appraiser like that is reasonable? She spoke up this way. Unhai smiled at the person ahead, oh, madam is already here. The woman admiring the artwork turned slightly. She took off her sunglasses. Unhai said softly, Hae-jin, let me introduce you. She introduced, this is Yong So-jin, the manager of Hanul Art Gallery. This was back to the previous night. Hae-jin took a sip of wine. Byong-buk was excited, let us celebrate the 2 billion, this wine is great. He teased, congratulations once again, uncle. Don't forget my reward. Jin was curious, but who is Yang So-jin? He was surprised. Oh, that person, an outstanding figure indeed. Byung-book explained, it is natural you do not know, since your father only dealt with acquaintances. Jin nodded while putting food in his mouth. He poured more wine. As you know, in this world, there are some people who practice geidashi. He gave a soft hum, a bittersweet story. Jin thought to himself, most of Korea's cultural heritage consists of stolen goods. Someone who worked at the National Museum of Korea more than 30 years ago said this. In his mind, overlapping images appeared, where are Korea's archaeologists, poachers and illegal excavators are better than archaeologists. They even understand more than university professors. Jin analyzed, his thoughts slow and clear. Grave robbers dig up the dead or historical sites, while geidashi are those who seek antiques in the homes of the living. He spoke, his face showing slight surprise. During the Japanese colonial period, almost no one was aware of cultural property and antiques. Geidashi practitioners were all over the country, scouring every house. Jin concluded, buying antiques at ridiculously low prices and then selling them to Japanese tycoons. Byung-book raised his wine cup. The daughter of the most famous geidashi practitioner in Korea is none other than Yang So-jin. He spoke with surprise, if she is that famous then. He interrupted, Young Man Cheol. Byung-book set his wineglass on the table. Never heard of him, but then, descendants of people like that are probably no good. Byung-book wiped his mouth. When I was young man Cheol beat me and took away the antiques from my house. Jin lowered his head, anger rising, that damn bastard. Those items were valuable.
Yang So-jin.
Our fates are quite similar, are not they? Byung-book looked at him thoughtfully for a moment and then slowly said, the process of learning about antiques by taking someone else's things. He picked up the wine bottle. However, your father never committed theft in Korea. If it was a relic touched by our ancestors, your father would give up profit to bring it to the National Art Museum. Byung-book spoke while pouring wine for Jin. In that regard, your father was truly wonderful. He asked, but my father also did many bad things, did not he, uncle? He gave a slight shrug. What he learned was his livelihood. What could be done? Byung-book's voice was steady, as if telling a long familiar story. Anyway, Yang So-jin inherited many artworks from her father and grandfather. She is the intermediary for Japanese and Chinese art collectors. He explained. On top of that, she opened a gallery and solidified close relationships with tycoons and politicians. Byung-book emphasized firmly, she even has outstanding sales skills. If she opens an exhibition, most of the items are sold out. Truly a formidable woman. He let out a slow sigh, but the problem is she is just like her grandfather. As long as there is money, she will sell domestic relics abroad, mostly to Japan. Jin nodded slightly, but no one can do anything to stop her, right? Byung-book snapped his fingers. Exactly. I was about to say that. We are on the same page. He let out a small laugh, a new thought quickly forming in his mind. I see. Then let us take this opportunity to play a prank on her. He was confused. A prank? How? Jin acted mysteriously. First of all, let us both go see that antique tomorrow. Back to the present, a woman's voice rang out from behind. What is it? Ho-yun stepped closer. I arrived earlier than you thought, did not I? Jin looked at her. Did you come here to cause a scene? I told you that you should not come here. She was annoyed. Why not? I am someone who studied art too. He shot back bluntly. If you keep speaking so disrespectfully, I won't answer you. I am not your employee. Ho-yun pouted, her face full of discomfort. What, such an arrogant guy? Unhai asked. Ho-yun, do you know Jin? She answered, I met him yesterday. Ho-yun still stepped forward, brushing her hair aside, but do not ask anymore. Anyway, this is what you wanted, is not it? So-jin frowned as she approached, the atmosphere immediately changing. She spoke up, you are the person the vice chairman sent. Jin nodded, that is right. He continued, I am here to appraise the item you offered for exchange. So-jin interrupted, since it is a precious item, it cannot be moved arbitrarily just for an appraisal. She made a proposal. Once the agreement is confirmed, we will move it safely with experts and specialized equipment. It won't be inconvenient, will it? I have placed it in my gallery, about 5 minutes from here. Jin let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I thought I would have to go all the way to Japan. She was surprised. He looked at the item on the shelf. Is this the thing you people want? So-jin looked annoyed, her voice noticeably sharp, representing the vice chairman of Wajin Group, yet acting as if you are handling a bothersome errand. She replied, it is not. That is just a normal transaction item. Heijin turned, I see. Lead me to see the item for exchange. It is a 5-minute walk, right? Sojin looked disdainful. What do you think is the reason I came here? First, appraise the item here. He smirked, then let me say this, not perfect but. Heijin answered clearly, leaving the two women stunned. Appraisal finished. This item is. Unhai behind him was also astonished. 10 minutes later, at Hanul Art Gallery. Everyone arrived at the appraisal location. Byong-buk looked around. In all my years, I finally have the chance to come to this Hanul Art Gallery. It is famous for only accepting VIPs and not letting ordinary people in. Heijin was confused. I know this place is great, but why is there no one here? Sojin replied, we are currently preparing an exhibition plan. She turned her head. Some of the Eastern paintings are very beautiful. It would be great if you all visited to see them later. Come if you have the chance. Heijin thought to himself, is she implying this is not a place for people like us? He smiled, sure, as long as you do not kick us out. Sojin led the way to the carefully displayed jar, this way. His mouth hung open in shock. Byong-buk was the first to react with surprise upon seeing the porcelain jar. Compared to Heijin, Byong-buk's ability to judge ceramics was lower, but he was speechless. He was also a seasoned thief with decades of experience on the battlefield. The jar before them was strangely captivating. His intuition told him so the object right before his eyes. This is absolutely not an ordinary object, Byong-buk exclaimed, oh my god, this item truly. Sojin raised her hand to block him. Her voice was contemptuous, this is not an exhibition piece. We only received trust to store it temporarily here. Aside from the appraisal, it is best to limit unnecessary access to it. Heijin stepped forward. To appraise it, I need him here as my assistant. He reasoned, if you consider that unnecessary access, that is absurd. How can I handle the display case and pick up the item to examine it by myself? Sojin frowned at the warning, if I handle it alone and an accident occurs, you must take responsibility. Following that, he carefully put on his gloves. Byong-buk stepped up and tapped the glass surrounding the artifact. Heijin walked closer to the jar. He thought to himself, honestly, appraising an item like this is a bit overwhelming for me. Heijin said softly, looking at the jar's body, which is full, tapering down to a slimmer waist. This item must be from the 17th century. Heijin pointed to the jar's motif. The patterns carved on the jar look very free and bold. This was not a jar made for the royal family or officials. He observed intently and then lightly touched the jar, a type of design created for the common people, but for commoners to use something of this level of perfection in the 17th century. Heijin remarked, combined with the fact it has been preserved intact until now, it is truly an extremely rare treasure. Sojin crossed her arms and watched, truly worthy of the person vice-chairman. Im Seongjin trusts and entrusts with responsibility. She expressed admiration, because you were so young, I had my doubts, but indeed you possess excellent appraisal abilities. Heijin gave an awkward smile. He suddenly snapped back to reality. Sojin nodded, you see, it was clearly made by the best artisans of that time. That is why my partner absolutely refuses to sell it for money. Heijin cut her off, He said hurriedly, may I use the restroom for a moment? Byong-buk behind him was confused. The phone in his pocket emitted a blue light. Heijin let out a sigh, seriously, my phone suddenly vibrated. He looked at his phone, it is you, is not it, why call me all of a sudden, look here. Heijin whispered, why is it vibrating so intensely? The shamaness spoke up here. She emerged from behind, right here. Heijin was startled and worried, what is wrong, why do you look so unwell, was there a problem with that teacup earlier? The shamaness panted, that is not the issue. The teacup was fine. She whispered again, the porcelain jar you just appraised. The shamaness looked at him tiredly, inside that porcelain jar, there is the power of the 3 heavenly seals. She continued, as I said, my purpose and mission. The 3 heavenly seals are scattered all over the world. The shamaness emphasized, I must recover the spirit energy contained within them. She explained the urgency, the more spirit energy of the 3 heavenly seals I accumulate, the closer I get to the Buddha realm. Heijin let out a sigh of relief, so you absorb the spirit energy from that porcelain jar, and that is why you are exhausted. The shamaness stood up, not exhausted, it is more that I was so surprised. This is the first time I have reabsorbed the spirit energy of the 3 heavenly seals. She explained, I never imagined I could absorb that energy from objects that are not the 3 heavenly seals themselves. When you touched that item, the moment I realized it, The aura emanating was the spirit energy of the 3 heavenly seals. The shamaness was proud. I am very glad to have done a good deed. Heijin nodded, but that is truly strange. He was confused. The item I appraised was made in China in the 17th century. Furthermore, its owner is Japanese. Both the era and location seem unrelated to the Korean peninsula. The shamaness frowned. If that is the case, then there must be some kind of karmic connection. She recalled, just like when you touched the 8-beaded shaman bell, its aura connected me and you. The shamaness judged, surely the porcelain jar is more or less related to an object within the 3 heavenly seals, which is why it carries such spirit energy.
Haechin pondered.
Indeed, if one thought about it that way, it was not unreasonable. He voiced his thoughts. Perhaps they were once owned by the same master. The shamaness approached happily. Maybe this is the clue to finding the 3 heavenly seals. She said excitedly, the power of the seals never depends on other humans or objects. Many have touched the shaman bell where I was trapped, but Heijin was the first to release me from the seal. The shamaness drew closer. You are the chosen one, as if you were meant to go find your true self. She expressed her confidence. I believe you will quickly find the complete set of the 3 heavenly seals. In the appraisal room, everyone was still waiting for Heijin. Ho Yun looked at her phone irritably, while Unhai glanced toward the door. Heijin walked toward them. Sorry, I took a bit too long. He spoke up. Manager Yang, could you tell your partner to give us 3 days? So Jin noted, 3 days. Heijin nodded and continued, yes, I have to summarize the appraisal findings and transfer them to the vice chairman. We will provide a response after 3 days. So Jin looked at the secretary and nodded as a signal. She agreed to his request. Very well. 3 days later, I hope to have the answer I want. Unhai's voice rang out, Heijin. She asked, is there a problem with that porcelain jar? I thought you would reach a conclusion immediately. Heijin replied briefly, it is a treasure. He explained, as I said, it is the finest item among commoner wares of the 17th century, worth at least billions of won. Ho Yun was confused. What, then why not exchange it immediately? Why overthink it? Heijin ignored her. Unhai, where did you buy the tea bowl in the gallery? Unhai answered, last year, when I first took over as manager here, I bought it from someone I knew in Insadong. She recounted sincerely, the appraisal results were unclear, and it was not that expensive when I bought it. It was the first item I purchased, so I am very fond of it. Unhai continued with a firm gaze, that is why I have refused many offers to buy it back. Heijin was surprised, the value was unclear, but many people still asked to buy it. She replied, yes, I found it strange too. Unhai bowed her head thoughtfully. Anyway, looking at that porcelain jar earlier gave me a more realistic perspective. Honestly, the quality of some recent exhibitions has not been very good. Ho Yun stepped in and interrupted with a calculating tone. We have to exchange for that jar to gain a standing on the board of directors and increase the value of our shares in the company. Heijin responded bluntly, no, it cannot be exchanged. She frowned, hands on her hips, then do not be so vague. Tell me just how great that tea bowl is. Heijin thought, even if I say it now. He glanced at her, his voice turning noticeably cold. Without any proof, it is just my intuition, not an appraisal. It will take 3 days to find the evidence. That is what I must report to the vice chairman. Heijin said coldly, as for you, Ho Yun, please find out about the woman standing next to Manager Yang. I want to know about her. She was annoyed, Ho Yun protested, I am not your employee. How dare you order me around, he replied. I am asking because I trust you, but if your abilities are not up to it, then never mind. See you in 3 days. She turned and left in a huff. Byong-buk called out, Heijin, is that tea bowl really that precious? He praised him, I do not know how you see things, but no matter how I look at it, I do not think it can beat the porcelain jar of Manager Yang that I just saw. Heijin looked up, the bowl itself is not what is valuable. The person who used it is what matters. Byong-buk was startled, Heijin slowly recited an ancient line, I still have 12 ships left. If fought with all one's strength, it is well worth the attempt. Byong-buk realized, Heijin that is. I still have 12 ships left, and if we fight with all our might, victory is still possible. Heijin said, the great admiral. Heijin mentioned the familiar historical name, Li Sun Shin. He said in a low voice, that is the tea bowl he used. Byong-buk stood frozen, completely stunned. Byong-buk scolded loudly, it would not just be the Wajin group. Any Korean would feel the same, you brat, but how do you know it belonged to Admiral Li Sun Shin? His question was met with He-jin's absolute silence. At that moment, the shamaness approached him and whispered a reminder, "Try to find out." Immediately after, He-jin's eyes suddenly widened. Within those eyes was a story of the past, where a man sat under the flickering light of an oil lamp, silently drawing each stroke of calligraphy. The shamaness and He-jin seemed to travel back to that ancient time, quietly observing the man. She introduced him. "This man is the master of that tea bowl." The shamaness's face was devoid of a smile. He dedicated all his strength to the country to fight foreign enemies. He-jin gritted his teeth and pondered. Usually, she would explain the story related to the antique. He noticed the aged hand holding the brush. This time, no explanation is needed. He-jin gradually returned to his usual serious self, recognizing the identity of the man before him and his great contributions to the nation and the era. In his sight, Sun Shin's face had grown wrinkled over the years, making him deeply emotional. "I have studied this thoroughly since I was a child." Thinking this, He-jin suddenly spoke up, "This is enough." His sudden words made the shamaness turn back in surprise. "What? There is still an extremely moving part left." He-jin replied coldly, "It is a story I already know." Returning to reality, he looked at the tea bowl set neatly placed inside the glass case. The story of Admiral Lee Sun Shin. In this country, everyone knows his story. The problem is, beside him, his colleagues stood with arms crossed, staring at him and waiting for him to speak. "I have absolutely no evidence." Even Byong Book's group was eagerly waiting for an answer from He-jin to prove it was Admiral Lee Sun Shin's item. He turned to So-jin, "Let us go see the porcelain jar." As he spoke, he told himself, "This time, my central mission is to find the evidence." A moment later, the phone in So-jin's hand suddenly rang. After answering, she replied coldly with just a few words, "Speak." He-jin on the other end continued calmly, "Ah, it is Park He-jin, the person you just met. Sorry, I was a bit absent-minded and just realized I left my phone at your place." He spoke slowly, "If you do not mind, could I come over to retrieve it now?" So-jin simply gave a short reply, "Fine." After hanging up, the assistant who usually accompanied her whispered a reminder, "If I remember correctly, that young man did not look at his phone once during the entire appraisal." She only needed one look to guess the clumsy plot. Leaving the phone was intentional, an excuse to come back here. Hearing this, So-jin continued to play with the phone in her hand and mocked loudly, "Does he have something to say to me in private? If that is his intention, he is truly a fool." She smirked slightly, "You go return the phone to him yourself. I do not want to meet him directly. I am too tired from today's exhibition schedule." The assistant turned to leave, but before she stepped out the door, So-jin called her back, "Ah, and one more thing." Her face grew tense, filled with calculated schemes. "Return the phone right in front of the gallery. No matter what he says, do not let him take a single step further into the gallery." Not long after, He-jin shyly touched the back of his neck, "Sorry for the trouble. What was your name again?" So-jin's assistant clasped her hands in front of her, "Kitagawa Momoko. You can call me Kitagawa." Hearing that, He-jin seemed to think of something. Japanese, no wonder I felt something was strange earlier. Although he thought so, he still politely replied, "Ah, is Manager Yong So-jin inside? If she could give me a moment, I have something to say." But before He-jin could finish his sentence, the secretary interrupted, "Manager Yong So-jin has gone out to prepare for the exhibition schedule. Anything you have to say, tell me. I will pass it on." At this, He-jin was about to speak, but at that exact moment, one of his hands emitted a blue light along with a warning voice, "Absolutely not." The shamaness stood behind him like a guide. He-jin was in a difficult position. "But I have no other choice. I have to ask this girl to pass on the message." She maintained a calmness worn through the ages. "I told you to be very careful. I have already used sorcery with you once today. If used multiple times in one day, your body will be exhausted." He-jin spoke softly after hearing that, "Don't worry, I have thought about it." The secretary asked, a bit confused, "Huh?" He stepped closer to her, making her freeze. "I just want to ask one question." He-jin's brows furrowed slightly. "That tea bowl at Xian Gallery. How can it be proven that it belonged to Admiral Lee Sun Shin?" The secretary immediately replied honestly, "It was written in the diary of Tarachi Masatake." Tarachi Masatake, as the Prime Minister of Imperial Japan and the first Governor-General of Korea. A politician who contributed greatly to Japan's seizure of national power. He had a deep interest in Korea's cultural assets, including Buddhist statues. Furthermore, He considered relics within Japanese territory to belong to the Japanese. Going back to days past, someone had once told Heijin, ironically, Tarachi's arrogance helped Korea. The person spoke while cleaning a porcelain jar, his tone pensive, because he thought the land and all the relics on the Korean peninsula belonged to Japan. Tarachi prevented relics from being taken out of the peninsula. He even made a detailed list and recorded them. Heijin at that time was busy taking notes in a small notebook, muttering in disagreement, "We have to be grateful for that. That is just as much nonsense as saying the Korean peninsula was modernized. Thanks to Japan's efforts." Yoon Suk frowned, however. Tarachi was the type of person who valued his personal interests over the interests of the Japanese Empire. He looked down at the thick stack of books on the table. Tarachi listed the relics in a book called the Illustrated Catalogue of Ancient Korean Remains. During the process of writing that book, Tarachi intentionally omitted some relics. At the same time, Heijin listened intently with a cold expression. Relics of true value, he wanted to be the one who owned them, not the Japanese Empire. He hid their existence even from that list. The artifacts were collected solely to satisfy Tarachi's desire for ownership. Yoon Suk's hands flipped through the pages. It is called the Tarachi Collection. We do not yet know the quantity and composition of the collection. Someday, all the relics there. Heijin leaned back in his chair, muttering to himself, "What kind of nonsense am I saying? If that is true, I heard about it from Uncle Byong-guk a long time ago." He grumbled, "That is a very famous story in the circle of grave robbers. I heard that university professors and the Cultural Heritage Administration were interested at first, but eventually denied everything. There is no actual evidence related to that list of relics. Dad, this is enough. It is not necessary to search for things that do not exist in reality." However, Yoon Suk did not agree. It is not that they do not exist, but that no one has found them yet. Heijin still did not quite understand why he reacted so strongly. If the Tarachi collection definitely exists, how is that different from it not existing? No one has actually seen it, so I have to say. But before he could finish his sentence, his father whispered, "Your grandfather." Although he did not live at the same time as Tarachi Masatake. But he traded many times with members of the Tarachi family. He personally verified a part of their relic collection. Scenes from memory came flooding back. I heard Tarachi Masatake left a diary while he was alive, recording the items he owned and the items he had not been able to possess yet. The book sealed in memory was also a piece of a puzzle Yoon Suk could never solve. There is also a list of what would fall into his hands. That notebook is a Tarachi family heirloom. They were said to have moved immediately after Tarachi Masatake's death. He sternly crossed his arms on the table. The Tarachi family's relics are not just a lost heritage of this land. That is the work your grandfather. And it is also the work that I must carry on. Yoon Suk's eyes seemed to light up, so if you can by any means, find them again. February 17, 1911, received a tea bowl from one of Lee Sun-shin's descendants. Lost it during evacuation due to panic on September 12, 1914. I must find it again. Returning to reality, the video of the secretary speaking the truth was playing repeatedly. That is what is written in Tarachi Masatake's diary. There are also detailed descriptions of the size and shape of the tea bowl. Only then did Heijin's eyes widen in astonishment. So it is true, Tarachi Masatake's diary actually exists. The secretary, who had been manipulated by the shamaness, was only now starting to wake up. She suddenly jumped, filled with alertness. But it was too late now. The secretary fearfully covered her mouth and cried out, why, but Heijin spoke up in time, "Don't worry." He looked away, sweat rolling down his face. "No one will know about what just happened, not Manager Yang or anyone else. I want to ask a few more questions, but..." In his sight, the shamaness was shaking her head to signal him. Understanding her hint, Heijin was forced to let her run away in a hurry. At this point, the shamaness propped her chin and pondered. A man named Tarachi Masatake has a diary. He also owned that porcelain jar. From what I have heard, it seems he had a great interest in antiques. She turned to say to him, if that is the case, then the 3 heavenly seals must also. But seeing Heijin's hands trembling violently, she could not help but ask with concern, "Hey, are you alright?" He answered honestly, "I am a bit tired." Hearing that, the shamaness was a bit worried. Strange. I did not think it would be this bad. I thought it would be much better than last time. She hung her head gloomily. This power is fearsome. I am sorry. Heijin muttered softly, no, it is not that. As expected of a tycoon. They are incredible, the Wajin group. At the same time, in a high-rise building. The door to a certain room made a small sound. The jacket was taken off as hurried footsteps echoed. Jin entered the house, panting with exhaustion. He picked up the phone. "Hello," Byung-book immediately asked with concern. "How did it go, Jin?" As he spoke, he cautiously covered his mouth and whispered, "They were skeptical when you said it was Admiral Lee Sun-shin's tea bowl, were not they? Did you explain it thoroughly?" Jin held his head, his face pale. "I will explain it in detail next time. It is a long story." But he still did not get the hint and asked, "Then shall we have dinner together today? Sujong is about to return to Korea." Jin still flatly refused. "Let us make it next time. I am really tired this time." Byung-book did not push further. "Ah, well then. Remember to rest and take your medicine." After hanging up, he recalled Jin's voice. He was so cool earlier, but his voice over the phone sounded really bad. He scratched his head self-reproachfully. "Then I will just have dinner with Sujong, just the two of us." Meanwhile, Jin collapsed onto his bed in exhaustion. "I am spent. Even with the flu, it was not this bad. I will probably be like this until tomorrow, but at least I got a clear clue." Tarachi Toru, at age 56, became the chairman of Misaru Electronics and he looked at the photo of the man. Momoko Kitagawa. But even so, what am I supposed to do? During that time, the person named Kitagawa was sitting before a porcelain jar, saying coldly to a subordinate, "Did you find it?" Jin seemed to turn into a spirit, quietly observing their entire conversation. "Yes, at Seon Art Gallery in Korea." Kitagawa asked again, "Seon Art Gallery?" The subordinate obeyed, "Yes. According to the investigation, it is a branch of the Wajin Group." Jin was still a bit stunned looking at the surroundings. This is too vivid to be called a dream, a dark office setting without a single beam of light, including the familiar ceramics and kimonos that could be identified at first glance. Jin looked at his hands and fell into thought. Even the feeling of spiritual manifestation that I am now completely familiar with it is clear what I am experiencing is not merely a dream. His eyes flashed with alertness. But I just fell asleep on the bed. This is the first time I have been in this state. If that is the case. His gaze focused on the meticulously carved porcelain jar on the table. That jar. Something strange must have happened. Just then, the shamaness voice rang out, "That is right." She suddenly appeared behind him. This must be a memory from not long ago, recorded by that porcelain jar. "Wow." The shamaness smiled back. "This time I was just called. I am not the one who revived this memory." She recalled the moment Jin touched the porcelain jar. The spirit energy of the 3 heavenly seals was transmitted through that jar. A source of energy that even I cannot control has brought Jin to this memory. She then remembered his anxious mood earlier. Perhaps that is why Jin's body is not well right now. It must be under its influence. The shamaness pointed downward. "Do you see anything on the table?" Where she pointed was a box covered in talismans. Beside the porcelain jar is a box with talismans. Perhaps inside it is at least one of the 3 items of the 3 heavenly seals. Not that it is, but there is a possibility it exists. A talisman is stuck to the box surface. I cannot fully understand the meaning of the characters and patterns written on it. It is likely from a long time ago. Perhaps someone wanted to seal the power of the 3 heavenly seals. Her face was sad, because that person knew exactly what the 3 heavenly seals were. They were truly careful not to let even a bit of aura escape. At this point, Jin suddenly interrupted her. "Wait a moment." He intently observed the action of the 2 people pushing the box. He spoke slowly, "Then how could that aura be transmitted to that porcelain jar?" Each talisman stuck on the box carried strange characters. Suddenly, a blue light appeared right before their eyes. That light was gradually absorbed completely by the porcelain jar. Jin's eyes widened, and the shamaness voice still echoed in his ears, "No mistake." Her face darkened with profound thoughts. That is the 3 heavenly seals, and among them, the mirror that reflects the human soul. Soon, a bottomless black hole began to appear before them. It is the aura of the soul-reflecting mirror. The shamaness looked at the surrounding scene which had stopped. The memory seems to end here. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she continued happily, "Just as I guessed, the 3 heavenly seals chose Jin. It truly was not wrong." At this moment, Jin had to use his hand to block the blinding light in front of him. Shortly after, he opened his eyes. Around him was his bedroom as the city sank into a busy evening. At Seon Art Gallery. Jong Myung had just finished showering. He was wearing a bathrobe, his tone full of mockery. Can you guess who painted it? The person on the other end of the line echoed back. It is Shin Samdang, is not it? From a glance, that is my guess. Jong Myung smirked. Indeed, a manager of Sian. That is right. You said you were organizing an exhibition this time, so I worked very hard to get it. The woman on the other end replied seriously, I will request an appraisal immediately. It is not that I do not trust you, but I want to be sure. Hearing this, Jong Myung nodded in agreement. An appraisal, that is good. Even if you did not do so, I have already hired an excellent expert. This is someone newly introduced. His resume is quite good. But she flatly refused, not letting him say more. No. I will assign this task to Hae-jin. Unhai's words somewhat angered Jong Myung and made him confused. It seems you do not trust me. Why, are you planning to hire him with your own money this time too? Unhai replied coldly, so what? She walked closer to a chair, not showing any respect to anyone. As long as it does not harm the gallery, it is fine. I hope you understand. This is my decision after much thought. Seeing this, Jong Myung could only laugh it off. Alright, have it your way. Don't blame me for anything later. After hanging up, Unhai let her hand fall onto the armrest, letting out an angry breath. Ha! She remembered Hae-jin's nonchalant appearance in her memory. Unhai exhaled, asking herself, is this the right choice? Meanwhile, Jong Myung was overwhelmed by anger. He was so frustrated that he ripped the towel off his shoulder. Truly stubborn. Let her try then. At that moment, Ho-yun suddenly spoke up with an ambiguous tone. Do you think it will be that easy? Hearing this, Jong Myung immediately turned around. Look, what did I tell you? She is an inflexible child with a rigid personality. She spoke each word aimed at demeaning Unhai. She does not know how to bow. Her pride is higher than the blue sky. What can a person like that actually achieve? As she spoke, Ho-yun stepped onto the floor and slowly put on her slippers. I do not understand what grandfather was thinking, giving Sian to her. She then walked up to Jong Myung. Should we take action? Someone more flexible and practical, someone who can actually lead the gallery. Ho-yun let out a slight smirk. You are much better suited for it than that girl. Her words were exactly what Jong Myung wanted to hear. He contentedly stroked her smooth hair. I should have been engaged to you, not her. However, Ho-yun brushed his hand away with a look of distaste. I prefer being single. You just keep dealing with that girl. Jong Myung's face darkened as he calculated his next moves. This is just the beginning. Just wait a little longer, and the position of CEO of Myri Innovation will be mine as well. At that point, making you the manager won't be an issue anymore, will it? Ho-yun stood on her tiptoes and leaned in close to him. That is more like it. She hugged the man in front of her. Well done, brother. A man like you. Yet, in her heart, she was still a bit wary of Jong Myung. To dare to plot like this. The following day, Unhai sat on her chair and let out a soft sigh. Ha! She looked at the text history between her and Jong Myung, along with the long sermon-like messages he had sent. I told you before, do not do anything to get us into trouble. If you spend too much on appraisal fees and the higher-ups find out, it will be the end for both of us. If you want to dig your own grave, do not drag me in. Do you really want that? She leaned back against her chair. Seriously. It is barely morning and already. At the same time, Hae-jin was looking at himself in the mirror. He dialed a number. Hello, Mr.
Hae-jin. Unhai ansve.
Hae-jin replied politely, good morning. While speaking, he used a towel to wipe a drop of water from his ear. I am calling to ask if you can contact Miss Ho-yun. I have finished the appraisal and want to ask where we can meet. Hearing this, Unhai was so startled she covered her mouth. You are finished already. Are you free now? I recall the vice chairman mentioned we should drop by Pyeongchangdong once the appraisal is done. Hae-jin was rummaging through his closet for clothes. It is not even lunchtime yet, and we are invited by the vice chairman. He must be quite free. Unhai replied honestly, he often holds important meetings at home. He does not go to the office very frequently.
Hae-jin understood.
I see. Hearing that, she offered, I will come pick you up then. Hae-jin was still fingering a shirt sleeve hanging in his closet. All right, let us meet in an hour. At that moment, Unhai remembered Jong Myung's texts. She started to say something but hesitated. Ah, by the way. No, it is nothing. She simply added one last thing. See you in an hour. Lim Song-jun's villa in Pyeongchang-dong. Unhai sat next to Hae-jin in a room. His steady, low voice rang out, I hope you do not mind us dropping by so suddenly. The man sitting in the head chair replied, it is fine. Seeing that, he continued the conversation, I have received the appraisal fee for the painting from before. Thank you, sir. The other man replied formally, of course, I had to pay it.
Seong-yun left relaxedly.
But earlier you said it would take 3 days, yet you are here today. Can I take that as a good omen? Hae-jin answered firmly, of course. First, there was an issue. But I handled it earlier than expected. Song-jun cut him off. Wouldn't it have been better if you came back 3 days later? At the same time, Ho-yun walked down the stairs. That would make for a better lie that you worked hard before showing up. She sat with her arms crossed in front of them, an arrogant aura emanating from her very core. Just like other appraisers. Well, since you are here anyway, I bet you are going to tell us we should go through with the exchange, right? Hae-jin replied calmly, I was just about to get straight to the point. He then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Song-jun saw this and asked, please do not exchange it. What is the reason? Hae-jin immediately explained. First, the value of the bunching porcelain jar is very high. He recalled the appearance of that expensive jar. You must have heard from Miss Ho-yun. It reminds me of a white porcelain jar with a grape design, which is currently considered a national treasure. However, Song-jun simply waved his hand dismissively. I do not care for national treasures. As of now, I know that tea-bowl is not worth that much. Hae-jin seemed to have anticipated this. That is why I requested 3 days to find evidence proving the bowl's value. He lowered his tone slightly and recounted the old story. That bowl was stolen by a Japanese man from the main house of a general over 100 years ago, but one day it disappeared and was found as a property belonging to Miss Unhai. At this point, both Song-jun and Ho-yun were skeptical. A general, who? Hae-jin's face turned serious. Admiral Yi-sun Shin. Unhai was stunned, covering her mouth in shock. Even Ho-yun looked doubtful at Hae-jin's words. Song-jun asked suspiciously, Admiral Yi-sun Shin, in reality, there are no records of this tea-bowl left in Korea. So how can you find proof? Hae-jin closed his eyes and shook his head. No, there is proof. It is just that it is not here right now. Song-jun was losing his patience. What are you talking about? Stop beating around the bush. Hae-jin quickly got to the point. Are you familiar with a man named Teraki Masatake? He asked back, Teraki, you mean the first governor-general during the Japanese occupation? Hae-jin nodded in agreement. Exactly. A long time ago, the Terachi family kept a record of unregistered artifacts, and it has been passed down for generations as an heirloom. Information about the tea-bowl is in that heirloom book. Based on what is written there, they could immediately identify the tea-bowl displayed at Seein Gallery. Hae-jin feared Song-jun would not believe him. So if the vice-chairman wants proof, you need to ask them directly. Unhai glanced at him, her mind racing. An interesting story, but even if it is true, does it mean anything? Even for the vice-chairman, he does not have the authority to recklessly demand to see a family heirloom like that. Ho-yun smiled and added, so that means there is no way to verify the owner of the tea-bowl, right? The information in that heirloom is probably just your speculation, is not it? Don't you think so, Dad? Hae-jin nodded without a fight. You can think of it that way. But then he recalled the past, words that seemed ordinary but carried heavy weight. However, if that item were a fake, would those people want to exchange it for a priceless bunching porcelain jar? Ho-yun found it more ridiculous the more she heard. She sneered, not believing the story at all. Are you kidding? That is just indirect evidence. Even Song-jun leaned toward her side. I understand what you are saying, but I hired you because I want to verify the details of the matter. Even if what you say is true before he could finish, Hae-jin held out his phone, showing the video of So-jin's secretary. December 17, 1911, received a tea-bowl from a descendant of Yi-sun Shin. Ho-yun and Unhai were simultaneously stunned. September 12, 1914, missing after evacuating from a fire. Seeing this, the way Song-jun looked at him changed. How on earth did you find this? Hae-jin held the phone and paused the video. Yesterday, I asked Miss Ho-yun to look into the employee standing next to manager Yang So-jin. She is a staff member sent from Maisaru Electronics in Japan. And Maisaru Electronics is a company under the Terachi Group, I presume. But I still do not understand. How could you get an employee like that to reveal a secret that I cannot say? Furthermore, for security reasons, this video cannot be disclosed to the public. However, is this enough to prove it? As expected, my judgment did not fail me. Wait, Dad, that does not change anything. Not being able to disclose the video is the same as saying there is no evidence. No. Ignore her perspective. This is already excellent. There is no way we are exchanging Sun Shin's tea bowl for an ordinary porcelain jar. Since you did so well, I suppose I should reward you. Song Jun clasped his hands, his eyes full of calculation. So for which of the two items will you take your fee? Jin let his hands rest on his thighs. After this event, I know the tea bowl is very valuable. Thus, it is priceless. He added thoughtfully, to the ignorant, it might only be worth 10 million won, but to others, it could be worth up to 10 billion. He recalled his conversation with the dealer. 10 million was perhaps an understatement. 10 billion. Jin looked up at Ho Yun nearby. And as an appraiser, I will only take fees for things that can be measured in money. I will take 50 million won for appraising the bunching porcelain jar.
Seong Yun nodded.
Very well. He stood up abruptly. The appraisal fee will be transferred to your account today. It was a pleasure working with you. Ho Yun, who was still frozen in shock at what had just happened, gave a slight nod to Unhai. Meanwhile, Jin was still sitting comfortably against the chair, a bit confused. I know I was a bit much, but did I really do something to make them that angry? He looked completely bewildered. Should I not have asked about the appraisal fee? Why did he act like that after finding out Sun Shin's tea bowl was his property? A while later, while on the highway heading back to his home, a low voice spoke up. That was a relief. Honestly, I thought the vice chairman would go through with the exchange. Unhai recalled Ho Yun smiling with her arms crossed. Regardless of its value, he would feel it as a waste of money if he could not see any actual current benefit in it. She stared at the long road ahead. He sometimes makes confusing decisions, but when it comes to antiques, he follows his own rules. That is why he did not exchange it. Even Jin was a bit skeptical. I truly can't believe it. After all, my father and Uncle Byong-guk told me many stories. He sat next to Unhai, showing no emotion. About how people in power behave in public versus how they stab others in the back later. Especially after seeing the Chinese artifacts displayed at Manhwa Gallery. He became even more certain. Jin turned and asked, I have a question. Through what route are the Chinese artifacts imported? Unhai thought back for a moment and replied, most of them are imported from China via Insadong. You also know how difficult it is to find Chinese antiques at auction houses. Her voice rang out steadily in the quiet car. Manhwa Gallery has worked with 3 people. But her words reminded him of the little information he had. Someone said there was a water route used to smuggle Chinese artifacts into Korea secretly. Gradually, Jin grew suspicious of the truth in her words. Or did she truly not know anything? A while later, as the sky grew dark, only the lights from distant windows remained. As soon as Jin stepped into his room, another voice called out to him, Hey, over here, over here. It was none other than Su Jong. She smiled and praised him, you bastard, you look cooler than I thought. Seeing her, childhood memories flooded Jin's mind. Because Uncle Byong-guk and his father were best friends. Back then, he and Su Jong were just kids but boldly held hands. Specifically, because both of their fathers were grave robbers. Returning to reality, Su Jong leaned her hands on the table, staring at him. I heard from my dad.
Jin replied happily. Yeah.
It is normal for me to be in the same field as my dad. Who would have thought you would be in the same field as yours too? While the two of them were busy chatting, Byong-guk was humming a tune. Don't you hate being chased by the police? Of course I hate it. We had to run from the police every day and frequently move to different places. He listened to them talk and gave a light cough. Actually, my main purpose for coming to this restaurant is not related to grave robbing. I am different from my dad. Then Byong-guk chimed in, I have also quit grave robbing. Right now, I am just killing time by helping him. But Su Jong, sitting next to him, shouted angrily, I dare you to go grave robbing again. If you do, I won't see you or treat you like my father anymore. Jin saw the father and daughter joking around and felt happy for them. He thought, I thought it would be awkward being caught between a father and daughter who have not seen each other in a long time, but it seems I can learn a lot about them in this situation. A piece of meat on the grill was flipped. Anyway, you could not find any evidence about that tea bowl. There is no way the Teraki family would show us their heirlooms. Byung-guk interrupted their conversation. Well anyway, I am glad it ended well. Regardless, do you feel better now? You sounded sick when I called you last time. Hae-jin smiled and replied, I think I feel better thanks to you being on time, uncle.
Suveong propet herchintov.
Thinking that such a thing happened. I did not even know you were sick. Anyway, do you have time? Hae-jin was wiping a stain from his mouth and asked blankly time when where.
Sujeon smiled.
After we finish eating, let us go to the hotel. At this, Hae-jin was flustered. You have become quite bold after living abroad for a while. Soo-jong added cryptically, of course, Dad is coming too. Byung-guk had not quite understood what was happening yet. But she did not explain immediately. I have something that will interest you. At the Porsche Hotel. Byung-guk asked Soo-jong as Hae-jin was preparing to sit down, what on earth is it that made you act like this? She turned toward them and replied implicitly, what word? Promise me you two won't tell anyone about what you are about to see. All right, he was tired of guessing. Just bring it out. It better be something good. The three of them looked at each other. Then Soo-jong smirked and slowly opened the lid of the object. She then placed the mysterious item on the table. Soo-jong asked smugly, what do you think, Dad? Byung-guk and Hae-jin leaned down to look. The painting looks very old. It might tear if we are not careful. On that painting were faint lines that had been worn away over many years. After examining it closely, Hae-jin suddenly looked up and asked, you want me to appraise it? Soo-jong did not deny it. It seems very valuable, but I am not sure. What do you think? The request made him think for a long time. To identify the artist of this painting without a seal or signature. It could only be determined through the brushwork. From the uniqueness, philosophy, and preferred tools to the feel and detail of the brushstrokes, and the subjects described. Hae-jin stayed silent for a moment, taking a few seconds to appraise and analyze the drawing based on accumulated data to identify the artist. Finally, he slowly said to Soo-jong, the drawing shows vivid facial expressions and every action is meticulously portrayed. He pointed to a spot on the ancient painting. The drawing is quite damaged, but if you look closer, the eyes are drawn very differently, are not they? He is even staring intently. Every word Hae-jin said left Soo-jong in awe. It was accurately recreated from what the artist observed. Even Byung-guk nearby nodded. Simple and concise background, with a focus on the characters and the local atmosphere. After hearing all of Hae-jin's deductions, Soo-jong finally spoke up. So what is your final conclusion? He propped his chin with some speculation. It seems to be one of Yun Do-seo's drawings. Hearing this, Soo-jong asked, unfamiliar with the identity, Yun Do-seo, who is that? But in total contrast to her, Byung-guk was restless. Really, this is truly a drawing by Yun Do-seo. This made Soo-jong even more confused than before. Is he that famous? I was right to buy this drawing, was not I? Byung-guk slapped her shoulder hard, making her jump. Ah, where did you buy this? Is this the real deal? How much did you pay for it? Soo-jong rubbed her aching shoulder. I bought it at a flea market. She immediately recalled the past. On a trip to France, she thought it looked like a drawing from our country, so she bought it. Back then, she had held the drawing high in excitement. I was so interested because I thought it was a wonderful drawing. Is it really a drawing by a great man? Dad, buying it at a flea market. Really?
Byung-guk hurriedly nudged Hae-jin.
Hae-jin, do you think it is real? Hae-jin was still wrestling with his own tangled thoughts, without even needing to use his ability. He looked down at the drawing placed neatly on the table, feeling a bit of regret. Though it is a shame it is heavily damaged due to poor preservation, there is no doubt it is authentic. Yes, it is the real deal. He then looked up. That is right. You said you majored in restoration, right?
Suveong lightly srach herchek.
I majored in restoration. My school specialized in ceramics and Western paintings. So I am not clear on this drawing. The type of paper and glue used, plus Eastern and Western paintings pursue different things, so the form of the drawings is completely different. Hae-jin heard this and suggested, I can teach you, so can you restore this drawing? Byung-guk pointed at the drawing. Soo-jong, valuable items should be restored and placed where they can be well preserved. Preserved in a place with good humidity control. Only then can we preserve the remains of our ancestors. Soo-jong replied irritably, anyway, we are going to sell it. But Byung-guk disagreed. But if you want to keep it, you need a suitable facility. He stroked his beard. The warehouse I own in Insadong is used for storing ceramics. If you want to reduce the cost of restoring the drawing. Sujong obviously understood his implication. She said hesitantly, how much do I need to borrow it? Heijin, watching their entire conversation, was equally helpless. Like father, like daughter. Byung-guk raised his head and said confidently, at least 300 million won. Is that okay, Heijin? Heijin nodded in agreement. Because another drawing by Yun Du-seo has not been discovered yet. It is worth it. Jong Yak-yong, the grandson of Gongjae Yun Du-seo, was recorded as a pioneer in art at the end of the Joseon dynasty. His portrait is recognized as a national treasure. Byung-guk patted his chest firmly. Don't worry, Dad will sell it for a good price. Sujong's eyes sparkled with hope. You will give me the money from the sale, right? He also gestured happily. Of course. In exchange, can I have 10%? Heijin chimed in, restoration is harder than trading. I will take 20%. In that hotel, only their room still had the lights on, along with Sujong's voice echoing, you two robbers. A long time passed, and Heijin fell tiredly onto his bed. Phew. I am exhausted. He stared at the ceiling light, muttering wearily, from searching for the 3 heavenly seals to now even having to do restoration. He then stretched. I should also quickly find Dad. Heijin had so many things he wanted to ask his father. The image of a man struggling in the darkness returned. And why? Why did Dad disappear after leaving the shaman bell behind without meeting me? Heijin looked at his face reflected in the mirror. If Dad knew what the shaman bell was and left it for me, by tracking the 3 heavenly seals, I might find a clue to where he is. At that exact moment, the shamaness suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Heijin spoke up happily, you are here. Then let us plan our next move. Hearing that, she was a bit confused about his previous plan. Aren't we going to Japan? Are you going to ignore the call of the 3 heavenly seals? Heijin was speechless. Calm down before I actually do it. Then he scratched his head awkwardly. If it is Japan, we can go any time. In this era, all you need is a passport. His voice carried a hint of subtle concern, but he is not someone we can easily meet. We need money and status. Even if we do meet him, there is no way they would willingly show us their family heirloom. Heijin rubbed his chin, pondering, should we set a bait, something that can catch his attention like that tea bowl? Meanwhile, on Unhai's side, Heijin's voice rang out from the other end, hello. She quickly replied, Heijin, it is me, Unhai. I am sorry for calling so late. Do you have time to talk? Heijin replied politely, yes, go ahead. However, he also gestured to the shamaness, go over there for a bit. Unhai hesitated and lightly scratched her cheek, it is nothing but. She recalled So-jin's departing figure. Manager Yang So-jin wants to meet you. Hearing that, Heijin asked in confusion, why does she want to see me? She replied quickly, Madam did not say much about it. We said we did not accept the deal, so Manager Yang So-jin wants to meet you, Heijin. He still could not understand it. What does she want with me? It is unclear. As soon as Unhai finished, Heijin stepped out of the car. She said she needs your help with a few things. He stood silently before the large building. It is not just because you are curious about what happened to Momoko after you cast that spell on her. Heijin seemed to have reached a decision. He went to knock on the door. She would not ask for help for no reason, right? If not then. Immediately after, Heijin was greeted by a secretary. Isn't she? Momoko. So-jin sat upright on the sofa, watching his every move. Unhai told me you needed my help. Heijin slowly sat down, asking quietly, I can't believe out of all people, you are asking for my help, Madam Yang So-jin. What is the matter? So-jin picked up her teacup, replying calmly, before we get to the main point, I have a question. So-jin mentioned her former secretary. After meeting Heijin, that Japanese employee suddenly disappeared. Do you remember that girl, my employee? At this, Heijin looked over with some surprise. Are you talking about? I suspected it, but did she really disappear? Was she under that much pressure? He slowly recalled the secretary's strange behavior. Or is Tarachi Toru a more terrible person than I thought? So-jin suddenly interrupted Heijin's train of thought. I do not know why she ran away, but it was an unexpected case. She was the one who asked me for the job. Her gaze became ice cold. This has never happened before. Tell me how ruthless he is. I also need an explanation to discuss with him. Staring straight into that look, Heijin felt a bit conflicted. I guess she suspects me. However, there are no surveillance cameras, so there is no way to confirm her suspicions. After a moment's thought, he replied cautiously, I am not quite sure. She acted very strangely for a moment. When I asked her about the tea bowl, she immediately started stuttering. Recalling this, Heijin felt suspicious. Furthermore, I am not sure what she did after that. Sojin seemed to understand, saying implicitly, I see. I understand. Well, let us set this aside and focus on the main point. Glancing at the other's expression, Heijin breathed a sigh of relief. I heard from Vice Chairman Lim yesterday. Suddenly their gazes met. You said that tea bowl is an object containing great power. Yes, it is a very important treasure. Sojin's face glowed with interest. You are the only one who discovered that secret so quickly when even experts could not. I have to use special measures to ask you a favor. Instinctively, Heijin bit his lip nervously. In reality, she is pretending to know nothing about the tea bowl. Is she plotting something? He kept his expression calm. Even if she has malicious intent, she would not call me the one who ruined her deal. Heijin seemed to see through her true nature. This woman was greedy, someone who would sell anything for money, regardless of whether it was a national treasure. He gradually understood everything. A person like that just lost 1 billion won because of him. There is no way she is just asking for an appraisal. Heijin's tea was still hot. He replied slowly, I think you already know how valuable my appraisal skills are, so let me see it first. I will make a decision later. A little later, Sojin led Heijin to a secret room. He looked at the objects inside, his heart racing. So this is Yang Sojin's vault. This place is temperature controlled for antique preservation. Does that mean the standards are quite low? Does she really know much about antiques? Suddenly, Sojin stepped forward and looked back at him. It is this painting. The two approached a large table. Sojin said expectantly, it was not easy to get this drawing. I hope you can appraise it accurately.
Heijin replied calmly.
If it is an authentic work, it will be obvious immediately. He took out his gloves, preparing for the appraisal. How did she get this? Sojin listened silently to Heijin. Seriously, how did you get this drawing? He glanced at her cautiously. I know who it belongs to. Immediately after, Heijin began his work. A young stonecutter, shirtless, trying to use a hammer to make a hole in a rock, and an old stonecutter holding the chisel, diligently working. He stared at the painting. This is the work of Gongjae Yun Du Seo. Suddenly, Sojin spoke sternly. This is why I brought you here, Heijin. It fell into my hands, but the problem is someone else owns an identical drawing. She looked carefully at the painting. The drawing you know might be on display in a museum, but that means one of them is a fake. Sojin spoke directly about her issue. The problem is my side's appraisers also admitted defeat. They said they could not distinguish which one is the fake. Hearing that, Heijin seemed to understand. What will you do to make this drawing the authentic one? Will you donate it to the museum? For a moment, Sojin frowned at him. Heijin tried to think it through. Just because it is a cultural heritage does not mean all items must be displayed in a museum. The stonecutters is currently displayed in another museum. However, if only. Sojin laughed meaningfully. How could that be? This is a drawing I acquired legally. If you are planning to skip the appraisal. Heijin looked over. This drawing is something you have never seen before. He caught the other party's amused face. At least you have some skill in this field, right? Heijin was silent for a few minutes then replied, I understand. I will appraise it. He pushed her back. I need to focus, so please step back. Your breathing will distract me. So be quiet. Sojin's gaze from behind was fixed on him. I am not sure if she wants to smuggle this drawing. However, if she tries to sell it through legal means. She glanced at her watch. I will make her pay for that. That is why what I do from now on is very important. Heijin meticulously touched the painting. In case Yang Sojin is planning something suspicious, I can't use magic yet. That is why I have no choice but to proceed with the appraisal using only my eyes. He thought to himself, mostly the pigments and paper materials can be imitated, but some things are very hard to simulate. Specifically, Yun Du Seo had an amazing ability to express the circumstances and personality of the characters in his drawings. For example, you can guess the momentum of the young man with his lips pursed and leaning his breath forward to maintain balance, while the old man has his eyebrows and shoulders hunched. A moment later, Heijin said quietly, the level of detail and the realism of the brushstrokes. It is authentic. This is indeed a painting by Yun Du Seo. Hearing that, Sojin immediately asked, then is there a high chance the painting on display is a fake? In contrast, Heijin shook his head slowly, maybe yes, maybe no. He said calmly, the great Yun Du-seo must have drawn many sketches. There is no way he could ask the stonecutters to stay still until he finished drawing everything. He-jin carefully removed his gloves. Furthermore, he might have drawn many sketches in a short time to recreate them and paint the finished work. He set them aside and glanced at So-jin, so he might have finished both paintings at the same time to see which one was better. However, she was still full of questions, but after painting two, it would be hard for him to choose one. Are you saying he used both? He-jin nodded in confirmation. Exactly. There is another possibility. It could be that the great Kong Hui-ian copied Yun Du-seo's drawing. He offered a guess. Kong Hui-ian, a painter from the late Joseon dynasty, painted a drawing similar to Yun Du-seo's stonecutters. As soon as he finished, So-jin's lips curled into a smile. As far as I know, Kong Hui-ian could not have created two copies, so this must be Yun Du-seo's authentic drawing. She stepped up to put on another pair of gloves. Thank you for today. I will pay your appraisal fee right now. Surprisingly, He-jin shook his head and refused. No need. So-jin's gaze quickly left the painting. She asked in confusion, I won't accept it, what are you saying? He-jin replied quietly, I was very happy to have the opportunity to admire Yun Du-seo's stonecutters. That is why I won't take a fee this time. So-jin's eyes lit up. I thought you only wanted to be an appraiser, but it seems that is not the case. Are you interested in working under me? Listening to her, He-jin did not say anything more. The work I assign requires someone with good eyes. Suddenly, he replied confidently, I will think about it. When the time comes, I will consider it. With that, He-jin turned to leave. I need time to think whether working under you is good for me or not, Madam Yang So-jin. A little later, So-jin picked up the phone and dialed an unknown number. In the quiet room, her voice echoed through the space hello. So-jin could not contain her excitement as she replied to the other end, yes, exactly as we expected. He-jin silently observed her through the mirror. Let us meet in Incheon in 3 days. Catching the information, he suddenly asked, Incheon, is she trying to trade in international waters? Suddenly, the shamaness appeared from behind him. Well, then we can't help it. Scene change, at Byong-buk's antique shop in Insadong. The owner was astonished after hearing He-jin finish. What, Yang So-jin, she has plenty of appraisers. Why would she need you? Don't tell me she wants to retaliate against you. He replied calmly, I was curious too. Also, I wanted to investigate Momoko further so I went there, but she said Momoko had disappeared. Byong-buk suddenly turned serious. Hey, these scenes seem common in horror movies. Her book was found later. Everyone says Tarachi Toru is a terrifying figure. He-jin thought it probably was not the case. It is the era of law now. Besides, Tarachi Toru is the chairman of Maisaru Electronics. With such a high reputation, to do such dangerous things. Hearing this, Byong-buk interrupted. No. There are rumors that once someone displeases him, he will track them down and burn them alive until there is no trace of them left. It is true the times have changed as you said, but such things are not entirely impossible, right? But with someone who does not care about anything, I am truly afraid he will harm us if he hears the deal failed. Byong-buk suddenly asked, anyway, what item did Yang So-jin ask you to appraise? He-jin replied, a drawing by Yun Du-seo. Hearing this name, Soo-jong immediately cried out, Yun Du-seo. He affirmed, yeah, a drawing called The Stonecutters. Byong-buk could not hide his surprise either. Wait, stop right there. Isn't that being displayed in a museum? Soo-jong offered a possibility. Did she steal it? He-jin said honestly, I do not know the details. But surprisingly, during the appraisal, the drawing she was holding was authentic. Byong-buk wondered, if it is authentic, then what is the drawing in the museum? This question was truly hard to answer. He-jin felt conflicted. I do not know. It could be authentic, or it could be a fake. Even though I said that, I believe the drawing displayed at the museum is also authentic. If it truly was a drawing stolen from the museum, then there would be no need for an appraisal. Since both drawings could be real, I wonder how much she will sell it for to the Korean side. If she tries to smuggle it abroad, I will definitely find a way to get it back. That is why I did not take an appraisal fee from her. He-jin knew very well that if reported, not only would the origin of the drawing be investigated, but both Yang So-jin and her museum would be confiscated and searched. Anyway, as long as she does not smuggle it, it is fine. Although it is a bit of a waste of money, I hope my guess is right. Suddenly he asked Soo-jong, hey, can you do the restoration here? It looks smaller than I thought. Byong-buk replied, this is just where I sell antiques. He looked at the window inside and said, the real magic is over there. Everyone quickly moved the crates to another spot. Byung-book pulled back the floor rug, revealing a secret passage going down. He said to Hae-jin, "Go down here." It only took 3 days to find the basic tools and necessary materials for restoration, but the cost of installing the lighting and ventilation systems alone exceeded millions of won. After everything was completed, Byung-book came to the table and stared at the equipment. He asked curiously, "Are you planning to open a research lab? Do you really need all this just to restore one drawing?" Hae-jin exclaimed, "What kind of research lab only has a few chemicals, a beaker, and a dropper? You are always joking, uncle." Soo-jong put on an apron and gloves carefully and said, "Are you planning to analyze the paper material first? What should I do now?" Hae-jin replied, "I am studying the pigments with an X-ray fluorescence spectrometer first." She looked surprised. X-ray fluorescence. "How did you get that?" he said excitedly. "I asked a disciple of a restoration master I know. Even though he passed away, I am still in contact with his students. He was the first-class master of Eastern painting. First, I will use this to check the corrosion density, material, and number of inlay or lining layers. The damage level of the drawing should also be noted to apply appropriate safety measures. And once I am done checking, you can remove all foreign matter on the image with dry powder." Soo-jong picked up a notebook. "I understand." She followed Hae-jin's movements and described them. "Sprinkle the cleaning powder on the drawing and then use a wool brush." "Right," he replied, "exactly." After cleaning, Hae-jin and Soo-jong used paste to fix the pigment layer. At the same time, they used sealing materials to preserve the drawing before moving to numerous other restoration steps. Only then could they carefully remove the discolored varnish layer. After completing part of the work, Hae-jin said, "Let us take a break here." Soo-jong immediately stopped. "All right, let us rest." The shamaness felt extremely excited. She could not hide her admiring gaze. "That is amazing. Without using magic, you can still restore ancient paintings with those techniques. Calling them divine power would not be an exaggeration." Hae-jin replied modestly, "Thank you for the praise, but I am not that great. There are many people in the profession better than me. In my case, I was just lucky to have the chance to learn many things when I was young while everyone else was still in school. Because it is often called cultural heritage restoration, people usually think only precious paintings are restored, but in fact, even old rain-soaked books on a roof or a damaged wicker screen worth a few hundred or thousand won can be restored." So while everyone was still learning school subjects, Hae-jin was improving his skills in pasting, lifting, and joining paper fragments together. The shamaness smiled and said, "You seem very happy, despite taking a different path from others." This made Hae-jin truly happy. He gave a friendly smile and replied, "As you said, this is the work of bringing life back to things with my own hands. I won't regret it." The shamaness gradually vanished into thin air, satisfied that she had chosen the right person. Byung-book and Soo-jong were dozing off at the table when they heard Hae-jin call out, "Wake up. Now we have to restore the damaged parts." The girl replied sleepily, "Hick, all right. Let us get it done." The two quickly got to work. After finding the paper material of the drawing using dye, Hae-jin and Soo-jong began to redraw the damaged areas. After many adjustments, color matching and drying, the restoration process was considered complete. After a week of hard work, they successfully restored the drawing. The three decided to have a celebration party. Hae-jin asked Soo-jong, "It was not that hard, right?" She replied happily, "I think I know how to restore drawings now." Byung-book picked up a beer glass and cleared his throat. "Now all that is left is to finalize the price." The price difference between a restored painting and an original one is quite large. It will probably be much less than you kids expect. He patted Soo-jong's shoulder painfully hard and continued, "But anyway, it is a work by Yoon Do-seo, so it won't be too bad. How you bring this drawing to Korea is also very important. If people find out you found this Yoon Do-seo drawing at a French flea market, it will definitely cause quite a stir." At this point, Soo-jong and Byung-book high-fived repeatedly. "Money, the money is coming to us soon." At this moment, Unhai was in her office making a call. "Hello, Hae-jin, do you have time for a quick talk? There is an auction tomorrow at the Daehan Museum." The other end gave an yes sound. The girl went straight to the point. "Besides the Jade Buddha statue we mentioned in the last exhibition, there are a few things that caught my eye. I do not think I can trust any appraiser besides you. As for the fee, it is up to you. So, please help me." Hae-jin replied briefly, "I understand." Seeing him accept so quickly, Unhai felt very happy. Hae-jin suddenly asked, "By the way, are you free before the auction tomorrow?" The girl replied, before the auction, yes I am. He made a proposal, let me send you the address. Just drop by tomorrow. It is an antique shop in Insadong. I want to show you a drawing. You can consider this a loyalty benefit, because you are the first person in Korea to see it. Hearing Hae-jin's words, Byung-buk's face said I will negotiate the price. While Soo-jong was curious, what loyalty benefit, Unhai replied, I understand. I will definitely come tomorrow. She gave a satisfied smile. She did not expect to be introduced to another item. In the evening, Hae-jin just arrived home when he received word that Young So-jin's drawing was moving. He took off his coat and surmised, it has probably gone quite far by now. Could it be out of Seoul? Hae-jin closed his eyes, focusing to check more closely, towards the west, so it is being taken to the west side. The shamaness replied, that is right. It is being taken far away. What do you plan to do? He calculated, if it is the west, I have heard about it. Probably Incheon. When an antique is taken to Incheon, it can only go to 2 places. If it does not cross the border by ship, it will be moved abroad by a container vessel. Hae-jin looked at his phone. Anyway, there is a tracker. As a modern citizen, should we report this matter? Scene change, at a factory located in a deserted mountain valley. The inside was filled with brightly colored crates. Ceramic workers were painting motifs onto the bodies of jars. A man opened the door and walked in. It was Dae-hyun. He looked inside the factory and let out a satisfied smile. Appraiser Jo Kong-min was checking the items. Seeing Dae-hyun arrive, he exclaimed, you are here. We just finished right on time. He quickly put on gloves, picked up a sample, and examined it closely, assessing, the color is not bad. It will probably fool most appraisers. Kong-min was a bit worried, but sir, will we really be able to fool that stupid chairman song with this? Dae-hyun smiled and replied, that old man is a romanticist. If you cry and beg for 2 billion won, he might even be willing to give it to you. But his romantic nature does not benefit us at all. As long as he hands over the money, he can ask us for anything. With that, Dae-hyun thrust the jar into Kong-min's hands. Hearing this, he felt somewhat relieved. Yes, I will try to make it perfect. Old man Jung chuckled smugly, of course. Hurry up and finish it. That is my 2 billion won right there. The next day, at Byung-buk's antique shop in Insadong. Unhai entered the shop and greeted politely, hello, it is a pleasure to see you again. Jong Myung looked around and remarked, this place looks as shabby as a corner shop in our neighborhood. Byung-buk replied sternly, yeah, nice to see you too. But who is this guy? Oh, Hae-jin introduced. This is Miss Unhai's fiancé, Lee Jong-myung. He is a lead at the Myri Group. Hearing that name, Byung-buk was internally shaken. The Myri Group, it is not as big as Wajin or Yuzeong, but it is still a well-known company. He looked at Jong Myung, who was dusting off his clothes, and whispered under his breath, looking at him, does he even know anything about antiques? But well, whoever has money is my customer. Hae-jin gave a wry smile, thinking, it seems he only came here to keep an eye on his fiancée. But either way, he is rich, right? Whatever the case, making a good impression is always beneficial. Soo-jong has already become a restoration expert in this Insadong area. You are annoyed because he called this place shabby. Are not you? Byung-buk looked grumpy. Yeah, but I am not annoyed. Hae-jin thought to himself, even though he said that, I feel a bit sad too. Am I that untrustworthy in Miss Unhai's eyes? Everyone quickly sat down at the work table. The shop owner introduced himself. My name is Young Byung-buk. I have been in this business for 27 years. This is my daughter, Young Soo-jong. She is a restoration expert. She bowed in greeting. It is a pleasure to meet you.
I am Yang Soo-jing.
Hae-jin quickly got to the main point. Now, let us go see the painting first. The separate restoration workshop is this way. He led Unhai and Jong Myung down to the basement. Then he pointed to the painting set out on the table and said, this is the painting I mentioned. It was a black and white ink painting depicting a ox-herding boy in the countryside. Jong Myung leaned down and looked at the painting intently, assessing it. It does not look like anything valuable. Did you really call us all the way here just to see this? Unhai turned and asked, the painting style looks very familiar, but I have never heard of this work. Who painted it? Hae-jin replied cautiously, before I reveal that, this is a piece restored from a drawing Soo-jong found at a flea market in France. Since its condition was very poor when it was discovered, it would have definitely vanished if it had not been restored. As he spoke, He showed her a photo of it before the restoration. Unhai agreed, I see. In that case, displaying it in a museum after restoration should be the top priority. Am I right, Miss Sujong? Being able to restore it to this level is truly impressive. At these words, Sujong just lightly scratched her cheek and remained silent. Byong-buk crossed his arms and said with a proud voice, "My daughter graduated in conservation and restoration from the University of Applied Arts in Vienna, Austria. I am not just praising her because she is my kid, but she really is talented." Heijin had no intention of entering the restoration field, so he decided to let Sujong have all the spotlight. Unhai exclaimed excitedly, "Really, with a daughter like that, it is worth bragging a bit. Now, please tell me about this painting." Heijin replied slowly, "All right then. This is a painting that does not seem very prominent at first. There are no traces indicating who painted it either. That is why even someone with absolute knowledge like Miss Unhai could not guess it immediately, and that is also why it was being sold at a flea market. Now, let me explain. I am certain that this is a previously undisclosed painting. From the collection of the Master Yun Du Seo, it is an undisclosed work." Hearing this, Unhai cried out, "By Yun Du Seo." Seeing his girlfriend's shock, Jong Myung asked, "What is it? Is he that famous? I have never even heard the name before." The other four people simultaneously looked at him with astonished eyes. Unhai put her hand to her forehead with a look of utter helplessness and explained, "He was a famous scholar and painter of the Joseon dynasty. His self-portrait is recognized as a national treasure. That is why I told you not to follow me." Jong Myung grumbled, "How was I supposed to know we would be looking at Eastern paintings today?" Unhai turned and asked, "Are you sure it is truly that respected scholar, Yun Du Seo?" Heijin affirmed confidently, "I am sure. The ability to realistically portray a character's personality with a single stroke, and a unique composition that emphasizes the character against the background, only that master could have done it." Unhai felt it was amazing. Compared to the unrestored drawing in the photo, the actual painting is so vivid. "So how much do you all think this painting is worth?" At this, Byong-buk spoke up, "This is a newly discovered undisclosed painting by Yun Du Seo. And considering it was found at a flea market in France, is not it bound to become a hot topic? I think it is worth at least 300 million won. That is not too expensive, right? The price of an antique depends entirely on how the viewer perceives it. It is based on its one-of-a-kind exclusivity in the world." Jong Myung loosened his tie slightly and replied slowly, 300 million won is a bit expensive. It is true that a new painting by Yun Du Seo is very valuable. But he is not exactly a world-famous artist. Seeing this side of him, both Byong-buk and his daughter shared the same thought. Look at him, giving an assessment of someone whose name he did not even know 5 minutes ago. Jong Myung criticized, "Trying to sell this for 300 million is nothing short of daylight robbery." Byong-buk asked nonchalantly, "Do you know how many paintings Lee Young-seob has of bulls?" "At least dozens. The composition and shape of those drawings are so similar that an ordinary person would not be able to tell them apart. However, when a new bull drawing that has never appeared before is discovered, its starting price is always in the billions." Jong Myung interrupted, "That is because those paintings are by Lee Young-seob." Byong-buk asked back, "Are you saying the Master Yun Du Seo is not as famous as Lee Young-seob? If you look at current trends, that might be so. But just letting the press know that the painting was found in France would make its value quickly exceed 300 million won. But fine, if you think it is expensive, there is nothing we can do. There are plenty of other galleries out there anyway." Hearing these words, Jong Myung froze. He immediately argued, "Give us some time to think. There is no rush, right?" Byong-buk replied flatly, "True. But there is no need to waste time either. Once everyone sees it, many people will want to buy it. I am not exactly handing out flyers here. Having been in the business for a long time, understanding the buyer psychology was not a big problem." For Byong-buk, Heijin knew that because the painting was newly restored and had not been exhibited yet, its price might fluctuate before being authenticated. However, for that to happen, an expert's input was needed. There was no way an outsider with no knowledge or experience could out-negotiate Uncle Byong-buk. Unhai suddenly proposed, "Could you all let us think until tomorrow? You have shown me something so precious. I am truly sorry I can't give an answer immediately." Byong-buk replied cheerfully, "Well, I understand. One day is fine." She smiled in thanks for the consideration. Unhai looked down at her watch, and it is almost time for the auction. Shall we head out? Heijin went straight to the Daehan auction with Unhai. As for Lee Jong Myung, He was too embarrassed to attend the auction anymore. Upon arriving at the auction house, Unhai asked, hey Jean, did you hear about that case? A group of smugglers was just caught in Incheon last night. He exclaimed in surprise, they have already been caught. Her face looked a bit stunned, as if to say, what do you mean already? Heijin thought to himself. I checked this morning and did not see any news reports or anything. He found a suitable reason to explain. I did not see any articles when I read the news this morning. As expected of the Wajin group. Unhai smiled and revealed more. There was an article early this morning, but it was taken down soon after. I heard it from the vice chairman. She warned, and this is a secret, so do not tell anyone else. One of the smugglers caught in Incheon yesterday was an employee of the Hanul Art Gallery, currently working for Madame Yang So-jin. However, when I checked online, all the arrested employees had already been released. Heijin rubbed his chin, wondering, they were caught yesterday and are already released. It must be thanks to some politician who is close to manager Yang So-jin. Because of that, the exhibition we were preparing has been postponed. But in other words, the reason we can't hold the exhibition is because of her. In his heart he thought, just as I predicted. Although my best plan was to stop the smugglers and ruin her reputation, who would have thought she could overcome this so easily? Heijin smiled smugly, well, this might be better. Things are happening a bit earlier than I expected, but I am not done with Yang So-jin yet anyway. Unhai suddenly said to him, hey, about the items being auctioned today. Before she could finish, they heard a voice interrupt, long time no see. Yi-rin was standing right in front of them, arms crossed with a polite, fake smile. Then she spoke sarcastically, it seems you two do not have enough items to hold an exhibition again. Gosh, look at how poor your appraisal skills are. No wonder you keep getting tricked over and over, again. Seeing her being looked down upon, Unhai gritted her teeth and replied, every time you the man standing next to Yi-rin spoke up, stop it young lady. If you keep acting like that, something bad might happen again. Heijin was a bit surprised and thought, that person is. Dae-hyun lightly adjusted his glasses, looked at him intently, and asked, isn't that right Mr. Park Heijin? The night before, at Young Dae-hyun's private office, Dae-hyun had received a phone call. Is that the vice chairman of Wajin Group? For such a thing to happen while I was away. I sincerely apologize. The person on the other end updated him on the situation. Dae-hyun replied, yes, so at the Daehan auction house now, Miss Yi-rin. Alright, I understand. I will attend with her. The vice chairman gave thorough instructions, and he immediately agreed. Alright, I see. Isn't that what you wanted too? And that was the main reason Dae-hyun was present with Yi-rin at the auction house now. Facing his arrogant air, Heijin replied nonchalantly, even though I do not have money, I can still brag about things related to antiques. Hearing him say that, Yi-rin sneered, you are truly insolent. But it seems the Daehan auction house is not what it used to be. Any kind of guest can attend now. Unhai found it offensive and questioned, what, people like the two of you can come and go as you please, so why not Mr. Heijin? Yi-rin cut her off, whatever. I heard your cousin trashed the Havichi art gallery. My aunt was very embarrassed. How do you plan to resolve that? Unhai sighed and thought to herself, anyway, he already proved himself by discovering that the lion tamer was a fake. So there is no way he will stay silent. More importantly, the manager of the Havichi art gallery is this woman's aunt. She replied flatly, I do not know, but it seems this is not a suitable place to talk about that. Yi-rin was determined not to let it go. She taunted, suitable or not, what does it matter? Maybe everyone in your family has the same volatile temperament. Unhai redirected the conversation. Initially you said you would invest but then withdrew your capital. You also once returned a painting you bought. I suppose next you are planning to cancel your engagement. Right, I am telling you, marriage is a complicated matter. You say you only remember your first love, but many people in this world live without thinking. That is why you were betrayed. At the mention of this, Yi-rin immediately trembled with rage. She screamed, shut up, what do you know? Dae-hyun cleared his throat and reminded them, it is best if the two of you set a time to talk privately. There are more people coming to watch than before. Please, pay attention to your image. Am I right, Mr. Park Heijin? He scratched his head and stammered, yeah. I guess so. The auction hall was located in a large auditorium, and the number of participants was growing by the minute. When participating in an auction, participants can preview the items for sale based on the catalog provided beforehand. Each page of the catalog has a detailed description and an image of the item being auctioned, so participants can fully understand its history and value. In this way, participants can preview the items themselves and determine the bidding amount for each type. So, looking through the catalog now is to check the items they want to buy one more time before choosing. Unhai finished looking at the catalog and asked, "Is there anything you like? No need to waste energy worrying about the others." Yi-rin smiled and replied, "Fine. I do not want to waste money on useless things either. Lot 68, 72, 79, I want to buy them all." Unhai wondered, "Lot 68, didn't you once criticize it terribly? You said who would be stupid enough to spend billions on something like that?" Heijin was staring at an item in the catalog, his heart filled with astonishment. "What kind of fate is this? This is the Jade Buddha statue I saw before." On this side, Yi-rin was still talking incessantly. "Who can be perfect? Even though our manager Jung is a wonderful person, he sometimes makes mistakes too. I am not the type to hold on to the previous mistakes of my subordinates."
Haechin chuckled wryly.
She just criticized him recently, and now she is acting like this. If it were me, I would have left my seat by now. He seems calmer than before though. Seeing her rival's determination to win, Unhai did not want to drag it out. "You really are thick-skinned. Forget it, arguing with you like this is going to make me lose focus on the auction." Yi-rin replied arrogantly, "Well, it is my talent anyway. What will you do if you do not get what you want?" In truth, she was plotting a scheme. "You dared to use the incident at the Havichi Art Gallery to cause trouble. I will definitely make you pay for insulting my family." Unhai turned to Heijin and asked, "Do you fancy any of these?" He replied, I think the moon jar lot 43 and the painting lot 77 look good." Yi-rin had overheard their conversation. She smirked to herself. The room became chaotic as soon as the auction began. The auction coordinator called out, 4.8 billion. The stone statue was sold for 4.8 billion won. Despite the fierce competition, Yi-rin, bidder 179, acted very aggressively, competing with other buyers at unbelievable prices. Yi-rin bought the Jade Buddha statue for a price of 4.8 billion won. Lot 72, an inkstone from the Qing dynasty, was sold for 1.3 billion won. Continuing to capitalize on her advantage, Yi-rin bought items lot 73 and 79 as planned. Customer 179 bought item lot 77 for 1.5 billion won. She even bought the items Unhai was eyeing. Yi-rin glanced at Unhai with great satisfaction. "A bit over budget. But I got everything that woman wanted. This is enough." Unhai let out a sigh. Heijin suddenly asked, "Is something wrong?" She replied hesitantly, just." He voiced his guess right away, "Is it because her mind is simpler than you thought?" Unhai said, "I think she is trying to retaliate for what happened at the Havichi Gallery. It is annoying. You heard it, Yi-rin's aunt is the gallery manager. But she made a big mistake with my uncle, so that is why she is acting like this." Heijin offered another hypothesis. "I thought he would make a big deal out of this." Unhai affirmed, "Definitely not. The two of them are not complete strangers, so he could not do that. However, the important thing is that the Havichi Gallery is no longer a trustworthy place for the vice-chairman of the Wajin Group. Their reputation has been completely ruined." As it happened, the Jade Buddha statue suddenly became a hot topic in the Insadong area and was the most noticed item at this auction. So no matter how much face they lose, they will try to get that Jade Buddha back. Heijin looked at Dae-hyun and surmised, "Then that person must be representing the Havichi Gallery here." Unhai agreed, more accurately, they trust Jung Dae-hyun, Yi-rin's personal appraiser. As I said, he is quite famous in this industry. She wondered, why would someone like that work for her? Does she pay him that much? I am not sure, but he has never been in debt to Yi-rin's family before. Heijin felt it made sense. If she has such a talented person by her side, she would naturally think she is talented too. Unhai got back to business. More importantly, the auction is about to restart. "What do you want to buy?" She lightly touched Heijin's sleeve and said, looking closely now, lot 72 and 79 that Yi-rin was eyeing look pretty good. He opened the catalog to examine it. Lot 72, an inkstone from the Qing dynasty of China, and lot 79, the Wui Mountains by the master Chai Yong-shin. Both were valuable. The image of the famous ancient painter suddenly appeared in his mind. In fact, the master Chai Yong-shin was famous for painting portraits for King Gojong of Joseon, and his painting of the Wui Mountains was different from his other works. However, at this point, his gaze glanced toward the other row of seats. Yi-rin had a smug face and was smiling happily, but her ears were completely focused on Unhai. Heijin knew this, so he intentionally spoke a bit louder, I think the moon jar lot 43 and the painting lot 77 look good. Unhai was puzzled. What? But you are pointing at lot 81. Jin whispered back. Yi-rin is watching us. I think she is planning to snatch whatever we want to buy, so do not give her the chance. Unhai winked in response. Why not use this opportunity to force her to waste her money? Understood. Yi-rin, after eavesdropping on a few things Jin said, pretended to ask, and what about the exhibition? Do you have anything left to display, to hold an exhibition? You at least need something to show, but now you have nothing left. Unhai replied flatly, nothing can be concluded yet. You just wait and see. On stage, the auction coordinator continued to introduce, this work is a landscape painting by an anonymous master from the Joseon dynasty. Its distinctive feature is the beautiful landscape depicting the leisurely life of scholars. This painting was entrusted to us by an American businessman during his immigration to Korea. Seeing Unhai preparing to raise her paddle, Yi-rin said, this landscape painting, you're planning to use this painting by an unknown artist to fill the gaps in your exhibits. She replied lightheartedly, even if the artist is unknown, it is still very beautiful. Looking at Yi-rin's triumphant smile, Jin tried very hard to hold back his laughter. Lot 43 and 77 had just been used as bait, along with items 68, 72, and 79 that Yi-rin had her eye on. Though all were rare antiques. The auction coordinator announced Lot 81, the starting price is 200 million won, with bidding increments of 20 million won. The auction was truly about to begin. Yi-rin stared at the painting and wondered, it looks that good. Jin sat silently waiting for the real hunt. Bidding began. Unhai raised her paddle for bidder 153. 260 million. Yi-rin glanced at her. She really did not look like she was joking. Her resolve immediately wavered. She actually raised her paddle. Could there be something special about that painting after all? Yi-rin turned and asked Mr. Young, exactly what is lot 81, why is she so confident in bidding like that? Dae-hyun replied slowly, I noticed that item before the auction started too. The painting style is quite similar to Lee In-mun, a painter from the late Joseon dynasty. After the auction, Yi-rin crossed her arms and taunted Unhai, you should look happy. That painting is worth a full 500 million won. Unhai replied sharply, what are you trying to tease me with now? Jin suddenly spoke up, we are also very thankful for that Jade Buddha statue. Thanks to it, we did not have to compete for the landscape painting. Yi-rin felt a bit frustrated inside. Humph, if I had not spent so much money on the Jade Buddha, this girl would never have bought anything. I must use this opportunity to repay the humiliation I received before. No matter what, the Jade Buddha is worth 10 times more than that painting anyway. And I snatched all the auction items that Brat wanted earlier too. Unhai looked toward him with grateful eyes. Mr.
Jin.
He replied, let me handle it. Then Jin happily told Yi-rin, thinking back, we were truly lucky. Thanks to the two of you, we were able to acquire one of the two most valuable items in today's auction. Hearing these words, she felt completely dazed. Value not inferior to the Jade Buddha. If that is truly the case, the difference between 500 million and 5 billion is. Dae-hyun stood nearby, lightly rubbing his chin in thought. Right at that moment, the auction coordinator stepped out into the hallway. Seeing Yi-rin's group, she exclaimed, oh my, you are all here, hello. Unhai replied politely, hello. We did not buy anything too valuable today. The auction coordinator looked surprised. What are you talking about? Don't say that. Even if the item you bought is an anonymous landscape painting, the appraisers at our Daehan company rate it very highly. Hearing this, Yi-rin cried out, is lot 81 really that good? Clearly, the Jade Buddha is worth more, right? Her aggressive attitude startled the woman. What, haha. The people standing nearby began to whisper excitedly, what is going on? Are they talking about that anonymous painting? One person affirmed, the value of auction item number 81 is naturally very high. Dae-hyun glanced around, thinking to himself, attracting attention again. The auction coordinator explained, I am not an appraiser, so it is hard for me to give an evaluation, but to obtain the Jade Buddha, one had to go through a fierce bidding war and pay a significant amount of money, right? Doesn't that imply everyone is aware of its value? Yi-rin pointed at Jin and asked, this guy said that landscape painting is the most valuable item after the Jade Buddha. Is what he said true? The woman replied, I do not know about that. Suddenly, a woman stepped out from the crowd and exclaimed, oh my, is not this the young man who told the story behind the Jade Buddha statue the other day? It was Do Un-chai, the CEO of the Palace Hotel. She looked at Jin intently and spoke kindly, "It really is you. You are the one who pointed out there was a ring inside the Jade Buddha." Whispers started in the crowd. A ring, oh it was then. The auction coordinator warmly shook Jin's hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you. After hearing what you said, our appraisers checked and discovered that there really was a ring inside the Jade Buddha. Regrettably, we could not find the book, but since there actually was a ring inside the statue, I completely believe what you said is true." Seeing everyone chatting happily, Yi-rin turned her head away with an extremely angry expression. The auction coordinator added, "Right after reviewing the CCTV, I wanted to contact you, but I thought that might be a bit impolite."
Haechin replied cheerfully.
"It is fine. I really enjoyed your company's auction today." Who would have expected a work by the master Yi Mun to appear? Hearing this from him, both Dae-hyun and the auction coordinator were utterly shocked. The woman exclaimed, "What, Master Yi Mun? There were no works by him up for auction today." Dae-hyun slightly adjusted his glasses and asked sternly, "How can you be so certain? The auction items compiled in the catalog have all been reviewed by Dae-hyun's appraisers. Therefore, the detailed information presented in the book has been thoroughly investigated. Calling an anonymous work won by the master Yi Mun is no different from saying Dae-hyun's appraisers were negligent." He thought to himself, the last time he talked nonsense to the young lady, and this time too he is always this confident. But based on his reckless actions, he is probably just acting on impulse or pulling some kind of stunt. Unhai could not hide her surprise either. She asked directly, "A work by Yi Mun? Are you joking, Jin?" Yi-rin cried out, "Didn't you hear what Manager Young said? That item has already been verified by the Daehan Auction Company." Jin replied, "That is right. Landscape painting number 81 is indeed a work by Master Yi Mun. If you would like, I can prove it to everyone, just like I did with the Jade Buddha. But will that be okay? If I do that, you too will be humiliated again just like last time." Dae-hyun laughed and said, "It is fine. After all, this is a good opportunity to verify a junior's talent provided, of course, that your appraisal is correct." Jin confidently told the auction coordinator, "I understand. I'm sorry, but could you help me bring out painting number 81? The woman immediately agreed, "Sure, wait just a moment." And when she returned a few minutes later, not only was the painting there, but a Daehan appraiser was also present. Young Kong-suk, an appraiser for Daehan Auction, stood opposite Jin and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Young Kong-suk, currently the Eastern Painting Appraiser for the Daehan Auction Company. You are the one who said that anonymous landscape painting number 81 is by Yi Mun, right?" He replied gently, "Yes, that is correct." He continued, "What do you base that claim on?" Before the auction started, while checking the catalog and examining the painting on the screen, Jin was already fully convinced that the landscape was one of Yi Mun's works. Long Day in the Quiet Mountains. The interplay of light and shadow, alongside the sparse bare trees and pentagonal rocks, that is the distinctive perspective of Long Day in the Quiet Mountains. The shamaness had helped him find the evidence and warned, "The rest is up to you, Jin." He smiled slightly and replied, "This is more than enough." A single character remaining on the painting was enough to prove everything. Jin pivoted on his heel and asked, "Are you familiar with Long Day in the Quiet Mountains by Master Yi Mun?" At the mention of the name, Kong-suk immediately answered confidently, "How could I not know? Only 4 of the 9 paintings have been found. The rest are still missing." A thought flashed in the appraiser's mind. Could this painting be part of the Long Day in the Quiet Mountain series? Jin looked at the painting and explained calmly. One of the most representative characteristics of Yi Mun's paintings is his use of delicate brushstrokes to portray hardness and sharp, clean angles. Didn't you notice this point when looking at the painting? Kong-suk wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. "You are right. That was also our thought when we appraised this item. But to claim it is by Yi Mun based solely on that, the evidence is still insufficient. You know you can't reach a conclusion based on such simple characteristics." Dae-hyun watched curiously to see what Jin would do next. He smiled and replied, "That is why I have to prove it to everyone. Please look closely here." It was cleverly integrated into the painting, and because most of the characters have been damaged by time, they are hard to recognize. But evidence proving this is Yi Mun's painting still exists. Kong-suk reached into his coat to grab something and asked, "What do you mean? There are actually characters integrated into the painting." He held a small magnifying glass up to examine the details of the painting and exclaimed, "Here. This. Is this character Lao? No, it must be the character Bien." Jin slowly recited an ancient poem, Zaipeng Kuming Ibe, Chubu Shi Bien. It means, sipping a cup of bitter tea beside the stream bank. Dae-hyun immediately recognized it. It is a line from the poem Staying in the Mountains by Luo Daing, a Song Dynasty scholar. Everyone stared at Hae-jin in stunned silence. He asked sternly, "Well, do you still not believe this painting is part of the Long Day in the Quiet Mountains collection?" Dae-hyun stepped forward quickly. He reached out for the magnifying glass. Then he appraised the painting once more himself. There really is the character West, but the characters above it have all vanished. It turns out the reason Dae-hyun's appraisers did not recognize this painting is that the characters hidden within were almost entirely damaged. Hae-jin agreed, "You are right. Just like the other paintings in Long Day in the Quiet Mountains, this painting was drawn with blank space at the top to leave room for Yu Han-ji, a representative calligrapher of the late Joseon dynasty, to write." He offered a hypothesis, perhaps because the owner did not know much about this painting, or because it was too long, the blank part was cut off. That is why there are no traces left, but if you look closely, you can still see a few characters. 1/3 of the painting was cut, plus the remaining characters are faded, making them very hard to identify. Also, the remaining characters blend with the tips of the branches, so you can't see them without looking closely. However, just knowing one character reveals what it is. Kong-suk wiped his sweat and asked curiously, "Honestly, I really want to ask how you identified this painting through just one character, but looking at the scenery and technique. It truly resembles part of Long Day in the Quiet Mountains." He marveled, it is like playing a puzzle. Knowing the last character is West.
Hae-jin explained calmly.
Then the sentence written by that person was likely, "Brewing a cup of bitter tea, all things originate from the West." After all, Master Lee In-mun's Long Day in the Quiet Mountains was inspired by Luo Daing's poetry. Kong-suk exclaimed in frustration, "From the first time I saw this painting, I also thought the master was Lee In-mun, but I was not sure. It is such a pity I did not see the characters." He declared firmly, "This painting must definitely be the 6th of the missing pieces. No, this can still be considered a separate masterpiece." Kong-suk then looked up at the painting once more. Everyone broke into thunderous applause in congratulation. Unhai shouted excitedly, "Thank you everyone," others kept praising them, "Congratulations, congratulations, I am so jealous." In the restroom, Hae-jin said calmly, "Thanks for helping me." The shamaness spoke up leisurely, "I only helped you see the faded characters. You are the one who determined its authenticity through your own ability." He explained happily, "A talented appraiser must be able to find the owner of an antique even when there are no traces." Speaking of this, Hae-jin admitted nonchalantly, however, "If I was not certain this painting was part of Long Day in the Quiet Mountains, I would not have thought to look for evidence anywhere." He mocked himself, "But even if I was sure without tangible evidence, I suppose I would just be a guy stubborn about his ideas." Hae-jin concluded casually, "Anyway, thank you very much for your help." The shamaness replied shyly, "I do not know why, but every time I hear you thank me, I feel really embarrassed." She quickly asked, "So can we start diligently searching for the 3 heavenly seals now?" Hearing her say that, he blurted out in surprise, "So this is who you are. You are very clear-cut about give and take." Hae-jin explained calmly, "Don't worry. Since I agreed to help, I will definitely do everything in my power. But for now, we have to go out first. Unhai is still waiting." Right at that moment, Dae-hyun entered and spoke leisurely, "Oh my, leaving already?" Dae-hyun inquired politely, "I have something urgent to discuss with you. If you do not mind, could you give me some time?" Hae-jin thought in surprise, "Something urgent to say to me?" He spoke calmly, "Although I have been in this business for 30 years longer than you, we can just talk normally." In his head, Hae-jin thought, "With this guy." Hae-jin asked curiously, "What do you want to say to me, if you still want to argue about my appraisal skills from earlier?" Before he could finish, Dae-hyun interrupted, No, do not be so tense." He praised him happily, "I was truly impressed by your appraisal abilities." Dae-hyun spoke as he walked in, "Just like that time you appraised the Jade Buddha. At first, I thought you were just guessing. Who would have known you were actually such a talented individual?" The corner of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile as he said calmly, "That is why I want to make you an offer." Dae-hyun extended his hand and invited, "Would you like to come work for us?" Hearing this, Hae-jin looked deep into his eyes with surprise. After a moment, he smiled slightly and said, "Oh boy, why are so many people inviting me to work for them lately? Do I have to dedicate my entire life to work?" Pausing for a moment, Hae-jin skillfully declined, "But most importantly, I have no intention of working for someone when their purpose is not clear, especially someone who has been humiliated twice because of me." His gaze turned cold as he asked back, "Tell me, why should I work under you?" Dae-hyun stared silently back at Hae-jin after hearing his response. Hae-jin spoke calmly. I think you clearly understand my answer. If there is nothing else, I will be going. Unable to wait any longer, he remarked irritably, truly, like father like son. Always knowing how to annoy others. Those words hit Hae-jin's sore spot. He exclaimed in surprise, what did you just say? Dae-hyun recounted leisurely, isn't that grave robber Park Yun-suk your father? He truly was a respectable man. Every time he found a real antique, he would act all high and mighty. Every word surprised him. He asked in shock, those words sound very bitter. Is there a grudge between you and my father? Seeing him like that, the man spoke with amusement, curious now, are you? Dae-hyun held out a business card and teased, why not try begging me? He looked at Hae-jin and said confidently, what are you waiting for? Dae-hyun's gaze darkened significantly as he growled, don't you want to know? Outside the building, Unhai exclaimed in surprise, oh, are you still here? Yi-rin asked arrogantly, so what, where's that young man? Hearing her look for him, she asked curiously, what do you want with Mr.
Hae-jin?
She began to mock, how interesting. Everyone says I am eyeing your fiancé, but what is the truth? I have no hobby of stealing other people's men. Unhai replied with contempt, oh my, are you still hung up on what happened in high school? Besides, he does not belong to anyone. She poked fun at her, whatever, think what you want. But do not pretend you have lost your mind. Do I need to take you to the hospital to get your memory back? Yi-rin's face turned white with rage as she barked, if you want to go, why do not you come with me? Maybe we can help you change your hobby of stealing other people's men. Oh, that disease has no cure, does not it? At this moment, Hae-jin came out. Seeing the scene before him, he was startled and said, what are you two doing? She pointed directly at him and asked arrogantly, you, what is your name? Unhai thought irritably, she already knows his name. Hae-jin replied calmly, I do not really want to tell you my name, because rude people do not deserve to be considered human. Yi-rin gritted her teeth in fury at those words. But then she softened her voice and introduced herself, I apologize. My name is Song Yi-rin. May I ask your name? He spoke up casually, my name is Park Hae-jin. Can you two tell me what you are doing here? She declared confidently, you are the first person to defeat me twice. I suppose that is why I really want you by my side. Yi-rin proposed arrogantly, do you want to be my private appraiser? You can have money or whatever you want. I can give you much more than you think. Those words successfully annoyed Unhai, who shouted angrily, do you think Mr. Hae-jin would be swayed by those things? Seeing her like that, she rejoiced inwardly and mocked, who gave you permission to speak? You two are not lovers. Besides, you already have a fiancé. He wants to take 1% of the value for each appraisal, does not that mean he wants money? You have no way of paying him. Yi-rin remarked contemptuously, even if you are the manager of Cian Art Gallery, what can you actually do? Amidst the storm, Hae-jin calmly interrupted, I will have to decline. He explained leisurely, currently, I have no intention of becoming a private appraiser for anyone. Hearing that, she simply said calmly, all right. I did not think you would agree immediately anyway. But then, her confident voice rang out again, the chairman of Yuseong Group, my grandfather is looking for a talented appraiser. My grandfather will definitely appreciate someone of your caliber. Yi-rin concluded arrogantly, so it is best to be careful anyway. Hearing that, Unhai and Hae-jin just watched her silently. Vehicles were zooming past incessantly on the road now. Hae-jin complained, I do not see any taxis. Suddenly Unhai's voice spoke up cheerfully, let me take you home. She asked gently, you are late because of me, so I will take you back home. However, he flatly refused, no, it is fine. You should head back too. If I catch a taxi, I will be home in no time. That response made Unhai pause. Suddenly, she cried out, ah. Without thinking, Unhai quickly grabbed his sleeve and called out urgently, Hae-jin. She inquired anxiously, what Yi-rin said just now, if the Yuseong Group recruits you, would you agree? Hearing her question, Hae-jin exclaimed in surprise, Seeing his reaction made Unhai a bit panicky as she said, of course you would. It is a great position. She added sadly, after all, just one appraisal for the chairman of Yuseong Group would be enough to build your career. At this point, Unhai spoke dejectedly, but I do not want you to join the Yuseong Group. She explained shyly, I know I did not meet your expectations before, so saying this is embarrassing, but even so, I still want to say that. Wanting to stabilize her emotions, Hae-jin announced calmly, I have no intention of joining as a private appraiser. But if it is like when I took the job from the vice chairman of Wajin Group, who knows? At this, Unhai's face turned slightly red. She said bashfully, "Ah, I see. So the chance of you becoming a private appraiser is very slim." He remarked nonchalantly, "Right. And I still have my own goals. By the way, is the relationship between you and Yi Rin really that bad?" She explained carefully, "Not exactly. Actually, our families are very close. The elders would say happily, you two are still getting along as always." Unhai would try to pretend, "Of course we are." Yi Rin would exclaim under her breath, "Gosh, just smile." She stated dejectedly, "That is why when she is around family, she always acts friendly like that always. It is ridiculous, is not it?" Heijin remarked calmly, But I am glad things are not that bad. I do not like being caught between other people." Right at that moment, a taxi pulled over. He exclaimed happily, "Oh, there is a taxi. I am off." Unhai watched him leave in silence. In the apartment complex, the lights were still on in Heijin's unit. He lay on the bed examining the business card and muttered, "Youngdae Hyun. He is one of the top 3 antique experts in Korea, is not he?" Heijin analyzed curiously, "For someone like him to know my father was a grave robber. No matter how I look at it, their relationship could not have been positive, especially when the public thinks they are enemies." Speaking of this, he exclaimed worriedly, "Are they involved in a secret conspiracy?" But then Heijin muttered dejectedly, "I should save the number and contact him later." Suddenly his phone rang. Who could be calling at this hour? He spoke up in surprise. "Hello." On the other end, Jongjin spoke cheerfully, "Ah, is this Mr. Park Heijin?" Heijin asked curiously, "Yes, it is." "Who is this?" Seeing his inquiry, he quickly introduced himself, "Hello, I am Young Jongjin, the chief secretary of the Yuzeong Group." Jongjin said apologetically, "I intended to text you since it is late, but I had to call about an unavoidable matter. My apologies." Without much thought, he asked curiously, "Yuzeong Group, did someone tell you I do not answer texts?" Hearing him ask that, he immediately felt embarrassed and exclaimed, "What, ah?"
Haechin inquiret suspiciosly,
"So why are you calling me at this hour?" Jongjin replied hurriedly, "Ah, our chairman has suddenly requested your help." He explained quickly, "I heard you are an antique appraisal expert, right?" He spoke calmly, "Yes, that is correct. But do you know what my appraisal fee is? It is quite steep." Jongjin replied calmly, "I know. 1% of the appraised value, right, even if it is a fake." Heijin asked curiously, "Good that you know. What do you want me to appraise?" He spoke seriously, "It is." A moment later, the shamaness asked suspiciously, "What is it?" She spoke up leisurely, "I knew it, you look very happy." Heijin exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, is it that obvious? I think I am excited thinking about seeing what I am curious about with my own eyes." The shamaness asked softly in surprise, "Something you are curious about?" He declared excitedly, "Exactly. I have wanted to appraise it for a long time." Heijin recounted casually, "They dredged up 20,000 artifacts from the Sinan coastal waters, all ceramics excavated from a treasure ship." At a restaurant the next day, Byong-buk suddenly spoke up, "You are here." Soo-jong praised happily, "The food here is delicious." He declared excitedly, "That woman, Unhai, said she would buy the painting." Heijin remarked calmly, "Looking at your face, I can tell it was over 300 million won." Byong-buk recounted excitedly, "She said 300 million was difficult, but she would manage 200 million won." He recounted carefully, "She also requested the restoration records from this time." He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, I did not think she would do that. Was she bargaining a bit?" Byong-buk remarked calmly, "She looks innocent but is firm whenever negotiation is mentioned, so I gave up on the extra 100 million won." Soo-jong started complaining, "Giving up, Dad, you said you would not accept anything under 300 million. I told him to let it go for 200 million won. After all, it was not even well preserved. From the start, I thought 200 million was a fair price." When I said that, he started sulking and grumbling. Heijin ignored the father and daughter and quickly shoveled his food. On the other side, Byong-buk cried out angrily, "Sulking, is that how you talk to your father?" Hearing that, she replied wearily, "But you were sulking." "I am just telling the truth." Soo-jong concluded seriously, "Dad, you have made a lot of money already. I do not want you getting too deeply involved in that business anymore." Byong-buk rubbed his nose and advised leisurely, "I have the means now. I am planning to establish myself as a restoration expert in Insadong, so just stay calm. Ahem, since when did you become so thoughtful? He hugged Sujong and cried out, Sujong. She could not hold back her emotions either and sobbed, Dad. Byung-book declared firmly, I will work hard. I am planning to open a decent shop in Insadong with the 140 million won you kids gave me. Haejin spoke up, so, do you know exactly how much it costs to open a shop in Insadong, uncle? Seeing the scene before him, he calmly interrupted, you know that 33 square meter souvenir shop near your old antique store, they are asking for 500 million. Sujong quickly pushed her father away. Byung-book cried out in pain, ouch, Sujong, my neck. She ignored him and shouted in shock, what? Sujong spoke irritably, that is ridiculous. Are you saying I can't open a shop with 140 million? Haejin analyzed carefully, with that amount, you can't even afford 6 square meters, let alone have enough space for equipment. Hearing this, she muttered sadly, what, I was so excited. But why are you so focused on shop prices too? He announced leisurely, just like you, I am also planning to open a shop. Park Haejin, Appraiser. Sujong cheered him on, that sounds great, hey, I think you can do it. Byung-book cheered happily, I knew it right, I mean you have already made hundreds of millions from just a few jobs. Haejin excitedly announced, I have a new job today. The Yuzeong group wants me to appraise something. He recounted slowly, apparently, it is a ceramic piece they dredged up from the Sinan coastal waters. Byung-book asked urgently, the Sinan coastal waters, did the Yuzeong group excavate there? Haejin pondered silently, thinking about it, I wonder if he knows who Yoongdae Hyun is. Should I ask him? Sujong stood up and spoke worriedly, I am so jealous. You always have work to do. Ah, what am I going to do? Should I open a shop somewhere else? I am going to the restroom. She walked away muttering, I have been feeling depressed for a while, and now my stomach hurts too. Seeing her like that, he thought to himself, she must be bored. Should I take her along for the appraisal? Byung-book warned seriously, you should be cautious with the Yuseong group. He advised carefully, remember what I said last time, I told you to be wary of the rich and powerful, especially the Yuseong group. Haejin recounted calmly, things went quite well with the vice chairman back then. A lot happened, but he still accepted it. Even so, Byung-book still warned, that is because he is a results-oriented person. He likes young, energetic guys like you. But the chairman of Yuseong group. He explained slowly, I can't put it bluntly, but those people are the embodiment of the kind of rich and powerful I mentioned. Byung-book recounted calmly, during the military regime, there was a notorious company that grew by connecting with the regime. He analyzed in a low voice, you understand what connecting with the regime means, right? One of the methods they used was using antiques as bribes. Speaking of this, Byung-book declared coldly, to the point where you could call them the Masatake Tarachi of Korea. Unlike Tarachi, they fell flat on their faces once. Their collection was shattered and ended in the eyes of the public. Everything left him stunned. How do you know so much, uncle? By the way, was my father also involved with the Yuseong group? He asked hurriedly, do you know Yoongdae Hyun? At that exact moment, Sujong's voice suddenly rang out, what are you two doing? She asked suspiciously, are you about to head to work? You're standing there looking really strange. Byung-book quickly signaled him, ahem. Haejin then sank into his own thoughts. He is signaling me not to talk, that makes sense. After all, Sujong would worry if she knew I was involved with a place like that. He silently made up his mind, I will have to ask him later. Thinking this, Haejin asked calmly, are you finished? I am about to leave. Do you want to come along? He added leisurely, it will be good for you to train your eye for aesthetics. Hearing this, Byung-book's jaw dropped as he cried out in shock, what? Sujong cheered excitedly. Yes, let us go, let us go. The next day, at the Hilton Hotel, Jongjin greeted politely, hello, I am young Jongjin, the one you contacted. You are Mr. Park Haejin, right? Haejin introduced himself calmly, yes, nice to meet you. I am Park Haejin, the one who took the call yesterday. And this is a restoration expert, Young Sujong. We came together because I need her for the appraisal process. He guided them slowly, I see. The chairman will brief you once we go up. Please follow me. In the room, Hae-cheol was already waiting. Jongjin called out, this way. He introduced respectfully, the gentleman beside him is Chairman Song Hae-cheol of the Yuseong group. Seeing him, the chairman spoke leisurely, I have heard a lot about you. Hae-cheol remarked slowly, not just about your ability, but your self-confidence as well. He proposed calmly, this might be a bit sudden, but I will get straight to the point. Make a bet with me. You do not need to bet money. He Cheol explained leisurely, if you correctly appraise the item I give you, I will give you 100 million won. That sentence made Sujong stammer in shock. Oh, 100 million won. He looked directly at He Jin and asked, do you agree? He Cheol continued to apply pressure. Will you accept? He Jin thought silently, 100 million won. He surmised inwardly, this is not just a simple bet. It is more like a test. He is not making this offer because he does not know the item's true value. Having finished his thought, He Jin inquired calmly, you told me I do not have to spend a single cent, yet you still call this a bet. Doesn't that mean there is a price to pay if I lose? His words made He Cheol praise him happily, you truly are a quick-witted fellow. He laid out the condition leisurely, correct. You must agree to my request if you fail the appraisal. He Cheol announced calmly, and that request is that you must sign an exclusive contract with me. Of course, you will receive the best treatment. He spoke generously, I will pay you a salary equivalent to other high-ranking executives. He Cheol asked nonchalantly, no matter what, you won't suffer a loss. Isn't this an incredibly profitable offer? The scene before her made Sujong worry silently, what the hell is going on, 100 million won. We have not even given an appraisal price for the antique, yet he is already willing to pay 100 million won. She pondered quietly, furthermore, he wants him to become his private appraiser if he loses. Sujong surmised inwardly, something smells fishy here. The fact that He Jin won't lose out regardless of the result. Is he really not using any tricks? She observed her surroundings and thought fearfully, this is clearly a bet he should not agree to. At that exact moment, He Jin spoke up calmly, fine. Instead, if I successfully appraise the value, give me 300 million won. Sujong cried out in shock, 300 million won. He Cheol spoke in surprise, you have got quite the guts. Just like they say. Now I understand how you could snatch such a good opportunity from Vice Chairman Lim Song-jun's hands. However, He Jin remarked calmly, I would not call it snatching. I am only taking the money I deserve. You are the one who just offered to pay 100 million won. I guessed you were the stingy type when paying appraisers, The chairman announced leisurely, that is only if you show me results worthy of being called an appraiser. Otherwise, how are you different from the night market merchants or a common grave robber? He Cheol said curiously, I was just surprised that the stubborn Vice Chairman Lim acknowledged you. He continued, furthermore, you are the first person to fool my granddaughter twice. I found that quite shocking. He Cheol remarked calmly, she can act as irrationally as a fool who does not know her place, but I have never seen her humiliated so one-sidedly before. Speaking of this, he said dejectedly, even after I provided her with a private appraiser. TSK. Those words made He Jin sink into his thoughts again. Youngdae Hyun. Is that the person he is talking about? Come to think of it, I remember Unhai telling me that he owes the Yuzeong group a massive debt. He surmised silently, does that have anything to do with what Uncle Byong-guk told me? He Cheol asked calmly, enough talk. What do you think, do you accept? The director replied respectfully, yes sir. I agree. He spoke slowly, come over here and sit down. You can't appraise it while standing so far away. He Jin gave a questioning hum. Sujong noticed he was acting a bit different and asked in surprise, what is wrong? He Cheol spoke up casually on this side, is something the matter? Don't tell me you are planning to take back what you just said. Hearing this, he only spoke calmly, actually. Speaking of this, he analyzed nonchalantly, from my position, even if I give a correct valuation. I know very well that you know the truth. Hearing this, He Jin asked guardedly, and if not, there is no guarantee that I will be acknowledged, right? Listening to him, Sujong marveled silently, He Jin. He really is courageous sometimes. It is no surprise. That is why he demanded a full 300 million, even though the chairman offered 100 million. Meanwhile, He Cheol announced calmly, you do not need to worry about that. I was planning to have it appraised by a third party again anyway. As soon as he finished, He Jin asked in surprise, a third party, do you have a special reason for doing that? The chairman recounted slowly, I have seen a ceramic piece like this before. He Cheol recounted meticulously, at that time, I had been proposing to establish a fertilizer plant in Gwangju, Gyeonggi province for a while, and many treasures were being pulled up from the sea. Pausing for a moment, he explained calmly, but because we were private contractors, we did not have the right to own them. I wanted them badly, but I did not even have the courage to take them. At that time, He Cheol could only watch helplessly as they were carried away. He remarked leisurely, I suppose the chairman back then was just an ordinary man. Hei Chiol continued, but then one day, a middleman contacted me. He brought 3 ceramic pieces from the salvaged treasures. In fact, he claimed there were actually 9 pieces, not 6, when the fisherman initially hauled them up. After hearing the story, Hei Jin asked curiously, how much did he ask for? He replied calmly without flinching, 10 million. At that time, you only needed 2 million to buy an entire apartment. At this figure, Su Zhong exclaimed in shock, an entire apartment. Hei Chiol recounted slowly, yet he demanded 10 million for 3 antiques. I was speechless with confusion. Hei Jin did not hesitate to probe, so you did not buy them, but in response he spoke coldly, I kicked him out. Hei Chiol spoke sadly, but my wife, who had a passion for ceramics, loved them very much. I could not just buy them for her blindly. Even if I did, I had to check if they were authentic. He recounted gloomily, so she traveled all the way to Yahello province to find the fisherman who had salvaged them. At this moment, Hei Chiol's voice suddenly deepened, but a car accident happened. He growled, I still think back to that day. Buying a few ordinary antiques was no big deal to me, but the thought of buying a fake was something I could not bear. Hei Chiol recounted calmly, after that incident, strangely enough, I could not let antiques like this pass me by easily. So I started collecting things I believed were still in good shape. Pausing for a moment, he spoke sadly, and then like a joke of fate, the antique I thought I would never see again is appearing right before my eyes. His face did not look very good now. Hei Jin asked calmly, I understand. Then let me ask you one last question. Since you were planning to have a third party appraise it anyway, why go through all this trouble? His question successfully annoyed Hei Chiol, who remarked, TSK, you certainly have a lot of questions. But since this is the last one, I will answer. I like talented people. He explained leisurely, if you fail the appraisal, I will be able to recruit the talent that Vice Chairman Lim acknowledged. And if you succeed, I will know who to turn to in the future if I have an unidentifiable antique. I lose nothing in this. Hei Jin surmised silently, with his personality, he would not let an appraiser like Youngdae Hyun stay by Unhai's side. Thinking this, he suddenly spoke up, so in the end, it is all for your granddaughter, huh, I understand. Hei Jin asked calmly, do you want to look first? Su Zhong inquired carefully, you want me to check for any signs of restoration, right? Alright. She examined the jar meticulously. Su Zhong remarked seriously, there are no signs of restoration. I also do not see any signs of special adhesive used to join broken ceramic fragments. Hei Jin put on his gloves and spoke calmly, alright, now let me take a look. He carefully analyzed the jar under the chairman's sharp gaze. The director was silently tense, the technique on it is perfect. He thought quietly, it is so perfect that even I can't tell if it is real or fake. There is no way this wet behind the ears brat will find out. Hei Jin suddenly turned toward Hei Chiol. Seeing this, he probed in surprise, what is wrong, do you have the results already? But he only replied calmly, yes, the appraisal is finished. Hei Jin asked, but if this is found to be a fake, what will happen to him? Hei Chiol declared coldly, he will have to take full responsibility. The chairman spoke seriously, enough. Tell me the result of the appraisal. Hei Chiol inquired coldly, is it authentic or a fake? Hei Jin announced nonchalantly, it is a fake. He remarked regretfully, just as I thought. There is no way an antique from Sinan would come from a private dealer. What a pity. I really wanted to see it with my own eyes. The director shouted angrily, what did you say? Can you take legal responsibility for what you just said? Hei Jin spoke leisurely, well, as for who takes legal responsibility, I think that is Chairman Song's decision. Hei Chiol inquired seriously, give me a logical reason. Otherwise, you might just be guessing 50-50, right? He replied calmly, but you will regret it. He asked in surprise, me no, that won't happen. So tell me, why do you think it is a fake? Hei Jin continued to confirm, are you sure you won't regret it? He held the jar up and said calmly, since you said so. Hei Jin smashed the ceramic jar hard onto the table. It shattered into pieces. Everyone was stunned by his action. Hei Jin remained seated there, completely fearless. Su Zhong held her head and cried out in panic, you. She exclaimed fearfully, what the hell did you just do? We were not even certain yet, how could you smash it like that? What if it was real? He spoke calmly, you have to smash it to see clearly. Hei Chiol asked in amazement, oh, see what? Hei Jin held up a ceramic fragment with writing carved on it and said leisurely this. A fragment with characters carved on it. His eyes widened and he cried out in surprise, carving what? He analyzed calmly, I guess this is the Chinese character for lucky, right? The director hurried to put on gloves and cried out in panic, "Let me take a look at that." He gasped in horror, "This is..." Hey Jean inquired casually, "Do you understand now, why that thing is a fake?" Hey Cheol asked hurriedly, "It is true there are characters, but what does that have to do with anything? Explain properly." He replied calmly, "I will explain from the beginning." Hey Jean analyzed carefully. The jar has a rather common shape with a slender upper part and a round, bulging lower part. He began to discuss the origin. It is highlighted by a combination of elegant spiral patterns suggesting flowers. This is the shape of ceramics made at the Tzizhou kilns, which ceased to exist after the Song dynasty. Hey Cheol interrupted quickly, "The introduction is getting a bit long. What I want to know is why the characters carved inside the jar prove it is a fake." Hey Jean explained leisurely, "The carved character itself is not the main issue, but this is the simplified script for Gil, right?" He analyzed seriously, "For this simplified script to be created by a Chinese communist during the Song dynasty is truly..." The director's face turned pale now. Hey Jean did not hesitate to remark coldly, "It is of too poor quality." Hey Cheol demanded angrily, "Why is this simplified character carved here?" He pleaded hurriedly, "I swear I did not know, Chairman." The director knelt on the floor, his whole body trembling incessantly. He stammered in repentance, "I have committed a grave sin." Hey Jean thought silently, even if it is a fake, is such a reaction necessary, just like what Uncle said. Earlier, Byong-book had tried to remind him, "I can't say it straight, but those guys are the embodiment of the rich and powerful I mentioned." Just as Uncle Byong-book said, the Yuzeong group is probably... Hey Cheol sighed in a low voice, "So it was a fake. This jar is the reason my hair turned white, and the reason I lost the chance to say my final goodbye to my late wife before seeing her wrinkled face one last time. But in the end, it was a fake." He said nothing more, only silently observed the chairman's actions. Suddenly, Hey Jean proposed calmly, "If you do not believe me, why not have that third party you mentioned appraise it?" Hey Cheol added leisurely, "Because the results would take at least a month." Su Jong exclaimed in shock, "Don't tell me the third-party appraiser is the Oxford authentication from England." He thought quietly, "The most reliable place for ceramic appraisal is none other than the Oxford appraisers in England, the Oxford authentication." Hey Jean pondered silently, "The problem is we can't take our ceramics there, and even if we could, bringing them back into the country would be very difficult." He reminded them, "Sending ceramics abroad is considered illegal." The chairman massaged his head and spoke wearily, "Whatever, forget it. It is not like they wrote it with a ballpoint pen. They carved the characters right on it. Doesn't that prove it was remade from the start?" Hey Cheol inquired curiously, "But how did you know this?" Hey Jean remarked calmly, "This ceramic piece was forged very meticulously. I was almost fooled myself." While analyzing the jar, he had silently marveled, "This jar is too perfect. I could not find a single mistake on it." Of course, Su Jong did not notice it either. Hey Jean was quiet with a mountain of thoughts. Without the help of magic, it would have been quite difficult for me to find evidence that this was a fake. Forging ceramics is on a completely different level compared to forging a painting. Looking at each jar, he surmised silently, that is because each region has a different type of soil. So even if we fire them at the same temperature, the resulting products will be very different. Hey Jean was silently dejected. That is why this fake was so hard to distinguish. At that moment, an image appeared in his mind, until he saw the carved characters inside the fake jar thanks to magic. Only then did Hey Jean realize there was a way to prove it was a fake. Hey Cheol asked in amazement, "You say you were almost fooled too?" Hey Jean explained seriously, "If it were a water jar from the Song dynasty, it should have some water stains left on it." He spoke calmly, his eyes still observing the fragments. "I see. In any case, there are no marks on here. Furthermore, unlike the exterior, I can't see any traces of time on the inside." Hey Cheol asked curiously, "But what did you plan to do if your reckless action had not convinced me?" He blurted out nonchalantly, "Well, did not you say you were going to send it to Oxford anyway?" He marveled, "I thought I would only have to wait a month, no matter how late it was." "Ho, you have really got guts." Hey Cheol said with satisfaction, "Very well. I will complete our agreement, then deal with that other matter." Hey Jean thought quietly, "Deal with that other matter? He is not planning to kill him like in the movies, is he?" He began to comment, "I will consider that as a narrow-necked black glazed jar produced at the Tzizhou kiln during the Song dynasty." Hey Jean analyzed leisurely. "Furthermore, the special pattern on it makes the item even more precious." The chairman asked, "So, how much total?" He announced seriously, "Given current market prices, I would say about 1 billion won." He Cheol asked in surprise. Not as expensive as I thought. With his own experience, He Jin explained calmly, that is because ceramics from the Tizhou kiln are not very popular. Zhang Jin called out respectfully, please follow me. The chairman spoke calmly, I see. Very well, you may leave. My staff will settle your fee. Before leaving, he bowed politely, yes sir. I have had a wonderful time today. He Cheol said leisurely, as have I. Although the price was high, I am glad I could get to know a talented person like you. From behind, his voice carried a hint of hidden meaning. Furthermore, if you meet my granddaughter, please go easy on her during appraisals. Ahem, I hope this is included in today's fee. Pausing for a moment, He Jin thought to himself, put simply, do not humiliate her too much. He replied happily, haha yes sir. Immediately after, he was paid promptly. After receiving his appraisal fee in cash right there, Su Zhong, standing beside him, cheered excitedly, 300 million won. In cash, time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. She remarked happily, at this rate, you'll be opening your own shop soon. He Jin was equally happy, right, if I keep making money like this, I am going to get even more ambitious. Su Zhong asked curiously, more ambitious, he recounted excitedly, yeah, I am thinking of opening an art museum under my own name. A massive one. Hearing that, she started teasing him, that makes sense. You grew up observing so many antiques, so you even have eccentric thoughts. Wow, do you want to become like Kansong John Hyungpil or something? He was a famous figure. Kansong John Hyungpil sold all his property to preserve antiques in order to prevent his cultural assets from being thrown away during the Japanese invasion. He left many things for the world. Most of his collection consists of national treasures or valuable assets. That collection includes works by famous painters such as Kim Hong-do, Shin Yun-bak, Kim Jong-hee, and so on. He Jin spoke up happily, not quite the same. I want to be like Anna Maria Luisa de Medici. Su Zhong asked in shock, are you planning to build another gallery like the Uffizi? Hearing that, she marveled incessantly, wow, if that is the case, you will need to make a ton of money. He declared confidently, that is right. I will make plenty of money and build an art exhibition under my own name, the best art museum in all of Korea. Su Zhong walked up and patted his shoulder, teasing, then I guess the 300 million you got this time is not that big a deal. At this rate, it will be hard for you to earn all that money in a lifetime. Hearing that, he just replied flatly, unless you suddenly dig it up from somewhere. At that exact moment, her phone rang. Su Zhong exclaimed in surprise, oh, it is Dad. 38 missed calls. He Jin surmised quietly, he must be calling because he is worried. She took the call and said hello. Byung Book shouted, why are not you home yet? Su Zhong said wearily, oh my god Dad, you are so loud. She spoke calmly, yes. What danger, Dad, honestly? Yes, I am coming home right now. I am heading back. He warned, get home safely. The shamaness asked curiously, are we going home now too? He Jin replied calmly, of course. After all, I can't just wander around with a suitcase full of this much money. He suddenly received a call. He Jin called out in surprise, hello, Unhai spoke up, He Jin, are you busy? He replied calmly, no, I am free right now. She invited him happily, if so, why do not you visit our gallery tomorrow? We can go see the paintings I bought from your uncle together. Unhai said gently, it is all thanks to you, so I want to show them to you. He Jin said leisurely, let me check my schedule for tomorrow. The shamaness asked excitedly, are we going back to a place full of antiques like last time, like when I felt the energy from that Celadon soul-reflecting mirror? This is a chance for me to find more traces of the 3 heavenly seals. He spoke up sheepishly, I am sorry to say this while you are excited, but maybe we can't go. She asked hurriedly, why? But then, He Jin pondered silently, when I read the memories in that jar today through magic, I definitely saw Young Dae Hyun. He analyzed carefully, things have been strange ever since he knew my father. So just in case something bad happens, I should just throw away his business card. In a high-rise building, Dae Hyun interrogated coldly, the one who discovered the Sinan ceramic was a fake. Was it Park He Jin? Secretary Lee reported worriedly, yes sir. He let out a loud cold laugh. Dae Hyun remarked coldly, I am starting to like him more and more. He ordered calmly, Secretary Lee, find a location for the next secret meeting right now. And as for the bastard who carved the characters on that jar. Outside the room, the next day at Cian Gallery, He Jin asked in surprise, you are here too. Su Zhong declared confidently, I also contributed to restoring Yoon Do Seo's work, so Unhai invited me too. Of course, you helped too. Hearing her say that, he said happily, great. Being here, we can see other works and expand our knowledge. Inside, Unhai cried out in surprise, ah Sujong wow, and Heijin too. She blurted out in shock, you both came, yesterday I thought you all were not coming. Heijin explained awkwardly, well. I thought visiting the gallery would be nice. Haha. Sujong asked in surprise, what, you were not planning on coming? He thought silently, honestly, I came because she kept pestering me. Yesterday, the shamaness kept following me and pleading, go, who knows, what if we find new energy like the soul reflecting mirror? Heijin had yielded wearily, fine, I get it already. Looking at the scene before him, he marveled, the gallery is not even opening until tomorrow, right? It looks like it is being inspected by the military. Suddenly, Heijin noticed something unusual. He carefully examined a painting and asked, how much is that one worth? Unhai asked in surprise, that one. Sujong asked curiously, which one? Her voice lowered, that painting is one of the reasons I invited you both here today. Unhai spoke seriously, I told everyone that manager Lee Jong-myung from Myri Innovation, right, he acquired this painting and sold it to me at a competitive price. Heijin continued to probe, that is good, but where did he get it? She recounted quickly, oh. Ah, he said he bought it from China. Unhai prayed silently, is it truly a beautiful work, just this once Mr. Yongmyung? She recounted slowly, I heard it was sold from Japan to China during the colonial period. When Myri Innovation opened a branch in China, it was given as a gift, but he did not go into details. Unhai asked hesitantly, but who do you think the artist is? Heijin spoke up calmly, giving his assessment, it looks like Shin Samedang. Sujong cried out in shock, Shin Samedang, is it really Shin Samedang? She added happily, right, our appraisal side thought so too. Suddenly, he declared coldly, but it is a fake. Unhai's face turned pale instantly. She stammered in shock, what? They went into an office, manager Lim Unhai. Sujong looked around and marveled, wow, the interior is beautiful. Haha. Unhai gripped her water bottle, asking anxiously, why do you say it is a fake? Heijin analyzed calmly, first, the lines look meticulous, but if you look closely, you will see they are very careless, not refined at all. He explained carefully, many unnecessary parts are very cluttered. It does not truly have the elegance of Shin Samedang's paintings. Heijin continued to explain, second, the chrysanthemum shadow is cast on the lower half, but in Shin Samedang's plants and insects paintings, the detail does not exist. Even so, Unhai still tried to defend it, well that is because this is a different painting. She argued hesitantly, not to mention, that shaded part is too faint to say if it is truly a shadow or not. Heijin analyzed seriously again, even so, that faint shadow never appears in Shin Samedang's other works. He spoke up calmly, as you said, yes, it is not the plants and insects painting, but my point is the artist's own way of perceiving objects is different. Heijin carefully provided more evidence, if the author's perspective is different, that means a different person painted it. He thought quietly, the word forgery might make you think a painting is only copied by imitating the original exactly, but there are paintings not done by the original artist that people still claim are authentic. In Heijin's head, a classic example appeared, a copy of Girl with a Pearl Earring by Johannes Vermeer. Smiling Girl by Mi Jiren. He surmised silently, you might think those two paintings are completely different, but the experts of that time, looking at the choice of subjects in contrast, affirmed Vermeer was the author. Heijin pondered quietly, if that painting really is a fake, Jong-myung will suffer the rumor of being an incompetent man who dared to give a fake to his fiancée. Unhai calculated silently, but if I still advertise it as authentic and sell it, I will be the fool. She thought worriedly, ugh, what can I do, it has already happened. I have to handle it. Sujong suddenly spoke up, breaking the uncomfortable atmosphere, but did not you say that Guy Lee Jong-myung was the one who bought it, you should demand compensation for damages from him. She spoke calmly, you said it was not a gift but that he sold it to you, right? Heijin recounted slowly, don't you remember he came with me and Unhai to buy the painting, that is her fiancé. Sujong quickly nudged him with her elbow, exclaiming shyly, ah. Oh, I am sorry, I thought he was a stranger. Sujong thought angrily, I knew it, I said it on purpose. Unhai spoke sadly, no, it is fine. You can think of it that way. He suddenly spoke up, but it is also strange. She said hesitantly, I can't do anything. Jong-myung again. Heijin quickly countered, oh no, not him you. Unhai asked in shock, huh? He explained leisurely, there are many fakes on the market. Heijin surmised seriously, it is as if he wants to ruin Xian Gallery. He continued to analyze, no, the gallery won't be closed, so maybe he wants you to resign from the gallery. She said sadly, I am also very upset. Unhai spoke calmly, Heijin, you must know that every year only a very few fake works fool an expert. She recounted bitterly, and it does not even take a year. Just one fake painting in several years is enough to cause a scandal across Insadong. Unhai cried out sadly, but in just a few months, our experts have been played like a joke. Sujong cried out curiously, that truly is very strange. Heijin remarked leisurely, I have never heard of something like this happening either, especially with paintings like these. He spoke up calmly, with this level of forgery, I do not think an appraiser
Haechin concluded coldly.
would need a skill level equal to mine to distinguish the truth, let alone appraisers of one of the most famous galleries in the country. He thought silently, the ceramic jar I smashed before Chairman Song last time forced me to use magic to appraise it. Heijin pondered silently, but this time I felt no need. That means it is easy to see there is a problem. He surmised quietly, if Xian's exclusive appraisers are deceiving Unhai by partnering with Zhang Miang. A thought flashed through her mind, and Unhai suddenly cried out, don't tell me. She denied it silently, no, it can't be. Heijin stated calmly, I won't say they are intentionally deceiving you even though they know. He probed seriously, but I see a clear problem here. You understand what I am trying to say, do not you? Heijin said leisurely, now we can't do anything because you have already bought it. He suddenly asked, how much did you buy it for? Unhai was stunned and replied quickly, this painting, 100 million won. Hearing that figure, Heijin smiled slightly and praised, 100 million won, huh, not bad. He announced slowly, I will buy it. Sujong asked in shock, what can you do with a fake painting like that? Unhai said sadly, I might have been tricked, but 100 million won is not a small amount. How can I ask you? She made up her mind, you have already helped me so much. I do not want to ask for more. Heijin spoke up calmly, just let me think. You just need to decide, will you sell it to me? He made an offer seriously, in exchange, I have one condition. Unhai was curious, what condition? Heijin announced leisurely, act as if the conversation here never happened. He spoke seriously, neither I nor you two have ever said anything about a forgery. Sujong cried out in panic, what? At this, Unhai fell silent, her fists clenched tight. Unhai asked again calmly, you know this might get complicated, right? Heijin answered calmly, no, there won't be any problem. He explained slowly, you have sold that painting to me. Heijin announced leisurely, and I won't see anything wrong with it. That answer surprised her. Unhai thought quietly, no one will question the authenticity of a painting once it has been sold. She asked herself silently, the issue is who the buyer is. On this side, Sujong asked hurriedly, are you really going to buy it, in contrast to her urgency? Heijin just replied flatly, yeah, I just said so. He suddenly spoke up, and one more thing. Unhai sat back down tentatively, glancing at Heijin, if people at the exhibition ask who the buyer is, just say it was sold for 100 million won and do not say my name. But why? Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled into a mysterious smile. Heijin said cryptically, usually when a work is sold throughout the exhibition, people will just enjoy it without caring about its authenticity anymore. He emphasized every word, except for some people. You do not think those people are trying to harm me? Sujong replied curiously, except for some people, you do not think those people are. Just then Unhai also noticed something unusual, are they trying to harm me? Looking calm, Heijin replied, the exhibition lasts 2 weeks. If someone is interested in a work that has already been sold during that time. He looked back at her. That person has likely secretly partnered with the painting supplier. Heijin warned carefully, it is a scammer trying to put you in a difficult spot. At Xian Gallery. A staff member approached Unhai, Madam, will you be rechecking the exhibition? She agreed happily, oh sure. Immediately after, she pointed to a painting, change the order of this one. The staff member quickly explained, earlier you said it should be at the end of the exhibition. Unhai shook her head in denial, no, I changed my mind. She turned and pointed to the opposite side, put it in the middle of the aisle, near that entrance over there, the opposite side. Unhai looked at the person and ordered, we need to make it stand out, so adjust the lights to be brighter, alright, the staff member nodded cautiously, understood. As if suddenly remembering something, she added more instructions, and that piece has already been sold, so do not write the price at the bottom. Just write sold. The staff member hurriedly rubbed their hands, looking flustered. Oh, is that so? Then the people from earlier. Unhai nodded in confirmation. Correct. They agreed beforehand. And no one will have further comments, so just act as if it is already finalized. Suddenly her eyes flashed, and Unhai said smoothly, if anyone asks about the buyer, just say you do not know and only mention the selling price. The staff member repeated in confusion, the selling price. She warned carefully, yes. Tell them it was sold for 100 million won. The staff member was immediately stunned. Oh, 100 million. Unhai said mysteriously, I did not think a work would sell before the exhibition even started. That is great, is not it? Who knows, we will see when the exhibition is over. She frowned as if thinking about something. If this helps expose the scammers, that is good. Back to the present, Unhai asked a bit confusedly, but it is only good for me, right? And about that 100 million won. Hae-jin heard this and understood, you do not have to worry about that. He explained carefully, I am buying the painting for the benefit I get from it, which is worth more than 100 million won. Hae-jin's eyes suddenly flashed, so you just need to think about whether you want to sell it to me. With that, he looked at Unhai waiting for an answer. Do you understand? After a moment's hesitation, she replied softly, yes, I understand. Unhai's face was somber, but she could not help being curious inside. Right, it is Hae-jin after all. He must have a plan. At the gallery, Unhai walked carefully. Is the VVIP check finished? In the quiet room, a staff member's voice echoed out, it will be finished by 10 a.m. tomorrow. Everyone seems very interested in the theme of this exhibition. She looked toward Unhai and said, Manager Lee Jongmyung said he will arrive at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Unhai shook her head with a sigh, don't mind him. Did the board say they would come? The staff member looked at her awkwardly, I have not received information yet, but I am not sure, but I heard the vice chairman might come tomorrow. Suddenly, Unhai became agitated, and her complexion worsened slightly. What? Who did you hear that from? The staff member slowly recalled, I heard that Assistant Manager Choi from the secretary's office had to cancel his plans for tomorrow morning. He did not say anything more, but I guess it could mean. She massaged her head and let out a tired sigh, it is possible the vice chairman is coming here. I see. It was worth sending gifts to Assistant Manager Choi all this time, I guess. With that, Unhai considered and gave an order. Tell the staff to pay attention and keep texting Assistant Manager Choi. Tell him that if the vice chairman comes, to text or call and let us know. Understood. Finally, she watched the staff member leave in silence. Suddenly, Unhai opened her mouth as if to say something. She looked at the painting in front of her, her face somber, a fake huh. The light in Unhai's eyes gradually faded. What would they benefit from pushing me out? Why? Evening, at a small eatery. The grave-robbing team sat neatly at the feast table, saying excitedly, Byung-guk, flush with cash lately, are not you stingy as you are actually treating us to a meal. The grave-robbing team. Byung-buk hurriedly waved his hands in response, hey, from where? I do not have any damn money. With that, he quickly pulled his hands back. One of them suddenly spoke up, no money, huh, then you have something else. Is it a big job? Byung-buk skillfully brought up the subject, haha, not exactly. I just earned a little, and recently bought a work at Cian Gallery. The brown-haired man heard this and suddenly became interested. A work you, which work, who is the artist, how much did you pay? I bought it for 100 million won, anonymous artist. The man in white was startled and asked back, 100 million won for an anonymous work. The man in glasses also chimed in, what kind of nonsense are you talking? Byung-guk, you have really lost it lately. Byung-buk laughed in response, is that so, ha ha ha. He thought to himself, pretending is freaking hard. Byung-buk recalled his conversation with Hae-jin not long ago, huh, treat them to a drinking session. He looked at Hae-jin in confusion, hey, good people would be fine, but why them? They can't keep their mouths shut. That is exactly why you will drink with them. He had given him a tactic then, Young So-jin has very wide connections, right, she must have eyes and ears around to monitor me and you every day. Byung-buk listened silently to Hae-jin, so if you invite someone for drinks, Young So-jin's people will definitely follow you. He smiled happily, and they will take the bait 100%. A little later, a drunken Byung-buk was taken home by his group of friends, singing Rain on the Honam line. The train headed south. From behind, the man in glasses followed everything. He leaned against the wall and contacted So-jin hello, reporting in. On the other end of the line, Sojin listened slowly to everything. Recently at Cian Gallery, he bought an anonymous painting for 100 million won. She asked back curiously, anonymous. The man in glasses replied worriedly, yes. You told me to report, so I am saying exactly that. But I think buying an anonymous work for 100 million won is a bit. I will judge that myself. Very well. Sojin hung up, saying implicitly, it is worth it. Sojin gave a self-mocking smile. Byung-book might be a grave robber, but he has zero appraisal skills. Suddenly, she remembered Hae-jin, but the man behind him, Park Hae-jin, is different. Sojin tapped on her phone a few times. He bid 100 million won, which means it is worth at least several times more. I smell money. The night gradually fell. Hae-jin sat upright on his bed listening to the phone. Very good. Now we must wait until young Sojin takes the bait. If you say so. From the other end, Byung-book said slowly, but I just remembered, 3 years ago I once sold a real authentic Shin Samdang painting.
Hae-jin repeated curiously, a Shin Samdang painting.
Byung-book sounded a bit drunk. He cleared his throat and replied, it could not have been in a tomb, no. I raided a tomb near Beijing and sold a Yuan dynasty gold Buddha statue to a Chinese merchant. Byung-book recounted slowly, I expected to make a fortune, but instead, I will pay with a painting. A painting. That man suggested that instead of paying with money, he would pay with a painting. He silently recalled the ancient painting. Normally I would look for another customer, but the paintings he brought were Shin Samdang landscapes. Listening to it all, Hae-jin thought carefully, then why did you burn it? You agreed to the exchange, and even though it was a bit of a loss, there was no other way. The longer you held that statue, the faster danger would find you. Byung-book continued quietly, so I sold the statue and took the painting to sell in Insadong, but those people claimed it was a fake. Suddenly, he raised his voice. How could they say a Shin Samdang painting just suddenly appeared out of thin air? Byung-book irritably recalled the past. At that time, I thought it was probably fine, it is not like there are no fakes here, but then they suddenly changed their minds and wanted to buy the painting. The very next day, standing alone under the streetlights, he continued the call. That is when I found it strange. They could not have changed their minds that quickly. The shamaness appeared before Hae-jin, listening in silence. So I asked them if many fake paintings were circulating in the market lately, and they said no. Byung-book chuckled and replied, they were just being suspicious as a precaution. I think there is a forgery workshop somewhere in this country. Listening to his words, Hae-jin's eyes widened. With actual experts involved too, could it be? He hesitantly asked back, let me think about it, but there is one thing I want to ask. From the other end, Byung-book could not hide his astonishment. Do you know an appraiser named Jung Dae-hyun, you said? Jung Dae-hyun. 4 days later. Byung-book stood next to Soo-jong, scratching his nose and saying, we have to thank Hae-jin. Everyone is very interested in this exhibition. It is something to be proud of. Unhai, opposite him, added, especially that painting Hae-jin acquired. It has become very famous. She glanced at Hae-jin and said, many customers are curious about its value, including Vice Chairman Lim Song-jun and Miss Ho-yun. He was surprised by her words. The vice chairman and Miss Ho-yun too. Unhai slowly recounted, so I did as you said. I told them it is worth up to 1 billion won, but I did not say who bought it. If I set the price too low, they would keep digging into it. Recalling Ho-yun's expression, she added, Miss Ho-yun seemed shocked because the price was much higher than she expected. A full 1 billion won, who would buy that, she said. At that time, Unhai skillfully explained, I cannot disclose that, as the other party requested confidentiality. Hae-jin seemed to understand, that reaction is a bit much, but it probably made them feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, Unhai mentioned Yi-rin. Yi-rin also came by the other day. At the mention of her, Hae-jin's gaze darkened, with the appraiser Jung Dae-hyun, to the man who is always with her. He asked carefully, what did that appraiser say? Unhai looked puzzled for a long time then recounted, at first, he just looked at the painting and then burst out laughing. Listening to her, Soo-jong could not help but chime in. I was so scared it would be discovered as a fake. But after that, he praised the painting immensely. How did he praise it? Unhai mimicked Dae-hyun's mannerisms and said, the lines are both delicate and solemn, truly impressive. It is quiet yet incredibly vivid. These are the hallmarks of Shin Samdang. Glancing at her, Soo-jong laughed heartily. Oh my god, he is an appraiser and yet he did not realize it was a fake. Beside them, Byung-book added cheerfully, actually, appraisal without scientific analysis tools relies solely on human reasoning. Depending on personal deduction, the results can vary greatly. Su Zhong could not help teasing him. That is why people usually trust reputable appraisers more. You sound more like an appraiser than a grave robber, Dad. The two bickered for a bit while He-jin watched in silence, thinking, do I look cool? Not really. He looked at Byung-book, his expression turning somber. Uncle Byung-book. He-jin thought silently, I do not know if he was drunk yesterday or what, but he acted like he knew nothing about Yoongdae-hyun. Who is that? At that time, he had suspiciously reminded Byung-book. He is the appraiser for Yi-rin from the Yuzeong group. However, he ignored him and hung up, saying, I do not know. It is freezing out here. Let us talk later. My hands are numb. Back to the present, He-jin kept thinking, I even mentioned the Yuzeong group, and yet he brushed it off so easily. This movement caught Byung-book's attention. Could he be hiding something related to Yoongdae-hyun? If so, there are only two possibilities. In his imagination, He-jin recalled Dae-hyun's sinister appearance. Maybe he is one of Yuzeong group's people. He remembered his father's face, whom he had not seen in a long time, feeling suspicious, or he is with Yuzeong group and knows my father. Suddenly, Unhai's voice interrupted He-jin's thoughts. Ah. She looked at him and said excitedly, I received the call you were waiting for this morning. Hearing that, He-jin nodded and smiled with satisfaction, answered faster than I expected. Unhai replied happily, just as expected, your efforts were not in vain. And the person who wants to buy the painting is someone we know very well. Listening to their conversation, Byung-book understood immediately, Young So-jin, so she is being used as a puppet again. The two nodded in confirmation, exactly. Unhai slowly recounted the conversation between her and So-jin. Manager Young So-jin came to see the painting and then immediately started looking for He-jin in a strange way. She glanced at He-jin and added, as if she knew you were the one who bought it. He nodded, I know. At the mention of So-jin, He-jin's eyebrows furrowed. Did she ask about the value of the painting? Yes, and I told her exactly what you told me to say. Unhai replied as if sensing the plan. If people find out Young So-jin is interested in the painting, it will be difficult for us if a debate breaks out over its true value. Because if everyone takes Young So-jin's side, moving forward in this industry will be tough. Speaking of this, Unhai's hand suddenly trembled, and if it is exposed as a fake. She said implicitly to He-jin, I do not know what you are planning, but you must be careful. Unhai said cheerfully, if everything goes as planned, I will repay you. Suddenly, He-jin interrupted, let us talk about that once everything is finished. For now, we should just wait. The next day. So-jin let out a tired sigh, you are earlier than I thought. But. She slowly took off her glasses and asked, where is Park He-jin? Byung-book replied sternly, why are you looking for him? I am the one who bought it. So-jin sat down in the chair opposite him, let us settle this quickly before you get busy. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Listening to her, he did not say another word. You bought it for 100 million won. Suddenly, the corner of Byung-book's mouth curled slightly, correct. He laughed it off and said, but no need to talk. So-jin replied as if understanding, I know. Byung-book clenched his hands and said with a dazed look, but regarding this unknown artist's work, I already know everything, so you do not need to explain. So-jin lifted her wrist and admired it for a moment. Furthermore, I can remove your name from the contract at CN Gallery, right? You are a grave robber after all. Anyway, you understand what I mean without me saying it, do not you? Byung-book replied with feigned grievance. What, why remove my name like that? Weren't you planning to sell it? So-jin negotiated happily, I will pay you double in cash tomorrow. With a bit of shock, he asked again, double. So-jin stood up and pushed her chair back. That expression means you agree. See you at CN Gallery later. With that, she turned and left. Suddenly, Byung-book burst out laughing. He whispered into his phone, oh boy, making money is so easy. Did you hear that, He-jin? On the other side, the corner of He-jin's mouth curled into a smirk. He replied happily, this time, we are going to teach Young So-jin a lesson. Scene change, Jong Mi-young was talking with Ho Yun in a hotel, just consider it alimony. She will be kicked out of CN Gallery soon. Alright, have you hired an appraiser yet? He gave a meaningful wink to the person in front of him, of course. He is a senior member of the Korea Appraisal Association. I even gave his appraisal report to the reporters. It is all set. Hearing that, Ho Yun laughed heartily, haha, so now we just need to sit back and watch how hard that girl gets stabbed, right? Ambition was clear in her eyes, CN Gallery will be mine. A little later, Ho Yun curiously looked for her phone, the news should have spread by now, right? She searched excitedly, let us see. Suddenly, Ho Yun's face darkened, and she screamed in shock, "What the hell is this? Are you sure you settled everything?" Following her lead, Jong Myung jumped up in surprise. "What, shouldn't all the news sites be carrying it by now, that Unhai girl?" Before he could understand what was happening, Ho Yun threw the phone in his face. "Then what is this article, Arg?" Looking at the news on the screen, she said bitterly, "Exclusive, Cian Gallery raises suspicions of forgery regarding Shin Samdang painting. Truly, a bastard who can't be trusted." Holding the phone in his hand, Jong Myung's whole body trembled. "Get out of my sight right now." He could not believe the truth. Impossible. Jong Myung carefully read every line of the news. Cian Gallery, an art museum in Bukshan, is attracting attention for raising suspicions of forgery regarding paintings currently on exhibition. The museum claims that there is a high possibility the Shin Samdang painting, one of the works in the homecoming exhibition, is a fake and is cooperating with the police to track down a smuggling ring. Notably, believing the painting was a fake, a customer intentionally bought it to catch the smugglers off guard and hunt them down. This can't be happening. Back at Cian Gallery, Heijin's voice was heard. "All right, thank you for doing your best." Unhai replied happily, "Just as you said, the detective just called to say they are arresting a smuggling ring at Incheon port." She replied with a satisfied smile, "And the painting has been mostly restored too." Heijin became happy as well. "That is a relief." Suddenly, Unhai asked him curiously, "But why did you think Yang So-jin would act like that? She was already caught smuggling Yoon Do-seo's works last time." Heijin silently recalled So-jin's earlier moves, and she was always asking about buying paintings that might belong to Shin Samdang. He replied happily, "So I just set a bait for her. People, once they have done something once, are bound to commit the same crime again." Hearing that, Unhai was a bit worried. Still, now Jong Myung know, that bastard Lee Jong Myung must be worried sick. She lowered her eyes, her voice getting smaller, "Because he was the one who sold me that painting." Right after Unhai found out the truth about the Shin Samdang painting, she had arranged a meeting with the appraiser who evaluated the painting, pressuring them to reveal the truth that Lee Jong Myung was the one who provided the appraisal results. And with the purchase process being ambiguous, Unhai was certain the culprit behind it all was Lee Jong Myung. Suddenly, Heijin said suspiciously, "He will claim he knew nothing, and the Myri group will dismiss it as Lee Jong Myung's personal issue." Before he finished, Unhai shook her head in denial. "Still, Lee Jong Myung has high influence in the Myri Association, no?" She recounted with a calm face, "His mother is a famous former actress. To put it bluntly, she was his father's mistress." Speaking of this, Unhai felt a bit of regret, so even though he is considered smart and capable, she frowned as she recounted. His power is not that high. More specifically, compared to the CEO of Myri Innovation, a subsidiary of Myri Group and the successor to the conglomerate. Unhai began to talk about Jong Myung's grudge, not only talented but also a generous gentleman, so to Lee Jong Myung, that person is like a thorn in his side. Hearing that, Heijin was a bit stunned. "Then why did you even get engaged to him, even though I belong to the Wajin group?" Unhai's hands squeezed together, showing clear worry. Who would choose someone who only inherits one gallery as a wife? She lowered her face to hide her self-pitying eyes. "At that time, my father was just an ordinary employee with nothing. My grandfather had abandoned me." Unhai painfully recalled her childhood. "That is why my surname is my mother's surname." She could not help feeling pain for herself. "And after that, my parents abandoned me. My grandfather raised me and even left me this gallery." Suddenly, Unhai tried to cheer up, smiling, "My grandfather has passed away, and now all I have is this gallery. Anyway, that is why I got engaged to Lee Jong Myung." Heijin listened silently to her words. "We allied with each other because of similar circumstances. Who knew he would betray me like this?" In his heart, he also felt a bit of pity for Unhai, so she only inherited exactly one gallery. "Well, congratulations on earning your 200 million won." Unhai was in the middle of a sentence, "And it is also against a devilish smuggler," when suddenly there was shouting from outside, "Let go of me." She and Heijin both recognized that voice, the voice of that devil. Outside, So-jin was being held tightly by several staff members, unable to move. "Don't you let go of me, do you know who I am?" Unhai walked out slowly and said gently, "Enough. Let her in." So-jin irritably straightened her clothes. She walked in without regard for anyone. "You should have shown your face sooner." So-jin sat down in front of Heijin, her expression extremely foul. "A pleasure to see you again, madam. It has been a while, has not it?" Hearing that, she replied bitterly, "You say it has been a while, are you still here to talk nonsense?" Heijin laughed awkwardly, just being polite. Unhai sat down beside him. Before either of them said a word, So Jean barked, "You dare act in this play, aren't you afraid of karma?" Suddenly, the corner of Jin's mouth curled as he replied, "What karma?" Confidence shone in his eyes. "If you want to file a complaint, go ahead. But can you?" So Jean trembled with rage. She had lost several rounds. To take legal action, she would have to admit she was a broker. Inwardly she felt utterly humiliated, and if she did that, Jean observed carefully, her reputation and money would vanish like smoke. Suddenly, So Jean gritted her teeth and said, "I have many powerful friends." He gave an interested "oh" quite loudly. "Oh, and you want to borrow the power of those in authority, then by all means. Miss Unhai, this auntie is threatening me. What should I do?" Unhai beside him spoke up for him, "Don't worry, Mr.
Hyachin."
She looked directly at the person opposite and replied nonchalantly, "Madam Yang So-jin can keep her reputation if she has done nothing wrong to be afraid of." So-jin's face was now dark with rage. Who in their right mind would side with someone reported twice for smuggling? She gripped her arm tightly, her words unable to hide her haste. "How dare you?" In contrast, Unhai showed her no respect, replying bluntly, "Madam Yang So-jin, you should be careful with your words. Although my status is not high." She appeared calm, but her words completely overwhelmed So-jin. "The Wajin blood still flows in me. If you hit me, I will punch back." She bit her lip, weighing the pros and cons. Jin looked away, thinking to himself, she probably suffered heavy losses after this incident. Suddenly, his mouth curled into a smirk, and he said with a hint of hidden meaning, "I said I would repay you if everything went well, right? Then I will accept that offer." The shamaness suddenly appeared behind him. "Help me dig deeper. That is all I ask." Unhai looked at the man in front of her in surprise, "Not working as a researcher at our museum, but going to excavate instead." The two talked for a bit. "Could it be, you plan to open an art museum?" "Yes, that is right." Jin scratched his face awkwardly. "It is a bit funny to say this since I have nothing right now." He stated his dream frankly, "My dream is to have a large art museum bearing my name. However, only museums and organizations permitted by each local government can participate in domestic excavations." Hearing that, Unhai gave a satisfied smile. "So I need your help, Miss Unhai. It is not funny at all." She suddenly stood up in excitement. "Mr. Jin, I will help you open an art museum. Having an art museum open for people to visit is also beneficial for me." Since she also ran an art museum, asking this was a bit strange, but since art museums are not mass-produced goods, there is a need for a variety of diverse museums to increase the number of visitors. Thus, Jin's request did not make Unhai feel uncomfortable. Unhai poured out a stream of big ideas. "First, we need to find a favorable location for the museum and prepare the exhibits. You will also need help with management, so I will introduce a manager to you." Jin smiled at her. "Hearing you say that puts me at ease." Unhai then realized her lack of composure. She bowed her head shyly. "Ah. I am glad you feel that way. I got a bit overexcited when you said you needed my help. How embarrassing." Jin signaled his departure. "Then I will count on you. I will take my leave now." Suddenly, Unhai stopped him. "Ah, Mr.
Hyachin."
She blushed and said, "In a few days, there is a Rembrandt painting auction in L.A. Unhai's voice grew smaller. "Would you like to go with me?" Scene change. The sun rose high, shining a brilliant gold. "You said your dream is to open an art museum, right?" The shamaness hovered behind Jin, chatting incessantly. "It seems achieving the dream requires a lot of preparation." She replied with a sulky look, "And you still have to find the 3 sacred relics, so you are guaranteed to be even busier later." Jin then remembered, true. The shamaness could not hide her curiosity and asked, "By the way, what kind of place is America, Los Angeles, USA, huh?" Jin thought carefully and described it to her, "America. It is the place with the green statue of a woman holding a torch, He tried to describe it in detail. "You know hamburgers, right? The ones I ate the day before yesterday. There are many shops selling similar items and many customers eating them." The shamaness' eyes lit up as she nodded repeatedly. "It truly is an interesting place. Going there in person will be even more interesting." She glanced at Jin, thinking to herself, "I must move quickly." Jin let out a long yawn from lack of sleep. Must urge him to find the 3 sacred relics as soon as possible. The shamaness looked satisfied, thinking, "But is it because I am learning more things while being with him?" The two walked down the long street. "Now I look forward to experiencing new things together." 2 teacups were placed neatly in front of them, as an astonished voice rang out, "What? Byung-book asked with a look of surprise. Going to America, just you and that girl. He added implicitly, you brat, did not you say there was nothing between the two of you? You said you were going there to raise capital to open an art museum. Byung-book stated bluntly, kid, you never know what will happen between a man and a woman. It is common for feelings to develop. Suddenly, Hae-jin brought up another issue. Uncle, you know Young Dae-hyun of the Yuzeong group, right? Surprisingly, he spat out a mouthful of tea. Not again, I told you I do not know him. Hae-jin lifted his teacup and sipped. You even deliberately mentioned the Yuzeong group. He gripped the cup tightly. And now you think I will believe you if you just say you do not know him. Byung-book recalled old memories. Be careful with the Yuzeong group. Last time, you told me to be cautious with the rich and influential, but with the Yuzeong group I had to be especially careful. You even tried to warn me about them. Hearing that, his heart wavered a bit. Hae-jin said nonchalantly, you know who he is. Worry appeared on Byung-book's face, and the relationship between him and my father, right? Surprisingly, the air fell into a deadly silence. Byung-book's hands clenched tight, each word forced out through his teeth. When your father was young. Hae-jin's eyes shone with surprise. My father used to work with Young Dae-hyun. He brought up the matter. Remember what I told you last time. Before the Yuzeong group became what it is now, it was a company that thrived thanks to its relationship with the military. Your father and Young Dae-hyun both worked there. Young Dae-hyun worked under the company chairman to secretly collect many antiques, collecting antiques but not leaving records, just like the Tarachi collection. By handing over our country's antiques to groups of Japanese experts, they tried to profit illegally through those connections. At that time, they formed an excavation team. All of them were grave robbers, including your father. After going underground with crude tools, they stayed down there for days. The number of people who died from the collapses was double the number of artifacts found. Thinking of this, Byung-book covered his face and sighed. It was probably from then on that your father's health gradually weakened. I still regret not stopping him. Hae-jin could not keep his cool. He asked urgently, I do not understand why my father insisted on going down there. What did he do down there? Byung-book let out a sigh and recounted, what else could he do? You probably know best what kind of person your father is. He could not hold back his regret as he replied, the artifacts were scheduled to be smuggled abroad, but your father stole every single one of them. Looking back now, I still have to respect that level of audacity. Anyway, your father immediately vanished with the artifacts. And all the responsibility for the oversight fell on the team leader's head, that was Young Dae-hyun. The chairman lost all faith in Young Dae-hyun. And so he was fired. He lost everything because of your father, a grave robber. As if recalling a painful memory, Byung-book closed his eyes tightly. In his eyes, grave robbers must have been no better than insects, people who would stop at nothing to get what they wanted. But after losing everything to someone he looked down on, I imagine he still holds a deep grudge. After hearing the whole story, Hae-jin uttered a breath of relief. I see. He nodded in acknowledgement. My father seems to have truly been reckless since he was young. Needless to say, you have no idea how hard it was for me to keep an eye on him, Byung-book added. Byung-book lifted his half-empty teacup and thought, anyway, that is why I told you not to go near the Yuzeong group. Hae-jin sat opposite him, listening silently. If he found out you were the son of that grave robber, would he really leave you alone? It gradually became clear in his mind. Young Dae-hyun had known for a long time that he was the son of the man who ruined him in the past. However, Hae-jin still asked suspiciously, then why would he want me to work for him? Hae-jin looked closely at the business card in Dae-hyun's hand and thought to himself furthermore. He asked himself, why did he return to the place he was once fired from to work as an appraiser? Then he smirked and said, thanks for worrying about me, Uncle Byung-guk. Hae-jin fell silent, his face showing a serious expression. 3 days passed. In the clear blue sky, a plane flew across. The shamaness, floating beside Hae-jin, exclaimed, wow. She cried out excitedly while he was pulling his suitcase down the street, so this is America. From a distance, someone raised a hand high to wave at him, Hae-jin over here. It was Unhai. She smiled radiantly, waving to welcome him. In beautiful Beverly Hills, located in Los Angeles County, California, a city with a population of about 30,000. At first glance, it seems modest and peaceful, but this is one of America's quintessentially wealthy cities, where wealth and fame go hand in hand. Unhai smiled and offered a compliment. Ah, it looks great on you. What do you think, Hae-jin? Do you like the design and fit? Hae-jin was flustered, reaching up to adjust his tie. I do not really know much, but to be honest, I am a bit surprised. I have never liked this kind of attire because it is uncomfortable, and there are not many occasions to wear it. He seemed self-conscious as he constantly adjusted the suit. But now it feels like wearing a tracksuit. If it is uncomfortable, I will just have to deal with it. How much did this set cost? Hae-jin confessed his worry. I do not see a price tag anywhere. Unhai stepped forward and naturally adjusted his suit for him. You do not need to worry about that. Let us fix your tie like this. She tried to reassure him. I told you, my side will cover all travel expenses and other small costs. He scratched his head awkwardly, thinking, if this kind of outfit is mandatory, it must be a very formal meeting. Unhai's cheeks flushed slightly as she recounted. It is quite rare, is not it? Although classic dress codes are gradually disappearing, that place still maintains them. She remembered herself as a child holding her grandfather's hand. I remember the first time I went there with my grandfather. He was someone who always chose to wear modernized hanbok, no matter where he went, even when meeting foreign guests. Unhai smiled, her eyes full of nostalgia, but every time he went there, he would wear a Western suit. Hae-jin and Unhai began to walk. As they walked, he asked hesitantly, how long has this auction meeting been around? She replied, not that long actually. Relying on her memory, she offered a guess, I do not know exactly, but probably about 40 years ago. He looked surprised. Wow, so it is quite recent then. Unhai smiled and posed a question. It is quite interesting if you look into it. As you probably know, although it is currently a powerful nation, America's history is not long. You know that old blockbuster movie called National Treasure, right? She expressed her fondness for the movie while recounting the plot. Ah, I remember, I loved it. The main character, a treasure hunter, searches for a great historical secret, and the clues are hidden in the Declaration of Independence, which is only 200 years old. Unhai stopped and turned back. Of course, people might feel proud that the country has prospered this much despite its short history, but Americans see this as a weakness and have tried to overcome it by any means. She was engrossed in the topic. Images of criminals approaching victims and men looking at antiques appeared as illustrations. In fact, there is a study comparing the childhoods of criminals and the elite. They found that cultural cultivation through cultural activities. On the ground, a few saplings had sprouted. Unhai continued. Like visiting museums and art galleries, has a huge impact on people's lives. For a long time, America has tried to create an environment where cultural cultivation can develop diversely, even if it is artificial. A grand mansion titled National Gallery of Art appeared as she continued. The result led to the formation of museums and art galleries across the country, which continues to this day. Of course, that is for the public. Private demand for antiques is also very high. Hae-jin, standing by the car, finally spoke up, but everything changed starting in the 80s. He rubbed his chin, saying with a serious face, supply must have become hard to find around that time. He remembered what Unhai said and confirmed to himself. I suspected it when she said this meeting started 40 years ago, and it turns out I was right. Hae-jin remembered events as a map appeared in his mind. Since the 80s, European countries began banning the export of cultural antiques. Because trade is controlled at a national level, it is natural that buyers in the US would have difficulty trading through conventional means. Unhai opened the car door as if looking for something. You really do know a lot. Your uncle must have experience trading in Europe, right? Hae-jin stepped calmly into the car. Not really. He is just more familiar with the Asian region. Europe has language and cultural barriers. Plus, issues are more likely to arise during the selling process there. Unhai sat in the driver's seat, her eyes on him. However, I have heard that grave robbing in Europe these days is no less common. Ah. He replied while buckling his seatbelt. If that is the case, is the place we are going to a black market? She seemed flustered. Well, not exactly. The car began to move. Unhai's voice rang out. It started as a black market, but that changed in the 2000s. Images of an expensive antique jar and the prying eyes of high-status individuals appeared as she continued. Regardless, their clients are all people of high social standing. Aside from the quantities, trading stolen goods could cause them massive trouble. Unhai tried to find the right words. How should I put it? The goods are not stolen, but they are not entirely legal either. Hae-jin frowned slightly. What does that mean? That is like saying a person drank alcohol but is not drunk, so it is fine to drive normally. Focusing on the road, she offered her deduction. I guess you could put it this way. They auction antiques and disclose who the original owner was. Unhai concluded, therefore, there are no legal issues when importing them. Jin was silent for a moment, then offered his opinion. It seems the people who founded that place are very influential. Hearing that, she agreed, you are right. Unhai's gaze focused on the road ahead as she shared her thoughts, but even if I find what I want, I am not sure I will get it. I will just have to try my best, since this is a once-a-year opportunity. In the quiet night, the lone car turned onto a small forest road, its headlights piercing the darkness. Sitting in the car, Jin felt a bit anxious, his body shaking slightly with the car's movement. We have been on this dirt road for almost an hour. The car moved smoothly as he wondered suspiciously, is there really an auction house out here? Unhai saw something, She informed Jin, catching his attention, Jin, we are here. Under brilliant yellow lights, a grand villa appeared amidst the forest, with a large parking lot surrounding a central plaza. Jin and Unhai stepped out of the car and approached a bodyguard who was checking the invitation of a guest standing at the entrance hall. That guest stepped toward the door to enter, and the bodyguard finally noticed Unhai and Jin. Unhai held out the invitation to the guard, smiled brightly, and said in English, thank you for inviting us. The guard silently took the invitation to check, then suddenly focused on Jin. Jin gave an awkward smile, suddenly feeling restless. Don't tell me. Under the pressure of the guard's stare, Jin thought, is he not letting me in because I do not have an invitation? Finally, the guard let them both inside. He breathed a sigh of relief, good, it is not that. Unhai giggled beside him, don't worry, the unwritten rule is that you can bring 1 or 2 people for appraisal. Jin adjusted his tie, appearing worried. Then it is fine. But as it turns out, security here is not as tight as I thought. What if something happens? Unhai laughed it off, saying, I think they are confident they can handle any problem that might occur. Inside the auction hall, warm lights shone down on neat rows of red chairs. The well-dressed crowd whispered among themselves. The atmosphere was formal yet tense before the auction began. While Jin and Unhai were standing in the hall, a voice suddenly rang out, catching their attention, you have arrived. Unhai was silent then replied, look, it is Yi-Rin. She approached them with a slight smile. You came too. She stopped before them, revealing that she had read the news. I read the news. I heard you caught a smuggling ring by intentionally buying a fake painting. Yi-Rin raised an eyebrow, her face clearly showing sarcasm. Your uncle was originally going to buy it, was not he? Talk about good luck. If it were not for him, your name would have been famous by now. Unhai responded calmly, yes, quite lucky. She smiled broadly, but her words showed impatience. But why bring that up? If you want to pick a fight and get kicked out, I do not have time for it. Unhai lost her patience. And if you want to be kicked out, do it yourself. Then she turned and called Jin to leave. He quickly followed her, not forgetting to glance at Yi-Rin who was staring at them in shock. Let us go, Jin. The auctioneer formally greeted the guests. This year, I am very happy to see you all here again. He gestured toward 4 products covered by white cloths and introduced them loudly. The 4 paintings prepared today will surely impress you. I am deeply honored to personally introduce them to you. He revealed the exciting part. Among these paintings, there are 2 by Rembrandt van Rijn and 1 by Pierre-Auguste Renoir. The paintings remained covered as the auctioneer's voice echoed, and 1 by Edgar Degas in that order. In the quiet space, his voice continued. How much will these precious and beautiful human heritages be priced at? Unhai whispered to Jin beside her, if I had to point out one issue with this auction. She whispered carefully to him as he leaned in to listen. It is that you cannot sue even if you discover you bought a fake. Hearing this, Jin asked curiously, if there is such a problem, why do people still buy paintings here? Unhai looked toward the 4 mysterious paintings on stage and gave a reason, because outside of here, you can't find these paintings legally anywhere else. She explained while an image of Sotheby's appeared as an illustration, people can also buy through Sotheby's or Christie's, but there are very few antiques there. Unlike here, the goods are provided completely legally. Jin smiled, arms crossed and full of confidence. Not to mention, it is only once a year. Some might have to wait for years for the chance to return. Unhai looked at him and agreed, exactly. That is why they come. Whenever a fake is exposed or there is a complaint, their answer is always the same. She was serious as she revealed the truth. We do not guarantee authenticity. Customers decide for themselves. Actually, it is common for them to try to prevent suspicion from arising. Besides, in this line of business, that is completely normal. Jin touched his chin in agreement. True. Deep down he was thinking, Although there are various cases, there are many times when buyers receive no compensation even after buying a fake at an auction. His gaze focused on a man carefully holding an ancient jar as he thought, appraisers are only human. Naturally, they will make mistakes. Furthermore, many items can't even be distinguished using scientific methods. This is because if an appraiser can provide a sufficiently convincing explanation. Heijin affirmed to himself, as the auctioneer raised a hand high and declared, everyone will believe a fake item is real. Now then, let us begin the first auction session. His hand grabbed a cloth, preparing to yank it down. Allow me to introduce. After pulling the cover down to reveal a beautiful ancient painting, the auctioneer introduced the work, a masterpiece by Rembrandt van Rijn, the Wizard of Light. Next was the reason the artist had such a name, revealed by Heijin himself. The reason Rembrandt is called the Painter of Light or the Wizard of Light is because of the intense contrast between light and shadow in his paintings. An illustration of him staring at the drawing for a long time appeared as the reasons were listed. The technique he used brings a standout effect to the painting by creating a three-dimensional effect within a simple composition. He continued, although the painting seems dark at first glance, the longer you look, the more it draws you in. Unhai leaned slightly toward Heijin and whispered, what do you think? He put his hand to his chin, considering Heijin's hand gripped his phone, which was emitting a green light. Although I am not far from the painting, it is hard to see the past from this distance. His gaze stared straight ahead. Furthermore, if I use it now and we do not manage to buy it, we won't be able to buy the other three either. Heijin stared at the drawing and thought, I could evaluate the painting by expanding my vision, but if this painting is troublesome enough to need an appraisal. Finally he decided, forget it. Then he spoke up to analyze. Based on the structure, color, brushwork and the surface of the painting, there is no doubt it really is a painting by Rembrandt. Heijin affirmed to himself as an illustration of a real painting being hung up appeared above countless counterfeits. If it were any other artist, I would not doubt the possibility of it being a fake. However, Rembrandt's works are notorious for being heavily forged. He revealed, to the point where in 1860, there were about 15,000 collectors. Heijin continued, claiming to be the owners of original works. An image of 4 Dutchmen appeared. Finally, the Netherlands could not stand the sight of fake paintings circulating everywhere. A scientist was shown researching intently. So they started the Rembrandt Research Project. After 42 years of research, they classified Rembrandt's works into 3 groups. Other scientists were extremely serious as they picked up products and observed them closely, authentic forgery. An image of 2 guests arguing over 2 paintings, and undetermined. The door opened to reveal 4 Dutch researchers. There are as many as 162 works. Before them were hundreds of drawings stacked up, falling into the undetermined category. Heijin concluded confidently, therefore, expanding my vision is useless. Unhai asked, so it is authentic, right? Receiving the confirmation, she smiled with satisfaction and confidence. Good. The auctioneer announced the starting price. Who will own this beautiful painting? For today's first session, the starting price is $1 million, with bid increments of $50,000. The guests all raised their paddles, offering burning prices, $1 million, $1.05 million, $1.1 million. Unhai decisively raised her paddle, stating clearly, $2 million. Yi Rin, in the distance, was not to be outdone and offered a higher price, $2.05 million. Finally, she smiled smugly as she offered a sky-high price, $5 million. The auctioneer declared, $5 million for the beautiful lady over there. Yi Rin smirked and glanced at Unhai, who was annoyed in the back. He set the rule. From now on, we will raise the bid increments to $100,000. Unhai grimaced, showing clear discomfort. It seems we won't get it. Heijin rubbed his chin, thinking carefully. Since everyone is trying to get it at any cost, no matter how many times Miss Unhai raises the bid, she must be very annoyed. The auctioneer's voice rang out again while Yi Rin confidently raised her paddle with a triumphant smile, $9.2 million. Anyone else? If not, we will finalize the owner of the painting. Heijin remembered the initial appearance and reached a conclusion. Perhaps the organizers want to liven up the atmosphere by serving wine to the bidders. Unhai was so angry she looked ready to burst. She gripped her wine glass and drank it irritably. Heijin gave a wry smile, staring for a long time, then remembering the image of Yi Rin's triumphant smile, while Unhai was upset. Looking at her smug face is enough to understand why Miss Unhai is so mad. Holding his wine glass, he asked her curiously, Why does the Yuzeong group seem to have more money than the Wajin group? She immediately countered, no way. An image of Yi Rin laughing before luxury resorts appeared. Unhai was very serious as she revealed. She might look like that, but she is the owner of over 30 resorts in Korea. An image of her standing on a building roof looking down at Unhai, who was angrily biting a handkerchief, illustrated her words. I can only invest up to the gallery's budget, so now I have to rely on my own finances. Jin exclaimed in surprise, his gaze focused on Yi Rin. Over 30 resorts, that is hard to believe. Unhai acted sulky. If you like her that much, go be friends with her. He gave an awkward laugh and tried to coax her. Honestly, Miss Unhai, why would I want to be friends with her? Jin pointed forward. Anyway, the auction has just begun. One painting is sold. Let us choose the best of the remaining 3. Unhai shared what she knew. I heard this one is authentic. They say in every 3 to 5 antiques, one will be a fake. He was determined. We must buy the real one. She seemed worried as she spoke, however. The risk of choosing a fake has increased. He immediately reassured her. I do not think you need to worry. Alan smiled smugly and spoke up. That previous painting. I did not really feel it. Or rather, I did not feel Rembrandt's unique, lingering sadness, did I? He acted knowledgeable while sharing his impressions. That is how Rembrandt's paintings are. The longer you look, the more sorrowful they seem. But because that painting did not give me that feeling. Alan concluded confidently. It is likely a fake. Unhai gave a forced smile in response. If that is the case, then good for you. Anyway, good luck on the next one. He reached into his suit jacket, ladies first, so I hope you get it. Alan pulled out a business card, a creepy smile appearing as he held it out to her. Since the painting is mine, I can take it whenever I want. I am a director at Beta. I am sure you have heard of us. Unhai took it out of politeness. Ah, you did not have to give me your card. He was still full of confidence. I was just wondering when I would have the chance to invite this beauty to a meal. She suddenly became serious. Excuse me, but right now I just want to focus on the paintings. Alan was silent for a moment, then replied, understood. He looked at Jin and asked, is it because of the guy sitting next to you? Is he your boyfriend? She glanced at him then replied bluntly, he is my appraiser. Alan heard this and mocked, aha, is that so? It seems he did not realize the last painting was a fake. His face glowed with smugness. What a pity. Jin frowned slightly and looked at Alan, thinking, how much longer do I have to listen to this guy ramble? The auctioneer's footsteps rang out. You must all feel very sorry to have missed out on that muse just now. The guests listened in silence to his words. But please do not be too disappointed, as there is another work by Rembrandt, the master of light and shadow. The guests became slightly excited upon hearing this. Oh, the auctioneer acted mysterious. Which one is it? He pulled back the cloth to reveal an ancient painting with a male and a female character. He introduced, do you see, is it Rembrandt, now rich in teaching experience, or his only remaining child, Titus? Focusing closer on the painting, the auctioneer pointed out its features. Can you see Rembrandt's kind face and the child's happy smile? It is beyond wonderful. He loudly stated the starting price. Now then, who will be the owner of this painting? The starting price remains $1 million, with increments of $50,000. Unhai quickly turned to Jin and asked, what do you think? He pondered and analyzed thoroughly. Rembrandt's face was exactly the same as in his self-portraits from his 40s and 50s. Jin's gaze focused on the artist's face and the painting, the wrinkles around the eyes, protruding eyelids, sagging cheeks, high forehead, and the voluminous hair, puffed up like a poodle. The phone on his lap glowed, emitting an intense green mist as he suddenly realized something. However, something was wrong. Unlike before, he felt absolutely nothing from this painting. The shamaness appeared beside Jin and asked, do you doubt that painting? He quickly confirmed, yes, I think it needs verification. She placed her hand on his shoulder. I understand. I will lend you my power. In the blink of an eye, Jin appeared before the painting. He raised his hand as if to touch it, even the composition, colors, and the surface. His eyes turned green. The green hues Rembrandt often used were similar, but this was. Unhai hurriedly nudged Jin with her paddle. What is wrong? Tell me. He reached out and took her hand. Unhai looked at Jin blankly. He took the paddle and shook his head, signaling her not to bid. Eric, sitting nearby, immediately raised his paddle and bid, $15 million. The auctioneer repeated the bid while he smirked victoriously. $15 million. Any further bids? He offered congratulations while Jin and Unhai glanced at Eric with a slight smile. Congratulations. The painting belongs to the dashing gentleman over there. He acted magnanimous. I stepped back, but since you did not raise your paddle, I had to take it. She simply replied, congratulations. Eric proudly made an offer. If you want to admire the painting, feel free to stop by my mansion. Your wonderful paintings will be there to welcome you. Unhai brushed her hair back, her face cold. Ah yes, but... Her next words left Eric suddenly bewildered. As you can see, I have no interest in viewing a Rembrandt forgery. Loud laughter erupted in the auction hall, drawing everyone's attention. Ha ha ha. Eric stated his view to Jin. Did you just advise me that this painting is a forgery? But his next sentence caught Unhai's attention. It is a pity that such a beautiful woman is accompanied by a friend like this. He gave an objective remark. One cannot sense Rembrandt's signature gloom and suffering in that painting. Jin was furious but helpless. How annoying. Intentionally drawing everyone's attention just to embarrass me. But he did not really care, because he had just seen $10 million vanish in an instant. Now I just feel sorry for him. Jin suddenly posed a question. I am not sure if you have ever heard of Tom Keating. According to the information he found, Tom Keating was a genius who forged world-class artists like Rembrandt and Renoir. Jin boldly stated, a fraudster known as the terrorist of the art world. And he had to acknowledge his outstanding talent. He even expressed the brushwork, philosophy and atmosphere of the painters of that time as if they were his own. Jin continued his sharp reasoning, but there is another reason Tom Keating was called an art world terrorist. It seemed as if there was nothing he did not know. He left a mark on all the forgeries he created. Jin was extremely calm, knowing that Tom Keating often left time bombs on his paintings. Before painting, he would apply glycerin to the canvas. He offered a way to handle it if the painting was a fake, if a painting is suspected of being a forgery and someone tries to wipe the paint away. Eric could not listen any longer and stood up angrily. Tom Keating, you're talking about the famous forger Tom Keating, are not you? Now Jin was certain. So you do know him. He did not hesitate to speak plainly. If it is a Tom Keating, he would definitely have left a mark in the painting. He gave a prime example. The table in the painting shows the wood grain texture very clearly using Rembrandt's signature coloring method, so just look at that table and you will know. Jin was indeed experienced. There are a total of 3 knotholes on that table. If you look closely at the marks in the bottom left corner. He quickly confirmed the drawing. It looks just like a tire. Eric was so stunned he could not speak. What? Unhai turned and asked Jin, if it is a Tom Keating forgery, then the painting really could be dissolved. He was incredibly confident in his ability. If you really want to confirm it is a fake, I might try touching the painting. She looked regretful that nothing could be done. What a pity. Ah, it looks like they are about to start. The auctioneer presented a brief introduction. Some say Renoir is the representative painter of Impressionism. However, there are still a few shortcomings when describing Renoir. He touched the white cloth. Bright and brilliant colors, clear yet soft lines. Then, the auctioneer yanked the cloth away to reveal the painting. Allow me to introduce to you, Auguste Renoir. Unhai covered her mouth with one hand, unable to believe her eyes. Renoir. She whispered to Jin if the previous painting was a Tom Keating fake, there is no guarantee this one is not one of his as well. He was serious because he could not afford to be reckless. However, if I use the spell once more, my stamina won't be able to take it. Jin usually paid attention to small details. Renoir's hallmark was applying many thin, gentle layers of color. From his preferred colors to the oil texture, there was nothing to complain about. He narrowed his eyes to observe meticulously, but still needed one final detail to be sure. Jin discovered a squiggly line of text. The man sitting in front of him also took out a light to inspect it.
Haetsin tauhidön hys bidding padle.
Seeing that action, she smiled understandingly. Unhai did not hesitate to raise her paddle. $4,500,000. He breathed a sigh of relief. I did not think my luck would be this good. Jin thought back carefully. The far left part of the painting was worn, which meant he could feel somewhat more at ease. At least it was not a forgery that could fool his eyes. Jin had his own reasons. In an auction of this scale, a painting would not be damaged by accident. He knew for a fact that if it were a Tom Keating, he would not have left such ambiguous evidence of forgery. But things were not peaceful for long when a woman pushed the price higher. $7,200,000, but Unhai was determined not to lose. $7,300,000. Heijin also understood the situation. If the other side thought the same, they would raise the price without hesitation. She was happy when the auctioneer closed at the final price. The painting has been sold for $7,300,000. Congratulations. Unhai still had some concerns and turned to ask him, "Are you sure it is authentic?" Heijin nodded to show his reliability. Correct. He happened to notice the man's action with the light, the one sitting next to the woman who competed until the end had done it. Unhai did not understand. Why did he do that? Heijin had solid reasoning, stating firmly, Tom Keating does not make such mistakes. And if it were another forger, they would be even more careful. Isn't it through trying to restore damaged parts that people can discover if a work is a forgery? After hearing those words, she finally understood. So not all damaged paintings are authentic, huh? Actually, Heijin had faith in his eyes. Of course. But very few people can produce a forgery of this quality. He used a calm tone to reassure Unhai, and they would never touch a finished painting. When we receive the painting, we can check it in more detail, so do not worry. Hearing that, she had nothing left to worry about. If Heijin says so, I will believe him. From now on, I can enjoy the paintings in peace. Heijin just sat listening to the auctioneer introduce the remaining paintings. After that, I am not participating in the Degas auction. Unhai was more relaxed and asked, "You have worked hard. Now we just need to pay and receive the painting, right?" He was not quite sure. Receive it right now. She still had many things to handle. Yes, I also have to take care of this and that, as well as customs. Suddenly someone shouted, I know, anyway, I am the one paying. Eric over there became tense. There is a problem with the painting I won. The auctioneer stepped forward slowly. Wait a moment, please. It seems he has something to say. He stated his view, the painting has an issue. This means it is a forgery. Eric adjusted his suit, looking extremely angry. That painting is definitely a forgery. Therefore, I want to cancel my winning bid. The auctioneer would handle it according to the rules. He spoke calmly, that needs to be verified. First, let us look at the painting. He looked at the painting thoughtfully. Oh, this is a fake, I still can't believe it. Eric was still troubled. In my heart, I hoped it was not, but it is the truth, is not it? He certainly had an eye for it. Look at this part. Although small, the circle is drawn very delicately and exquisitely. Indeed, it has turned into an exquisite drawing of a tire. Eric spotted the anomaly. At the time the painting was made, tires were an object that could not exist. This is definitely a forgery by Tom Keating. The auctioneer nodded in acknowledgement. It seems that way. However, we cannot conclude that this painting is by Tom Keating. He did not agree with the dismissive explanation. Cannot conclude, even when the truth is right there, you still can't conclude. Does that sound reasonable to you? Heijin understood their mood. Even the auctioneer must be having a hard time. After the auction, they could just consider the decision final for the buyer and ignore it, but... He turned his head awkwardly to look at the client. When the sale of a forgery is exposed right in front of so many people like this, the auctioneer could only let out a heavy sigh. Sigh, there is no other way. You say this is a forgery by Tom Keating, right? Then try cleaning the painting to check. We will know immediately. He made a decision after thinking for a while. If this painting is a fake, the paint will dissolve. But if it is authentic, I will accept the payment for the painting. Heijin watched the situation from the back. Tom Keating did not always use glycerin on all his forgeries. If this painting is not coated in glycerin. He stood there with arms crossed, watching the drama. Eric Halton will lose both his money and the painting. What, anyway, I pointed out the evidence of it being a forgery. I have done everything I could. Eric raised a glass of wine, reluctantly accepting. Humph, no other choice. A man must always face moments of choice. He raised the glass high, seemingly unafraid of taking a loss. It was the same when I bought Beta. Eric poured the wine directly onto the painting. Right now is one of those moments. The auctioneer accepted the truth. So it is. It seems this truly is a painting by Tom Keating. We believe that in this auction, if a painting is fake, the responsibility falls on the customer who bought it. He left everyone stunned. However, we have decided to cancel today's winning auction result. Eric smirked with smug satisfaction. He walked up and patted the auctioneer's shoulder encouragingly. A given. However, even I could not identify the painting correctly. Eric spoke meaningfully, and besides, there is someone else whom I misjudged. He actually bowed to Hei-jin. Thank you. Thanks to you, I discovered the painting was just a forgery. I judged a man only by his appearance. Eric suddenly changed his attitude, happily extending his hand. If possible, could you give me a chance to make up for that mistake? Hei-jin did not hold a grudge and shook his hand, signaling an implicit agreement. I accept that apology. Hei-jin advertised his profession. Speaking of a chance to make up, I am an appraiser. For a formal appraisal, I take 1% of the painting's value as a fee. He happily agreed. 1% is $100,000. I will pay it. But do not let me feel as if my chance to repay you was stripped away by that amount of money. He nodded to Unhai. Hei-jin had no reason to refuse. What, of course. Naturally. Eric invited him to leave together. Very well, let us head out together. He looked serious as he turned away. The car stopped at the destination. Unhai stepped out, her mouth hanging open in surprise at the sight. Before her eyes was a lavish mansion. She could not help but marvel inwardly, oh, he must be incredibly rich. Eric politely led them inside. Please come in. Hei-jin whispered to her, if you put Vice Chairman Lim Song-jun's house here, it would look quite ordinary. Unhai was even more certain. I guess he is the son of an extremely wealthy person. He provided thoughtful hospitality as guests arrived. Please sit down first. Drinks will be prepared shortly. Eric invited the two of them to sit on the sofa. He wanted to know Hei-jin and Unhai's impressions. So, how was the tour of the house? She kept praising the house. It catches my attention in many ways. This is a beautiful home. Eric shared excitedly, of course up here is fine, but the special part is downstairs, the space I have dedicated to my art collection. He admitted a truth, this place is only open to true art lovers. Initially, I planned to invite the lady. Eric winked at him. But after that interesting experience just now, I really want to invite you. It is something to look forward to. Hei-jin was a bit curious. I have been wanting to ask this for a while, are you really going to donate $5 million? He was poked into irritation. What, you really think I am that much of a scoundrel? I do not lie like that. Hei-jin quickly apologized, sorry. I have encountered many such cases. Eric was frustrated but had no one to explain to. You must think so because you saw the chaos between me and the auction coordinator earlier. They said I poured wine on the painting because I regretted the money. He corrected seriously, it was actually self-blame for not distinguishing real from fake and losing $10 million. Eric did not hesitate. That $5 million is my pride. Therefore, I feel no regret. Unhai agreed with his handling of the situation. Truly so. Hei-jin had nothing left to say. $5 million for pride. Truly people from another world. Eric laughed with delight at having dared to step up and prove the truth. Regardless, I feel very refreshed. Giving those obnoxious bastards a lesson. Right now they must be shaking with rage and cursing, right? Hei-jin could not understand. Why would they curse me? Eric reacted. Wasn't it you who pointed out the painting was a fake? He was extremely annoyed. What, but why are those people so obnoxious? Unhai froze on the spot. Why are you looking at me? Eric did not dare criticize.
Sorry.
I thought you already knew about that. He talked with the two of them in the living room. Eric asked her directly, have you ever thought about how they bring in such valuable works of great masters every year? Unhai paused for a few seconds. Let us see. Eric was skeptical. Truly, I do not know the specifics. Eric was not surprised at all. But I can guess. He explained the whole story to avoid misunderstanding. Most items appearing at auctions are privately owned. However, the owners of the works they bring in cannot be found anywhere. Eric was as certain as could be. They merely exist on paper. Unhai had the same assessment as him. Exactly. Thanks to those records, they won't face any legal issues. Eric suddenly remembered something. Do you remember the Van Gogh painting auction 2 years ago? Memories flooded back to her. I know. The winner of that auction was. He happened to be the one who closed the bid. Correct, it was me. When buying ancient artworks, I often wonder what stories they might bring me. Hei-jin lowered his head. Indeed. Eric immediately started investigating. However, when I traced the painting's provenance, I found a gap in the records. Furthermore, the auction organization's records were startlingly far from reality. He frowned, raising a question. Far from reality means. He smiled, his face becoming mysterious. I discovered the true records at the Art Institute of Chicago. An incredible coincidence. Heijin was not very convinced. Coincidence? Eric was extremely confident. More important than the process is the fact that I found it. Even he was surprised. The fate of the painting's owner was very strange. He partially predicted the tragic ending. Could it be you are saying he was murdered and the painting stolen? Eric shook his head repeatedly. If that were the case, handling it would be easier. But it was not like that. He recounted the whole event. He suffered unimaginable debt pressure, and this lasted quite a long time. Eric sympathized with the artist's fate. It is a pity. He was forced to hand over the painting. It was almost as if it were being seized. He imagined the scene the artist suffered. After the painting was taken, he turned to drugs. His life became a mess. Eric did not know how to put it. Finally, he ended his life with an extreme decision. He bowed his head slightly, wondering. When I heard that story, a thought occurred to me. Could it be? Eric's suspicion was not random. Who knows, maybe this is not the first time such a thing has happened. Heijin pondered for a long time. One cannot discuss the auction's integrity solely based on the messy story behind one painting. He could not be sure yet. According to Eric, then that auction. Eric suddenly clapped his hands. Of course. He basically did not care much. It is nothing more than a conspiracy theory. I have loved things like this since I was a child. Eric wanted them to admire his collection. The boring story ends here. Let us go see my treasures. Heijin could not help but be skeptical. Just a conspiracy theory. He found it hard to believe. Coincidentally, finding the painting owner's records was also very strange. He led them to the door of a room. Now then. Eric opened the door, introducing it proudly. Welcome to the Eric Holton collection. Inside, the room was elegantly decorated. He toured the gallery with Heijin and Unhai. He looked around carefully. More paintings than I expected. Heijin had also done some research. Since I heard he was very wealthy, I thought it would be like a small art museum. He did not find what he expected. A bit disappointing. Unhai praised the painting hanging on the wall. Oh, what a beautiful painting. It is as if a medieval princess is right before my eyes. Eric smiled broadly. This is my favorite painting in my collection. To put it in common terms, it is likely the most expensive painting. This is. Heijin quickly recognized it.
Da Vinci.
He did not expect to see it a painting by Leonardo da Vinci. He smirked, happy to have met someone so sharp-eyed. Oh my God, you recognized it as a da Vinci before I even said a word. It is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Eric was not surprised at all. I knew you would recognize it. Since you identified Tom Keating's forgery, this must be a given. He spoke his mind plainly. I do not know how you will take these words of mine, but I do not really trust appraisers or critics. Their goal is not the artwork. It is the money. Heijin did not deny Eric's outlook. Well, that is truly the case. He knew very well that many fraudsters disguised themselves as appraisers to make money. Eric appeared enthusiastic. I thought you would understand my thoughts. He was truly happy. You are the only one who recognized this as a Da Vinci. Heijin cautioned skillfully, but that painting, even if it were made public, it would likely be difficult to get it recognized.
As a Da Vinci.
Eric firmly insisted, I think so too, but I truly believe it is a Da Vinci. Heijin also wanted to help him prove it. Do you have any evidence? Eric tried to find a detail. Evidence? Do you see this spot? He had observed every detail very carefully. The fingerprint here matches Da Vinci's fingerprint taken at the Vatican. Eric could feel somewhat more at ease. Furthermore, this painting was done on vellum. I know that copying a painting on vellum is very difficult, so they do not often fake paintings on vellum. Heijin was careful in every thought. Vellum is. He had deep knowledge and immediately explained, vellum a high-quality parchment among imitation papers. Heijin knew the special use of vellum. Before high-quality paper was developed, it was used for records and drawing. He could not deny anything. Vellum's characteristics and texture are very hard to replicate in forgeries, so forgers usually do not choose this material. Furthermore, vellum produced in the 1500s is very hard to find. Heijin of course had considered other possibilities, so compared to a forgery, there was a high chance it was a copy by someone else from that era. However, this painting. He no longer had any doubts it even had Da Vinci's fingerprint. Therefore, this painting was definitely the real deal. Hearing this, Eric shouted, "This is it." Unhai meticulously examined the painting, thinking, it is incredible to be able to see a Da Vinci work from such a close distance. Heijin secretly wished to witness it for himself. Leonardo da Vinci, known as the genius of the century. If I use magic, would I be able to see his true face? He hesitated, unsure whether to go through with it. But if I use magic twice in one day, can my body handle it? Will I faint? Eric suddenly changed the subject. I have a Korean relic. Would you like to see it? Heijin could not hide his surprise. A Korean relic here. Curious, he ran after Eric and asked, is it a painting or ceramics, or a sculpture like a Buddha statue? Eric really knew how to grab attention. Compared to a Da Vinci painting, you will find this Korean relic much more exciting. This left Heijin bewildered. What on earth are you talking about? Eric turned back to the famous artist. That was a rare work by Leonardo da Vinci, and it has never been publicized. He could partially guess the reaction. Normally, people would react like the young lady over there, would not they? Eric was quite surprised. But the mention of a Korean relic makes you this excited. As an American, I feel quite envious. Anyway, it is this way. He led Heijin to the drawing. It is this painting. Heijin froze on the spot when he saw it. This is. It truly was the brushwork of someone with immense artistic talent. Eric recalled the past. It has been about 4 years. When I heard news that a Korean American was donating this painting to an art museum, I sought him out blindly. He had a hard time acquiring it. He did not want to transfer this painting to an individual like me. Even though I offered him up to $5 million at the time, he did not even blink. Eric did not give up easily. Money was not what was going to convince him. So, I offered him a different possibility. He had tried his best to persuade the man, if you donate the painting to the museum, the chance of it ever returning to Korea is almost zero. Heijin wanted to know the truth. So did that person sell the painting? Eric shared excitedly, yes he sold it, but with one condition. He explained the reason, if a Korean person ever appeared who was willing to pay more than what he bought it for, I would have to sell it. Under that condition, the painting was purchased for $5 million. He stared intently at the drawing. $5 million. That is no small sum but. Heijin decided to propose a trade based on his original terms. That $100,000 you promised earlier, you do not have to give it to me. Instead, can I pay for this painting in installments? This painting is worth that much. Eric found it hard to believe. Installments, in all my life, that is the first time I have heard such a proposal. Unhai noticed the unique brushwork. Who is this painting by? Nothing could escape Heijin's eyes. This is a painting by Danwon Kim Hong-do. She jumped in surprise. What, Kim Hong-do? He analyzed it gently. Can you see the name Danwon written in this section? The seal is also that of Danwon Kim Hong-do. Heijin highly appreciated the painting. The long lines were written with a single brush, it is very coherent. Unhai feared he would suffer a loss. Even so, $5 million. Is not that far too much money? Even at an auction, it would not easily reach that figure. Heijin desired it deeply. I am not a tycoon or a billionaire. Buying a painting for this much money is indeed beyond my means. But I must have this painting. He considered the original owner's words carefully, saying he would sell the painting to someone who pays more than $5 million. Heijin became even more certain. That sentence means, transfer the painting to someone who understands its true value. Eric spoke up to confirm, you know that $100,000 is only enough for a down payment on this painting, right? He feared it would affect the good relationship they had just built. Even though I said I would help earlier, installments are a bit difficult. When money gets involved between people, it easily leads to misunderstandings. Eric got straight to the point. I do not want to lose close friends over money. Heijin recognized the hidden meaning. Is that what he means? He changed his mind about buying the painting with money. If I can offer something other than money, there might be a chance. Heijin racked his brain for an answer, something that would make Eric Holton waver. He looked around the room tensely. Something. Surely Heijin had found a solution. He made a direct proposal. Fine then, let us make a deal. This left Eric confused. A deal. Heijin stated his offer bluntly. I won't give you $5 million. Instead, I will find a flaw in your collection. Hearing this, Eric asked suspiciously, a flaw in my collection. He was extremely confident in his initial assessment. If someone asked me about your collection, I could not say it is perfect. I have discovered a flaw in this collection that you probably have not realized. Heijin continued to persuade him patiently. I will remove that flaw for you, so in exchange, give me the Kim Hong-do painting. Eric was still a bit curious. Before that, I want to ask one thing. If you take the painting, do you plan on selling it? He did not hesitate to boldly affirm no. From now on, that painting will become part of the Park Heijin collection. Eric laughed with delight at a perspective so similar to his own. I see now you are actually a major competitor, are not you fine? A collection must be perfect to defeat its rivals. He happily agreed, I accept this deal. Heijin was very good at understanding people. As expected, he accepted easily. From the start, Eric Holton had no intention of taking my money or giving me the painting for cash. Immediately after, he entered a serious work mode. All right. Now I will explain the gap in your collection. Heijin directed his gaze downward. It is this painting right here. Eric sighed, a sad look appearing on his face. Are you saying this painting is a forgery, and that is the gap in my collection? No way. You can't tell just by looking at how it is placed. I know it too. Heijin spoke slowly, this painting. Heijin did not hold back and spoke plainly, you know it is a fake, do not you? That single sentence left him stunned. That. What are you talking about? You knew it was a fake. With just a glance, he had easily spotted the anomaly. Just as I thought. Compared to the other paintings, it was placed too haphazardly. Heijin was indeed an experienced man as he stated firmly, this is not a painting by Ilya Repin. Eric could not deny the truth. Now I do not even know what you are talking about anymore, but is not the fact that this painting is a fake too obvious? He remembered where the painting was kept. The real painting has been on display at the Tretiakov Gallery in Russia for a long time. Heijin understood the artist's life. Ilya Repin was a realist painter under the Tsar. He continued the story conveniently. Through his works, he actively criticized the structural contradictions the Tsarist regime had at the time. Heijin also corrected the information. Princess Sofia Alexievna is one of those works. In the late 1600s, Princess Sophia the sister, after 7 years of regency, harbored intentions of becoming Tsar herself and began building her own power base. He understood the outcome perfectly. However, she was stopped by Peter the Great and his forces. Afterward, she was exiled to the Novodevichy convent for 15 years. The painting verified Heijin's thoughts. She was forced to watch helplessly as her close associates and guards were executed. He had guessed it at a glance. The painting depicting that scene was painted by Ilya Repin, and it is titled Princess Sofia Alexievna. But Heijin could not help but wonder. Even though you knew about the real painting, why did you still hang this one up? Eric lowered his face slightly. Maybe you do not know much about this painting. He answered truthfully, I bought this painting when I had been independent for less than 3 months. Eric admired the artworks pensively. Perhaps because of my father's influence, I love art. I have no artistic talent myself. I simply like to look at it. He still remembered it clearly. It was when I participated in an auction at Sotheby's in England. After hearing news that a wonderful work of art had appeared there, an acquaintance introduced me to this painting. Eric admitted his negligence in not checking thoroughly. I was desperate to own as many fine paintings as my father used to have. Furthermore, since I did not care about the artist or the real painting, I rushed to buy it. He did not know where to hide his face. Later, when I showed the painting to others and they said it was a fake, I lost all my standing. Heijin could see Eric's true internal emotions. Even though you say you lost face, you do not seem to regret it. He actually laughed it off. That is right. I do not regret it at all. Eric valued the effort he put in. Because it was the first painting I ever bought with my own hands. For a while after hanging it, I was completely immersed in it. He lightly touched the painting. So even if I lose face, I can't throw it away. Eric suddenly realized an issue and turned to ask suspiciously, but did you say this painting is not a fake, are you saying the painting displayed in Russia is the fake and this one is real? Heijin, of course, did not dare make such a bold claim. I did not say that. But this is an authentic painting. As far as I know, Princess Sofia Alexeyevna was a short woman with a plump figure. He had a superhuman memory and spotted the anomaly immediately. But when looking at the painting hanging at the Tretiakov, it seems to depict her as taller, does not it? Heijin sat down and examined the painting meticulously. Whereas in this painting, she is drawn shorter, as if she were condensed. But Eric had his own way of thinking. Did Ilya Repin deliberately draw her taller to make her look more majestic? He could identify the brushwork. Exactly. However, that was not the first painting he drew. Heijin had researched this person. Ilya Repin was a well-connected man. They say he showed his painting to the influential people of the time. He also shared what he had heard. However, this painting did not receive much praise. They said the princess was too short and lacked a majestic appearance. Heijin clarified the matter through his knowledge. So Ilya Repin repainted the scene after hearing those comments. The painting displayed in the gallery is the second version. It is said the first painting drawn was hidden away by him out of embarrassment. He smiled at Eric. So, it turns out it was here all along. Eric could not help but doubt. How could you possibly know that truth? I have never heard that story before. Seeing Eric's skeptical attitude, Heijin could not blame him. That reaction is only natural. I also learned this by hearing secret stories within the art world at the time. He had nothing to hide. I heard it from the Verney family in Florence. While talking about art with Madame Olivia Verney, the head of the family, I found out. Heijin shared freely. She was very fond of my father, so she kept me for a few days and told me secret stories related to various works. Only now did he remember. Verney. Right, I have heard of them. Though not as large as the Medici family, I heard they are quite a significant house. He gave Eric more information. I also heard they have records of Repin's painting from that time. If you go and ask, they will tell you the truth. Then he knelt on one knee. Eric cherished the painting. When I heard it was a fake, I went through every possible emotion. He asked for Unhai and Heijin's opinion. Did you two see this? Nothing could escape Eric's eyes. This is a mark from color separation for the radiocarbon dating method. He also had more faith. Even though they concluded the painting was from the late 19th or early 20th century, that was it. Through UV photography, they also confirmed this was not a forgery. Eric was also in pain. But I still could not explain it to anyone. You know it, this alone was not enough. Heijin could not help but agree. Well, that happens sometimes. Scientific appraisal can't shed light on every forgery. Heijin did not rule out other possibilities. Forgers sometimes manipulate and intentionally leave evidence. He had already thought about it. To nullify modern scientific tests, it is natural to make forgeries using materials from the same era. Heijin was not very surprised. And world-famous forgers have even created their own unique paints to use. He could understand Eric's current feelings. So for Eric Holton, even if scientific tests found no issues, he still could not claim it was an original work. Heijin patted his shoulder to comfort him. Now you can confidently say this painting is an original, right? Eric turned to look at him. That is right. He had to accept the truth and provide a solution. Of course, I still have to confirm with the Verney family, right? Heijin agreed with the plan.
Ah, yeah.
Of course. For now, he still wanted to know the situation. So the painting will be sent after confirmation, right? Eric laughed smugly at having teased Heijin. No, take it right now. I was going to give it away anyway. I just pretended to see your reaction. Unhai reacted when she suddenly remembered that sky-high price. That is too much, you were just talking about $5 million. He had nothing to worry about. It is interesting, is not it? Furthermore, thanks to that, I now know my Princess Sophia is not a fake. Eric guessed his intention. If it was not for that, you probably would have just glanced at it and left. He was indeed very sharp. Am I right? Heijin was also helpless. I can't say no to that. Eric could not stop laughing. As expected. He quickly took the painting down. Anyway, you have helped me, so I have nothing to complain about. Let us go upstairs and draft the transfer papers. He stopped overthinking. Well, if things are good, let them be good. Eric put pen to paper and signed the transfer agreement. After all procedures were finished, he seemed much more at ease. The drafting of the transfer papers is done. Eric officially handed it over to him. Now then, this painting is yours. Heijin cherished the precious painting. I will treasure it in my collection. Unhai beside him felt happy as well.
Congratulations, Hashin.
He smiled brightly. Thank you. The two sat next to each other whispering. She congratulated Heijin on getting what he wanted. How lucky. He also introduced the artist. It is a painting by Kim Hong-do. Eric ignored the two's excitement and interrupted the conversation. I understand you are happy to have the painting, but... He specifically warned, don't forget what I said earlier. Because you helped me at the auction, you might run into real trouble. Heijin considered it normal. Earlier was strange too, but can discovering a fake painting really cause that much trouble? Everyone implicitly understands there are fakes in those auctions. She thought back and saw a problem. Thinking back, this is very strange. Never mind the fake painting, but for it to be discovered in front of so many people. Unhai stated the specific procedure. Normally, in that case, they would just cancel the winning bid or give it to the bidders to verify its authenticity. Now she raised concerns, her voice a bit hesitant. Especially canceling the auction so easily. Eric, do not you think the auction house's reaction was strange? But he had his own calculations. I did not go to the auction today to buy paintings. After that Van Gogh painting I mentioned earlier, I started doubting them. Eric blamed his own haste. I went there to see which paintings would be presented this time, but I was so excited about the Rembrandt that He suddenly calmed down and thought. After a while, he realized. Hearing your words, I have snapped out of it. I also remembered my purpose for attending the auction. Eric intended to take a risk. So I thought, perhaps I could use this opportunity to indict them. Heijin was shocked to hear this. Indict them, how would you do that? He thought of the simplest method. By litigation. Furthermore, a very large and noisy lawsuit, to the point where they have to be dragged into the light. Unhai did not think the auction house would be handled so easily. Is that possible? It is a large-scale auction house. How could a small lawsuit force an important figure to show up? But she did not dismiss the possibility. Actually, they might have prepared in advance to deal with a lawsuit. Eric's voice spoke up, and what if they have not? The reason he was so confident had a cause. Until now, no one has ever sued them. Even if problems arise with fakes, it is all settled through mediation. Even those who buy fakes will do so without receiving any compensation. Unhai grew increasingly confused the more she heard. That. I truly do not understand. Even knowing it is a fake, people are still willing to spend millions of dollars to buy it. Eric mentioned a serious case. This is not even the most absurd part. If litigation leads to being banned from the auctions, the situation becomes even more difficult. He also anticipated the worst circumstances. People with great influence in the art world rarely gather. Opposing them means opposing their clients as well. Eric stated firmly because he did not want to lose what he had. Although it is a large amount of money, they won't lose things more valuable than money. For people like us, money is not as important as we think, right? Hearing this, she hesitated a bit. Well, of course. A while ago, he had openly picked a fight with the auction house people. From the start, I wanted to sue, so I intentionally made a scene to draw the attention of everyone there. Eric had been prepared. If only one person complains, it can be suppressed, but with many people, they can't do that. If I want to agitate everyone and the existing dissatisfaction over the fakes, I think this is the right time. At the right time, he would certainly seize the opportunity, and just then, a good catalyst appeared. Eric was not very happy, holding his face with both hands. But, they publicly acknowledged the fake works instead. Even though it is confirmed as a fake and tens of millions of dollars can be recovered. But, without waiting for him to finish, Heijin added. You lost the legitimate reason to sue. Eric completely agreed with his statement. Exactly. In fact, the plan has failed. But he also easily realized that anyway, the fact that they acted unusually compared to normal is true, and the difference from then until now is. Eric specifically reminded Heijin. Your existence. He was ready to support him with all his might. They will definitely react, one way or another. If possible, please contact me. Handling this alone might be difficult. Heijin could not believe his ears. That. You mean you will help me? Eric gritted his teeth and grimaced when he uttered that sentence. No, just consider it me begging for your help. I am so curious about their identity, I am going crazy. He-jin's gaze was deep. He had no intention of exposing him. Is it simply because of curiosity? I feel he clearly has another reason, but... Then he smiled and decided not to overthink it. Alright, let us cooperate. I will find out the reason eventually. Eric became happy and shook hands on the cooperation. As expected, you are a smart man. Time flew by. 2 days later, in Insadong. He-jin stepped into the house, a curious thought in his mind. I wonder how surprised Soo-jong and Uncle will be when they see this painting. He looked around, but saw no one. Where did those two go, or are they in the restoration room? He-jin walked up behind Soo-jong and asked loudly, what are you doing that you did not even notice someone coming in? She did not even bother to turn back to look at him, but continued carefully arranging ceramic shards. Ah, you are back. The thing is, someone requested me to restore this. This left him quite surprised. Restore it. Curious, He-jin approached Se-jong, signaling that he wanted to take a look at what it was. Looking at the fragments on the table, he realized, this is porcelain. Where did this come from? She smiled as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Rumors about this place have already spread, have not they? He-jin asked skeptically. The shop is not even open yet. Is it from someone you know? Se-jong quickly denied it. Not exactly. But I heard Unhai decided to help you open your gallery. So while I was talking to the staff over there, I mentioned that I was planning to open a restoration shop. But she had not expected someone to contact her the very next day. To be precise, that person said they wanted to find her through him. He-jin was incredibly surprised to hear that. Through me, looking for you. He began to analyze it in his head. Se-jong had not been in Korea for long. If someone was looking for her through him, then... He-jin turned and voiced his guess. Could it be from the Yu-song group? It turned out to be a bullseye. Se-jong nodded in agreement. That is right. Under Chairman Song Hae-cheol's instructions, they contacted the gallery staff. She picked up a porcelain fragment, still complaining, so I told them to bring it over, and they brought this. He could not understand the reason. If it is the Yu-song group, they surely could have asked many others to restore it even if it was not you. Why did they have to seek you out specifically? Suddenly, Se-jong puffed out her chest with pride. That is exactly it. Haven't they recognized my skills? She twirled a lock of hair, her voice full of confidence. Though I would love to say that, but... Perhaps because you expressed your emotions so mysteriously, I guess they thought I could also express miraculous emotions like you, so they handed this to me. He-jin looked over the fragments. Since they think of you that way, the situation seems serious. Se-jong leaned her hands on the table in agreement. He then listed the details, saying that when it comes to ceramic restoration, it usually falls into 2 cases. Since he was already knowledgeable about antiques, he could basically determine it. The first case is excavating relics at historical sites and then joining the fragments back together. He-jin added the other reason. The second case is when objects being kept or displayed in homes or organizations get broken. She did not hesitate to speak bluntly to him. Just say they accidentally broke it. But you do not even have to look to know they probably threw it in anger during a fight, or got drunk and knocked it over. He-jin did not reply to that, but just patted Se-jong's shoulder for encouragement. Anyway, it looks like you are in for some hard work. He thought the job was difficult and hoped for fair pay. Have you negotiated the restoration fee yet? What about the deposit? Se-jong gave a reasonable price. I received a 1 million won deposit. If successful, I will get another 50 million won. This piqued He-jin's interest. Oh, that is a good start. She smiled because business was looking up. Exactly. For the next few months, I will probably be working so hard my eyes might pop out. It really is a good start. Only then did Se-jong remember. Ah, come to think of it, you are late. Didn't you say yesterday you were not coming? He glanced at her. You asked that fast. He-jin pointed to the painting behind his back. I brought something massive. Take a look. The outer wrapping was removed. She observed it closely. This is... Se-jong was so shocked she had to double-check. Is this the Dan Won signature? Is it a painting by Kim Hong-do? Even he had not expected it. Did you learn something from that old man? You even recognize these Hanja characters. She slapped He-jin's back hard in excitement. Of course, you are quite something, are not you? You actually managed to bring back a Kim Hong-do painting. Oh my god. It must have cleared customs already. This might even make the news. He naturally knew its value. Probably. A Kim Hong-do painting that went abroad and is now returning will certainly become a huge topic. Sejong did not know how to describe her feelings. The one with a good start is not me, it is you. The gallery has not even opened yet, and the news is already spreading. She felt happy for Hae-jin. As long as people want to see Kim Hong-do's work, they will seek out your gallery. Congratulations. He remained humble. It is just the beginning. Sejong took off her apron and asked cheerfully, "So today, what will Mr. Park Hae-jin, the future gallery director, treat me to?" Her question surprised Hae-jin. She did not answer but ran off and waved goodbye. "My dad is coming to pick me up, so watch the shop for a bit. I am also thinking about what delicious food to buy for you." Hae-jin's question remained unanswered, but he did not think much of it. "Yeah, go ahead." The moment Hae-jin turned around, he was startled to see the shaman had appeared. Whoa. Hae-jin approached the table with the porcelain fragments and asked, "What is it? Are you curious about the listener? There is a mirror over there." She felt suspicious. "I think it really broke." How did it break this badly? Even he could not help but chuckle. Indeed. If it is as Sejong said, that someone got drunk and pushed it over, that would be hilarious. Hae-jin's curiosity grew, so he made a suggestion. "Shall we check why it broke like this?" The shaman did not understand his point. What? The shaman stood beside him, glancing at Hae-jin, while he imagined wild scenarios. Do people from chaebol families also get drunk and collapse like that? She sighed in exasperation. Well, it is not like it is impossible. Hae-jin decided to see the events. Then, let us see what kind of mess it was. The shaman stood behind him, placing her hands on his cheeks and casting a spell to see the truth. Bubbles rose in the water. Hae-jin felt it dreamily. This is. He smiled slightly with satisfaction. It seems like a very good start. A voice came from the phone. "I am manager Yang Jong-jin of the Yusong Group." Hae-jin introduced himself. "Hello, manager. I am Park Hae-jin. I am calling because I have an urgent matter I need help with." Jong-jin replied politely, "Yes, please go ahead. You want help, please tell the chairman for me, please spare some time for me." He sounded a bit puzzled. "Yes, but why are you saying this so suddenly?" Hae-jin spoke decisively. "If he spares some time, tell him further that I will find the treasure in the waters off Sinan Island for him as well." Though the room was large, the air seemed thick. On the sofa, the two men sat in silence, looking at each other. In that silence, Hae-cheol was the one to speak. "Actually, I am not very interested. I am a very busy person." He continued cautiously, "Since you helped me back then, I am making time for this. You are not the type of person who would call me out just to threaten me." Cutting to the chase, Hae-cheol stated his purpose. "So just say it. What do you mean by the Shernan treasure ship? In truth, there is not another treasure ship in Shernan, right?" Instead of a vague treasure, Hae-jin offered a hint about something else. "Yes, there is no other treasure ship in Shernan. It is just that. I think I know where the Celadon you asked to be restored originated from." Hearing that, he felt disappointed because things were not as he had predicted. "What do you mean by that? That Celadon was purchased through an art auction house I am familiar with. It has nothing to do with the Shernan treasure ship." Upon hearing this, he immediately denied and explained, "No, it is related. It is a piece of pottery salvaged from the seabed, and it was salvaged quite recently." Pausing for a moment, Hae-jin turned and added, "I do not know if you have heard, but there have been recent reports about something being salvaged from the seabed nearby." Hae-cheol immediately sat up straight upon hearing that. Was a large treasure ship discovered off the coast of Tian. Goryeo Celadon was discovered while fishing near Tian, with an estimated 50,000 Goryeo relics buried. "Do you mean that Celadon was salvaged off the coast of Tian?" He smiled with a mysterious implication. "That is right. Chairman, would not you?" A voice echoed amidst the blue beach. "Like to salvage the treasure with me?" The images of Hae-jin and the shaman appeared in the vast seabed. The past of the pottery began under the dark sea. The buried treasures were slowly being found. The relics submerged deep on the seabed looked quite gloomy. A ceramic jar was caught in a fishing net, but the feeling of joy when that pottery surfaced was intense. And then a fisherman saw it. "There is something here that looks like a bowl." The other person was stunned. The sensation was so intense it was chilling. Fortune was on my side. Hei Cheol now felt mocked upon hearing these words. Seriously, you really are saying things that have no value. He glanced over skeptically and asked, so how do you know that pottery was salvaged from the seabed? Hei Jin simply explained leisurely, when I asked my friend to restore the pottery, they performed a composition analysis. Typically, pottery salvaged from the sea will have barnacles and various types of shells from marine organisms attached to it. He recounted each step of identifying an item. They soak them in hydrochloric acid and then process them further to restore their original luster. Therefore, based on the residual chemicals on the pottery, we can make an accurate deduction. Hei Cheol rubbed his chin, somewhat suspicious. Alright, putting aside how you know that, how can we find the location of the treasure ship? Is it even possible to find it? Hei Jin clenched his fist, pensively looking for a way. That is an obvious reaction. If the location is unknown, we can't start. But there is no precise basis for the location yet, if that is the case. Stopping for a moment, a thought echoed in his head. I have to attack relentlessly so he does not have a chance to think. Thinking this, Hei Jin turned his head and said, actually, there are a few places I am suspecting. He asked suspiciously, you know the location, how do you know? He quickly explained. I started taking an interest when Goryo-Celadon began being discovered in Tian in 2007. Hei Jin explained while pointing to a map on his phone. I have started analyzing the locations of the relics and searching for excavation sites for several years. The 3 places marked here are the spots I am suspecting. Hei Cheol rubbed his eyes and replied uncertainly, I admit it is an attractive proposal. However, there is no guarantee those 3 places have relics. He presented a hypothetical situation. What do you plan to do if there are not any? He did not answer immediately but said first, you should decide on the distribution. Hei Jin held up both hands in a proposal. Assuming we find the relics off the coast of Tian and successfully salvage them, how about a 50-50 split, half for the Havichi Art Museum and the other half for my museum? Hei Cheol snorted at that. I thought you were ambitious, but you are planning to establish a private art museum, a 50-50 split, but I am the one who has to use my money to salvage them. Seeing this, he held up his phone with a confident voice. Since I know the location of the treasure ship, if you think you can manage without me, you can do it alone. Upon hearing this, he fell into a long silence, as if time had stopped. Hei Cheol suddenly spoke up to confirm one more time. I still have to ask. What if there is no treasure ship? Hei Jin said with difficulty, if that is the case, I will bear half of the excavation costs. As if having heard what he wanted, he immediately stood up, preparing to leave. Alright, I will think about it some more. He was a bit saddened but did not push further. Yes, I will wait for your answer until tomorrow morning. Hei Cheol raised his voice. Tomorrow morning, isn't that a bit too rushed? Hei Jin put his hands in his pockets and explained, though I met you through a good connection. I still do not trust you from a business perspective. Hei Jin's voice now had a hint of sarcasm. You already know the exact location of the relics. Do you still need more time? If the contract with you is cancelled, I will consider discussing it with other parties. He frowned in annoyance. You are linked with other places too. He raised his hand, but now with only 4 fingers showing. Even if the budget is tight, I can work with my uncle. Hei Jin's words made Hei Cheol suddenly freeze. I also plan to propose this to Im Song-jun, the vice chairman of Wajin Group. He folded his arms and reflected for a moment before making an appointment. I will contact you again tomorrow morning. He replied satisfactorily. I hope to receive a positive answer. Seeing his unusual mood, Hei Jin secretly affirmed to himself, with a reaction like that, the goal is likely almost achieved. The scene shifted to the front of a massive company. The next day, the Yu Song Group contacted him again as expected. The content was to discuss a formal contract for the excavation. As he walked, he listed the plans in his head. The Yu Song Group scheduled a meeting for the afternoon. I also have to confirm the art museum's construction site and staff progress. Today is going to be very busy. Seeing Hei Jin arrive, Unhai welcomed him openly. Mr. Hei Jin, you are here. He looked at the billboard and praised it. Artist of Emotions and Light, first floor of Cian Gallery. Wow, the Renoir advertisement is really grand. Hearing Hei Jin say that, she replied a bit surprised, oh, you have seen it already. Unhai led the way while explaining its appearance. We have to promote it in advance for journalists to come. Moreover, since we acquired the Renoir painting at a low cost, the board of directors has been more positive toward me. She opened the door, grateful for his help. I almost lost my position because of the Jongmyung incident, but now I can at least save face as a director even if I am not engaged. It is all thanks to you, Mr.
Hae-jin.
Hae-jin sat down on the sofa and denied it. What do you mean? It is not like I am doing charity work. I came here today to get help with building the art museum as well. Sitting down near him, Unhai enthusiastically handed over documents. I have prepared the location, candidates in charge, and the excavation team. I just happened to find the right person. She presented enthusiastically. The museum location is nearby, with a construction area of about 70 pyong. Since the building is old, we can probably buy it at a low price. As for the person in charge and the excavation team. Seeing this, Hae-jin did not hold back his praise for her meticulousness. You have prepared so thoroughly that I am very satisfied. Hae-cheol spoke politely. You have worked hard. Unhai covered her mouth and explained, it is not me, but my staff who worked hard. She started asking about the main issue. Your desire to set up an excavation team in advance, is it so you can start excavating right after building the art museum? He put the folder down and repeated that question. Is it so I can start excavating right after building the art museum? Unhai's eyes suddenly lit up. So you have found the location of the treasure ship? Hae-jin replied softly, yes, well, it was just luck. Suddenly, he remembered the words he had once said, I also plan to propose this to Im Song-jun, the vice chairman of Wajin Group. A large ship set off carrying many crates. I also plan to propose to Im Song-jun, the vice chairman of Wajin Group, but I have no intention of proposing the excavation to Wajin Group or Unhai. Hae-jin appeared with a dark, unpredictable face. Due to suspicions that domestic relics could be taken out through sea and gallery, I cannot cooperate with them on underwater relic excavation. Unhai suddenly fell silent for a moment. Seeing his silence, she sighed softly and asked, this incident is a secret, is not it? Not wanting to make things difficult for Hae-jin, Unhai waved her hand. All right, I won't ask further. Bringing the Renoir painting was enough to help me. Having said that, she stood up and suggested, then shall we go now? You have to sign the lease contract in person. He looked up and quickly replied, of course, let us go. Skyscrapers stood close to each other. The next day, at the Yusong Group headquarters. 2 employees bowed goodbye. Then I will see you later. Hae-jin bowed respectfully in return. Yes, I look forward to your help. He rubbed his neck, looking a bit tired. Adjusting the excavation contract, the art museum contract. I am exhausted. Hae-jin felt a bit excited about the museum's future. Even so, the location of the art museum is good. Although the building is old, it is not bad because it gives off an antique feel. Hae-jin looked up at the midday sky and made a decision. When the excavation begins, the Hae-jin Art Museum will also officially open. Suddenly, someone called Hae-jin. Oh, Chief. He answered the phone without haste. Hello, a voice from the other end replied, Hae-jin, it is Uncle Huang. Hae-jin walked while inquiring over the phone. Song-gun sounded a bit apologetic. Ah yes. Are you doing well, Uncle? The voice from the other end quickly rang out. I am doing well. Because of the last incident, I am a bit embarrassed to call you. He remembered the scene at that time, his face twisting. That was indeed a mess. Hae-jin replied with some difficulty, that is in the past now. I also managed to buy the pottery at a low price. He hesitated. Oh, actually, it is hard for me to say. Song-gun recounted, a relative of mine found an antique while building a house. He listened intently as he walked. Going to Insadong reminded me of that again. His voice continued continuously, so I wanted to tell you. Hae-jin scheduled an appointment while asking, what kind of antique is it, a Buddha statue or pottery? He replied from the other side, it is pottery. The white of the ceramic appeared faintly under the layer of mud. It is also white porcelain, similar to the one you bought. Time passed quickly until evening. Green foliage was illuminated under the moonlight. Song-gun welcomed him at the front door. Oh boy, you are here. He rubbed his hands and stepped forward to ask, are you Appraiser Park Hae-jin? I am Huang Song-gun who called you. He introduced himself, hello, I am Appraiser Park Hae-jin. Song-gun pointed into the house and said, Agu, the long journey must have exhausted you. That ceramic jar is still at the construction site. Let us go over there now. Hae-jin looked inside, somewhat puzzled. You did not take it out and just left it like that, he scratched his head and explained, I do not know much about it, and I was afraid moving it might damage it, so I did not dare touch it. I asked my family members to keep an eye on it. Hearing that, he only replied softly, I see. But in his heart, Heijin could not help but be suspicious. I thought I had found a new historical site. He looked around and thought, but looking at the houses around here, it is probably not. Stopping at a piece of land, Song-gun pointed to a mound of earth and said, it is here. Heijin's jaw dropped in amazement. Wow, this. The ceramic jar's appearance made him praise it. Oh, you are really lucky. Heijin looked closely and analyzed it. This is a white porcelain jar made in the Joseon era. He analyzed every detail. These delicate lines on this bright white background. This is a sophisticated product that deeply captures the essence of Joseon porcelain. Though he was happy now, he still asked, do you mean it is good? Heijin pointed at it and replied, of course. This round jar is a particularly rare and valuable item. It is a rarity. He suddenly stopped talking. Just by cleaning and wiping away these stains, its true shape. A hint of hesitation appeared in Heijin's eyes. Seeing his silence, Song spoke up uneasily, is there something wrong, Mr. Park? Heijin looked up and denied it. No, there is no problem. He tilted his head and added, it is a precious item, so I want to observe it more closely. But I just realized I forgot my gloves. Could you find a pair of gloves for me? Hearing that, he did not think much of it and agreed immediately. Of course, let me go get them. He left, leaving Heijin alone to appraise. The shaman appeared beside him. Seeing his pensive state, she was a bit puzzled. What is wrong? Did you sense something in this jar? Heijin immediately spoke up to deny it. It is not that, but something is very strange. Pausing for a moment, he voiced his suspicion. We have to find out why this jar was buried here. She immediately agreed, okay, let me help you. A source of energy from the shaman was transmitted to the jar. Under that blue light, Heijin remained doubtful. After all, what is it? Everything was revealed. This ceramic jar was not made during the Joseon era, but was molded 5 years ago, produced by an organization specializing in fakes. The image of Song-gun trying to bury the jar in the ground appeared. It was buried on Hwang Song-gun's land 2 years ago, which meant Hwang Song-gun had buried it himself with his supporting accomplices. The silhouette of a person sitting in a car witnessing everything appeared. But what shocked me the most? The image of him laughing with delight at these things appeared before his eyes. The person who aided them in this was Jong Dae-hyun. He sat down in disappointment. Seeing this, the shaman asked, Heijin, are you okay? Song-gun stepped out and seeing this, ran over to check. Oh, Mr. Heijin, did something happen? Heijin glanced at him with a scrutinizing look. Is this person's purpose merely to defraud, or is he working with Jong Dae-hyun to set a trap for me? He stood up and replied casually, standing near and admiring a national treasure like this just made my limbs go weak. How embarrassing. Hearing that, Song-gun laughed loudly. It is good that nothing happened. Ha ha ha. Having said that, he gave a fake laugh and handed the gloves to him, suggesting, hearing you say it is a good piece has me all excited. I want to show some sincerity, so let us go have a meal together once you are done with the appraisal. Heijin reached out to take them, his face looking cheerful as he looked at Song-gun. Then I won't stand on ceremony, he said, while a thought echoed in his mind. Let us see what kind of game you people are trying to play. The scene shifted to slices of red meat sizzling over a steaming grill. He talked while preparing the food. To be honest, I was very worried when I found that ceramic jar. Something like that popping up during construction. Besides, it is a daily occurrence for sites to be ordered to halt for relic preservation. Heijin picked up his glass for a sip and replied softly, normally they would need time to investigate whether there are more relics there. Song-gun immediately chimed in agreement. Exactly. 4 home builders like us, that is no small matter. At this point, he hesitated slightly. Well, that is why. I was hoping I could, secretly sell this jar to avoid getting caught up in an investigation like that. What do you think? Song-gun continued while picking up a piece of meat. I heard that previously, a piece of pottery was found at a construction site and you bought it. Heijin understood everything now they wanted, to sell him a fake. He quickly gave a tactful refusal, that did happen, but my financial situation is not exactly great right now. Hearing this, the man squinted his eyes with a smile and asked for a favor. Hey, do not say that so soon. I will sell it to you for cheap, or maybe you could help me find someone who can buy it. Heijin poured some liquor and asked, oh, how much are you planning to sell it for? Song-gun laughed loudly, feigning ignorance. A manual laborer like me would not know what a fair price is. He asked excitedly, but I heard that if they are authenticated, each jar could sell for as much as 1 billion won. What do you think? He replied, of course, if it is the real deal and gets recognized, it could certainly sell for that price. Songgun seriously proposed a price, 1.5 billion won for 4 jars. What do you think? You said they are precious, so they must be authentic. Heijin went along with him, 1.5 billion, not bad. Songgun laughed arrogantly, you think so too, right? I do not know much, but even I can see that price is not expensive at all. Ah. He shot a contemptuous glance toward the man. Claims not to know anything, yet his mouth recites the exact figures so perfectly. Makes sense, they must have spent a fortune making fakes that sophisticated, so they must be desperate for the money. Heijin held up his phone, appearing to agree. Okay, let me ask around if anyone is interested in buying these white porcelain jars. Songgun kept trying to bait him. I am counting on you. But it would be even better if you just bought these jars yourself. Hearing that, Heijin immediately refused. I told you, I do not have that much money. The man gave a sinister laugh and said, but you do not look like you are lacking. Your car is quite nice, after all. He laughed loudly and waved his hand in denial, it is just for show. Seeing him repeatedly refuse, Songgun finally gave up. Well, if you do not have the money, then never mind. Heijin pondered, it seems someone is targeting me. But why me? He thought of Dae Hyun again. If the person behind this is Jong Dae Hyun. That man's words surfaced in Heijin's mind. Is that kid's father the conman Park Jun Suk? Does this have something to do with my father? He still did not quite understand and was lost in thought. My father and Jong Dae Hyun. What on earth is the relationship between those two? Heijin suddenly had an idea. I should ask Uncle Byung-guk. I wonder if he knows anything about him. The door opened with a ringing bell. He walked in and called out a greeting, Uncle, Sujong, I am here. Byung-guk turned around in surprise. Oh Heijin, you have been so busy we have not seen hide nor hair of you, he laughed and joked back. It has been a bit much lately, Uncle. With that, Heijin sat down and asked softly, where is Sujong? The man sitting opposite replied, she is over there gluing a jar back together. I wanted to help, but she lost her temper and kicked me out here. He propped his chin up, sighing at Byung-guk's clumsiness. Dad, you always mess things up. Please just stay out of it. You mean girl. Remembering this, he thought to himself, you probably tried to help but broke something, that is why the kid got angry. Heijin rubbed his hands and said, alright, let us put our talented Sujong aside for a moment. Hang out with me. Hearing that, the man asked urgently, what, is something wrong? Byung-guk started listing possible scenarios. Are you trying to sell something, or buy something, or did someone scam you? He could only look at him helplessly. His uncle was clearly bored out of his mind. Heijin rested his chin on his hand and recounted everything. A relative of my former team leader was building a house and discovered a ceramic jar. Byung-guk asked in a loud, surprised voice, really, whoever it is, their ancestors must really be looking out for them. He followed up with a sense of disappointment. If it were real, it would be just as you said. The man said indignantly, wait, what, it is a fake. Heijin spoke about his deduction, yes. I pretended not to know and let it slide, but it seems they are targeting me. At this point, Byung-guk laughed mockingly, what, are they trying to turn you into their next big project? That is hilarious. He tapped on the table and said seriously, this is not something to laugh about, uncle. It is a fake, but the quality is incredibly impressive. I almost got fooled myself. Hearing him say that, the man asked in disbelief, to that extent. Heijin continued, furthermore, that jar was buried with a lot of effort. I estimate they buried it about 2 years ago. Byung-guk guessed in surprise, oh wow, this guy is really patient. And he must have accomplices too. He crossed his arms and added, actually, I suspect someone. The man asked curiously, who? Heijin said coldly, the appraiser Jong Dae Hyun. Hearing that name, Byung-guk suddenly stammered, what, who, Jong Dae Hyun? He continued, I know there is some kind of connection between him and my father. Amidst that silence, the man suddenly spoke up, I know too. Heijin immediately pressed for more,